solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome everybody to week 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in Europe for Wild Rift. I should say the EMEA region, as it is not just European teams. I've got to break that habit at some point. Because, I mean, our Turkish teams have been showing up over the past couple of weeks, so very impressed by a lot of
They
their
like to
performance.
insist that they're not part of Europe, despite the fact they are in the EU, but...
we are, of course, representing the EMEA region as a whole. So we'll keep our focus across the entire region for this broadcast. And to get us back on track, I'm Stress, joined by D-Man and Stuart for Play Day 3 of what is Season 2. The Challenge season has begun, and we had some great games last week. Had some upsets, had some unexpected results, and then just a lot of good Wild Rift action. We're ready for a second week of action. This takes us into Game Day 3 of 7 potential days, as we have 8 teams across the entire tournament. And let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, see where our teams actually stacked up at the end of last week. You can see Team Queso, a little bit surprisingly, I would say, being the only team at 2-0. We kind of expected like Formulation, Rix maybe to come in and smash things, but Stuart, it's not been so consistent for our top teams.
No, it definitely hasn't. A lot of 1-1. Obviously, we've only had 2 game days, so not really a lot to separate the teams at the moment. There's still a lot more games ahead. But yeah, Team Queso, the ones that are sitting comfortably in first spot at the moment, especially with their different drafts and different play styles that they showed in week number 1. But, you know, teams like Rix and Formulation, which we'll have a little bit later on today, are definitely looking to bounce back after a shaky week 1. And
then a stack of 1-1s all the way down until
I mean, there was a lot of surprises, right? So that's what you get when there's so many surprises. We'll see whether this weekend can obviously give us more surprises still. Obviously, with Viv dropping games, Rix dropping games, Parla really showing up and performing, Formulation dropping games. So it kind of like, it was a big mix-up last week. Now, of course, you know what? You're looking at a table after 2 days gaming. That's the end of the day. So anything can really happen.
Yeah, we'll see if Mom-D can get themselves off the starting blocks as well in this weekend's game. So this is the 8 teams. Let's take a look at what they're playing for in the round-robin stage. Of course, the really important part is top 4 go on to the offline event later on in the year, but the round-robin itself has a prize pool for all of the teams. So as you can see, a breakdown pretty evenly split throughout. Makes sense all the way through from $2,500 for the first-ranked team, $750 if a team finds themselves in that unfortunate 8th position. Hopefully it won't be Mom-D at this rate, and hopefully it won't remain with a 0 in the win column. I have faith that they can kind of bounce back a little bit. But
there's still plenty of chances.
Yeah, there's still plenty of chances for them, plenty of games. So this is the prize pool for the round robin. Let's take another look now at the overall prize pool, where we're looking for the offline finals. This is where we step up a little bit more for the top 4 teams. $8,000 for the team in first place, going all the way down to an extra $1,000 for the team placing 4th offline.
All about that top 4. Got to be in there. We shouldn't be too harsh on Mom-D, by the way. They did play Viv and Rix last weekend.
They did.
So,
they did.
Two of the toughest
It
teams.
was a tough weekend to start with for them. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is what it's all about. You want to get there in the finals. Who's going to be there? Well, that's the big ask. That's what we're hopefully going to find out this weekend, of course. Obviously, with 2 more play days, we're going to start to see things maybe solidify towards that top.
Yeah, I think so, and we have to, we have a lot of games still on the way there towards the offline finals to really start to dilute down, and I should actually say distill down our top 4 teams and see exactly who they're going to be. Let's take a look at the schedule for today's games, as we'll be having 3 of our matches. Again, remember there is 1 off-stream matchup, and today the off-stream matchup will be Parla versus Mom-D. You can see that down at the bottom of your screen. Starting with match 1, though, here on stream, we'll be having Viv going up against NASA, and what I think is going to be quite a close matchup, looking at both of these teams. Queso then take on Ice Cream, and then a big match to round out the day. It's Rix versus Formulation, 2 teams that we're anticipating being in that top 4 spot go head-to-head. I'm going to rule out Rix versus Formulation for the answer here. Stuart, any other the 2 series we'll be watching? Which one's your favorite that you want to see?
I'm quite looking forward to the second series, Ice Cream against Team Queso. Ice Cream stepped up big last week, taking down Rix. Team Queso as well, also 2-0, playing a very different play style with their brand new dual lane, bot lane. That's the one that I'm looking out for.
Interesting. I am as well. I think for Queso, looking at their results last week, it should be pretty good. But Ice Cream are a team that kind of shocked us a little bit before we got to the challenge season. Like they're the reason, well, one of the reasons why some of our other big teams in the EMEA region didn't make it here.
It's the battle of the junglers, right? You got Citrus versus Andre, obviously both big parts of the team for Queso and for Ice Cream. So interesting to see how it's going to work. And obviously Parla, Mom-D off stream. Obviously we saw Parla doing really well against Formulation. Obviously they did lose 2-1 at the end of the week. But that first game, they showed they pulled out the full Queso strat. It worked out wonders for them. And for Mom-D, obviously, they're looking to chase their first win. So maybe they're going to look towards this Parla, but I got a feeling they might be outmatched by Parla today.
And they're certainly a team that, as you said, rightfully so, we shouldn't be too harsh on them. They have had a lot of swaps being a free agent team. So we're looking forward to when we get Mom-D on screen a little bit more, hopefully seeing some of that power that we've seen in the offline, in the online group stages previously and in other tournaments. So that's our off-stream series for the day. Let's take a look at our first series of the day, starting with Viv going up against NASA. So the Viv Esports lineup. This is where there's a little question mark for me, because I know there have been a few different changes throughout the week. They were playing with Jash earlier on in the Ocean Cup, but it is Patterson, Zefter, Yeku, Kranix, and Hester is their original lineup, which we will have to wait as we get into game to see whether that will be the correct full lineup. I think both Jash and Kranix are very competent and very capable players from that marksman role, but I do think that Viv with Kranix have looked particularly good in this off-season so far.
Yeah, I mean, the roster in general, a lot of swaps have happened with this Viv roster throughout the off-season. They've definitely looked very, very strong. Actually got some player profiles as well, so we can see some of the faces, which is quite nice. A bit different from last week, but yeah, a big question was, is Kranix going to come in for Jash, because as you mentioned, Jash was playing during the week in the Ocean Cup. A little bit of practice there, maybe not feeling it as of yet. It takes some time to get used to, new teams and new rosters, but it does look like Kranix is going to start. And obviously the big ones, Heste in the support and Zefter as well, 2 of the big names coming over from Game Lord in the off-season that have definitely stepped up this Viv roster to be one of the best.
So from Viv Esports to their opponents here in Game 1, or Series 1 of the day, I should say. Let's take a look at the NASA lineup, because this is a lineup that I keep putting a decent amount of faith in, actually, when I look at how they play. Katana, Swest, Rekna, CoolFX, and Babane. So this lineup has, I think, yet to really break through into the top 4, but we have seen some pretty good things out of Swest in the jungle, out of Rekna from that mid lane as well.
Yeah, and if we were to look back at day 1, obviously when we talked about their matchup, they played Queso, and obviously if you were to look how Queso did against Formulation, I don't think they should be too upset about their performance actually after that, looking at that game, because they did put in a good challenge. They were certainly very close to picking up wins, but unfortunately for them, sometimes the comps, you know, as with Formulation pointed out, found out you can't match Queso's comps sometimes. They go back to the tried and trusted, and hell, it even worked for Parler in the week. So you know what, it's one of those combos. I'm hoping we're not going to see too much protection comps this week.
Who knows?
But now that it's been proven successful, I have a feeling it's going to make an appearance. We're probably going to see a lot of those shield bans. But yeah, and obviously looking at both supports have been key for their teams. Expecting to see Babane try and do the same today for his team. Obviously, Swest, big part of it in the jungle, as always.
Yeah, massive part of this matchup. And as we take a look at our head-to-head match for these two teams, it really is no surprise that we're focusing on both junglers. Like, Zefta has been a mainstay in the EMEA region as a jungle king, and seems to be being looked down upon.
Yeah, I like the pose. Yeah.
In this graphic, Swest feeling his oats right now, going into this first series of the day. I think Zefta kind of, for me, is like the benchmark jungler. I don't necessarily put him as like the top guy out of the jungle, but he is always consistent. He's always doing really well. And for a jungler like Swest, I think this is a really important matchup where I'm like, you have to perform against a jungler like Zefta, otherwise he'll take control.
And we had the big surprise on Swest. Obviously pulled out that Graves last week, which we were both sort of like, not sure about this one. But obviously it shows, and obviously you get the same from Zefta. Obviously the champion pool is pretty huge for these guys. Zefta managed to get his hands on Olaf, obviously banned out almost always. But Shyvana and same with Echo, both very strong appearances for both of them last weekend.
I think the interesting thing as well is obviously, as you mentioned, you know, the champion pools of both of these. You know, both these players played 5 unique champions last week, so 5 completely different champions. It shows, you know, Zefta can play a champion like Shyvana, go for that selfish play style where you're always farming and, you know, you don't really help your team out too much. Or you can play likes of a Jarvan, you know, where he goes in with the Cataclysm, play, you know more utility junglers. And exact same with Swest, as you said, farm junglers with the Graves, and then you have Echo as that farming late game scaling champion. So, you know, I think that jungle matchup is going to be very interesting to see what sort of play styles both these teams go for, and to see where the junglers head in terms of their picks.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting matchup, not only just in that role, but I think you mentioned the supports as well. I think that the top lane is actually quite an interesting one here with Patterson and Katana going up against each other. I feel like both of them, given resources, have shown us they can carry, but also I feel like both of them have shown us that, like, when put under pressure, it's not really about that 1v1 situation all the time. Like, Katana, I think, had a really good, I think it was the second series where we saw Katana start to pop off. But you can hear us talking about the matchups as much as you want. You want to see our predictions. I feel like that's where people want to go. I didn't have the best predictions last week, I must admit.
None of us really did.
I think I might be starting off on a rocky road
for yourself,
as
mate.
well.
Speak for yourself. I was 5 out of 6.
Oh, dear. So as we get ready for our predictions, we want to hear your predictions in chat as well. I know those of you joining us on the ESL Mobile B stream, get all of the regulars in chat. I know they're probably hovering over in the ESL Mobile chat. Bring them over.
The wrong one. It's the wrong one.
We might end up on that stream later. Not quite sure, but make sure you're spamming in chat. We want to hear your predictions as well. I've gone against the grain, and this is because I thought I had the insider information, like a bit of insider trading, because Stuart came to me yesterday and he was just like, I think it might not be Kranix in the game, because on the lineup they didn't play with him earlier. So I was just like, I'm getting out ahead of this one and putting the 2-1 when I saw you guys go. No, okay. So you both have the confidence in Viv, which I think if Kranix is in the game, I think is a very straightforward prediction on that one. I
gotta be honest, I was obviously looking at the predictions from what was already in there, and I was sort of sitting on the fence on this one, but I did go with Viv in the end because I thought they put on a decent performance last weekend. Obviously, they lost the main match we scored. We didn't see them on the first day, but the second match they did lose, but they looked very impressive. But on the same vein, if you look at NASA versus Queso, because obviously we didn't cover them on day 2 either, NASA, so we didn't get to see what they did. I think it was Parla, wasn't it? They
Ice Cream.
Ice Cream, that was off stream, yeah. And they came out on top in that one. But obviously their match we did see against Queso was very tight.
Yeah.
And I would say, if anything, tighter than the match that Queso had against Formulation.
I think it's a big matchup for both of these teams. You know, we talk about NASA as like potentially maybe getting into that top 4 spot, and obviously with the tiebreakers, you need to try and beat these middle of the pack teams. Viv as well, we were saying like maybe around 3rd or 4th, maybe a little bit lower. It kind of depends on how the team momentum goes. So I think it's a big series for both of these teams. You know, if you can end up starting to get 2-1 and maybe get that win tomorrow as well, getting potentially go up to 3 wins and 1 loss, then it definitely gives you that little bit of a gap, a little bit of a breathing room going into next weekend.
It really does, and you know, we haven't talked about it today so much. We talked about it quite a bit last week. There are only 1 set of matchups for each of these teams in the round robin, right? So you have to be able to get that head-to-head matchup to kind of put yourself not only higher in the standings, but in the likelihood of any tiebreakers, which we've got an 8-team group, so there's guaranteed to be some sort of a tie between teams. So I think that's a really important one for these 2 teams that are vying for those last 2 spots potentially. For Viv, maybe the expectation is a little bit higher as well. We have talked about Viv maybe breaking up into that upper echelon. So if NASA can put the brakes on that, that might very well be one way of doing it. We're going to get into our first draft of the day. Let's get things going. Let's see where we're at with the meta. We had a bit of a turmoil in meta last week where we had like Senna day 1 kind of a little bit.
And we had one, I think we only had 1 Senna, right? We were talking about the lack of Senna, if anything, last week.
We got baited by production. It is Jash.
It is Jash. It is Jash.
We got baited by production.
Just the caveat on that is like Jash has played a bunch in WREC as well. So like Jash is not really that much, if any, of a downgrade. It's a different style player, and I think that's what I would bring to it. We saw Jash playing, I think it was with Mumu a whole bunch, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, let's...
Jash has had a whole bunch of different teams. I think, you know, he filled in for Game Lord at Icons. He had a really big pop-off Kaiser performance there. Then he went to Team Queso originally as a dual lane carry, but then got swapped to support role with Mumu, and now on Viv. So, you know, he's been pretty much everywhere during this off-season, so it's very difficult to kind of adapt to all these different teams.
Exactly, and I think it's the adaptation that gives Viv a disadvantage. It's just you haven't played with a player as long as you had played with Kranich. So I always kind of account that quite heavily, especially as we go into a draft where we need to really figure out the meta right now.
Josh played midweek? Was it?
Yeah,
Josh
it was.
It was Josh midweek. He was the one playing against
the
Formulation.
Got kind of dumpstered midweek.
That was why I 2-1, but I didn't want to put that out on them. As
it was pretty harsh in the midweek, no doubt about it. Interesting that we are actually focusing mainly on the Baron laners here. So that does, obviously, you talked about the Katana Patterson battle there, but you could also talk about the Swiss Zefta. And obviously, we talked about the fact that both these played like 5 different champions last week. So to focus a jungle pool would be kind of pointless in the bans because they have such a large pool. It does mean that there's Gragas open, Karma was open, and they're focusing on Zed as the first pick. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Yeku, we know he likes the kind of aggressive champions when he can get to play them. It doesn't often, though. Doesn't get that opportunity.
I mean, it's kind of like a takeaway as well because Reckoner does love to play the Zed, you know, one of his most comfortable champions in the mid lane. Obviously, the Riven, the flexibility, there's so many power picks open. You know, Karma is still open. Gragas was open. That wasn't even first pick. The Morgana as well. Rakan for Heste. Yeah. There's so many strong picks. I mean, I look at these bands, and this is completely different. This is completely different from what we saw in the first week. There's a Senna as well, so that's really interesting. That's going to maybe open things up. Could maybe be the Senna Gragas in the bot lane, but also could be the Nasus because that is still open. So I'm curious to see if Viv maybe ban a couple of champions to pair with the Senna.
So to recap what's been a very quick draft phase, a lot of priority on the Baron lanes as mentioned. I think for now, Viv look quite squishy on their side. Like Rakan does tend to build a little bit more towards AP if possible. Zed squishy from the mid lane, Morgana squishy from the jungle as well. Whereas on the other side, we've got Senna for that sustain. We've got Gragas coming out of the jungle potentially. Does end up getting quite tanky on his own right. And as you said, Nasus banned away, Shyvana and Lee Sin, some of those more aggressive jungle picks that would Wait, but that Morgana's going jungle, surely.
I mean, this is
with
the thing,
a
it's
with
like,
a Zed
what I was
already.
assuming.
That's
I
the
was
thing, I mean,
confused.
Morgana isn't really a champion that Zefta has played too much during the off-season. It's not really like a Zefta you would call it sort of champion. Yes, it can be still paired. You know, it can still be in the jungle. I would
guess
assume
Jash, right?
maybe, yeah, I can assume that might go into Jash's hands in the dual lane and maybe put Zefta on maybe one of these more carry junglers or maybe one of these AD bruiser or assassin junglers. It's going to be set as well, so it's probably going to be center set down in that dual lane. I think the big thing though is that NASA can still flex the Gragas, can still flex the Riven. I think both of them picks, they've shown already that they can flex around in multiple lanes. Garen being picked up as well, but the big one is this last pick. Is it Zefta in the Morgana jungle, or is it going to be potentially down the dual lane for Jash?
The Garen highlights that either it's Zed top, which we did see an attempt of last week, if I remember correctly. So it's Morgana jungle with Lucian coming out of the marksman role, with Garen maybe mid, maybe top, seeing on what the last flex is. So is this likely set support with Senna and then Gragas, Riven?
I think the Riven can definitely be flexed between mid and jungle. It's probably going to be a mid lane Riven for Rek'Na. We've seen Swess play Riven in the jungle as well. Camille most likely in that Baron lane versus the Garen, and then Gragas in the jungle for Swess. So another unique champion for Zefta, and I don't even know, this might even be another unique champion for, yeah, it is another unique champion for Swess as well. So both of them have played 6 unique champions already, so you definitely flex in their champion pools. But interesting enough, you know, Jash has come into his Viv roster, and it is going to be dual lane Lucian as well. Something that we don't really see too much. We normally see the mages down the dual lane. That's why I was expecting the Morgana, but obviously Zefta picking it up himself now means that Jash gets a nice aggressive early game dual lane carry, which against the center you want to try and get put behind early on.
So this is a different draft to what I was expecting, if I'm being
Well, obviously
totally
a different draft to what NASA were expecting, because
Yeah.
they carried on banning jungle champs.
Yeah.
Completely ignoring the fact, as you mentioned, Morgana's already there. Why are they banning jungle?
That's maybe another thing as well, is maybe they're forcing this Morgana into the jungle by banning other junglers themselves. So it's like, okay,
you're
have to play
forcing
this
the
more
fastest jungle champion.
Well,
on
yeah,
them.
I mean, but this is the thing. It's like, I don't really see Zefta too much on this Morgana, so I haven't actually seen him play it too much. So I don't even know if he feels comfortable on it. He probably does, and he'll probably be completely fine, but I'm not too sure if he feels comfortable on it compared to, like, you know, the likes of the Lee Sin, the likes of the Shyvana that he's played already during this competition. But yeah, I'm excited to see the bot lane matchup. You know, both the supports you mentioned, you know, Heste on his trusted Rakan, Babane on his set. So both the engaged supports with the likes of Senna and Lucian down there trying to play aggressive. So excited to see if that Lucian can get ahead against the Senna.
It's going to be an interesting matchup, because I think on the NASA side, I don't want to say that they have no range, because they have Senna, they have a decent amount of ability to get on top of people for fights, but it is quite short range in the actual auto attack range when you look at it. I don't think it's as big of a deal in Wild Rift as some people make it out to be.
You've always got the Gragas to just pull them in with a big explosive cast.
Camille's going to be able to jump through. We've got the Senna there as well. Let's
Showstoppers,
get into game 1. D-Man and Stuart, you're on the cast for game 1.
Yes, so let's get things underway and see how this is going to play out. Is it going to be what the Viv we saw midweek? I hope not. I hope we see them changing things around. It was well, it was a quick game. Let's put it that way. In midweek, it was it was pretty short-lived. So I'm expecting that's been put behind them. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, they obviously played in the Oceanic Cup that you yourself covered, Stu. So definitely, obviously, very different. But this time around, very interested that they focused the Zed as first pick, which Yeku obviously wanted for whatever reason. Obviously, it was immediately countered by the Riven. So these are two. I'm very interested. Obviously, we talked about the junglers, but I'm very interested in how this mid lane combo is going to go, because they were both first picks.
It's really interesting. You know, they don't even pick up the Gragas, which most of the time is going to be your first pick. You can see that Zefta is going to do the traditional double camp, is what you do with Morgana in the jungle. You can see actually Rek'Na is already invading, stopping the double jungle from the Morgana early on. Actually, he's in there. Oh, he's maybe going to get early kill as well. I mean, this puts Zefta really, really far behind. We're good.
So, at the moment, we are limited on our viewing capabilities.
We can hear.
We can hear
the sounds.
We can hear.
I can hear.
I feel like
the river.
this actually took me back to Season 2 World Championships, where the same happened, and I actually had to call a team fight based on audio. And I was just like,
that sounds like fun. To
I
be
was
honest.
like, that's the Sonar ulti, that's that ulti, that's that team, and I was just like having to go
I'll
through.
definitely test you out. You know when you do like them games online where it's like try and guess
well,
the
it's not only
ultimate
that, you
name
had
with
to
the
remember
sound.
who was playing that champion as well. So you're like TSM are going in with the Sonar ult, the bloody Crescendo's gone across here, and that's been matched by the Gragas explosive cast coming from that team. Yeah, so it was interesting. Luckily, they're not pointing that test on us. We have full vision once again, so thank you very much. But yeah, they're just keeping us on our toes, Stu, for the first game of the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see already that the early game was definitely a little bit heavy towards Zefter. He was trying to go for the double camp, and Rekner just got that mid lane priority that you can do as Riven against Zed early on. And he was able to invade, but he wasn't able to put Zefter too far behind. He's still going to be able to do that full clear, not as fast as what you normally see with the Morgana. So really well played by Nasus to go for that little bit of a cheeky invade, which you don't really see in Wild Rift too much because of how quickly the lanes come in. But for now, it's definitely looking really, really good for Viv, and you can see that Zefter's down in this duo lane as well. You know, we talked about these supports, and you know they're playing two champions that they're definitely comfortable with, and they're definitely going to be setting up a lot of plays in this match.
Just to answer a question people did ask, no, the patch is not out yet. That's coming next week, I believe. Obviously, it was the preview notes that came out, well, this morning, yesterday, technically our time, but it's this morning we saw them. But no, invade coming through, explosive cask working wonders. That's going to get one. Can they get a second here? No, they're not going to be able to follow it through, but the explosive cask doing its job. Swest, great work.
Yeah, brilliant ulti from Swest, and also Rekner roaming around as well, so he's not really getting a lot in the mid lane. He's allowing Yeku to get some of these tower platings in mid lane, but
I'm
he's roaming
intrigued
around
whether he
quite a
actually
lot.
got the assist. Did he get the assist? Because he died so fast. He got caught out so fast. I don't know whether he actually got the assist in it. I think he got the broken wings off. I think he did.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he got the ulti damage. I mean, hopefully we'll see the scoreboard soon. But he is losing quite a lot. I think he's lost already 2 tower platings in the mid lane. You can see the...
Yes, he did. He got the kill. Rekner got the kill, so it's all fine. Does mean he managed to work it out there. Yeah, cute. Getting a little poke down.
So he did lose a little bit for roaming. Obviously, he's already roamed up into the top side of the jungle to try and slow down Zefter's jungle clear early on. He roamed down to the bot lane to get a kill there. He has given Yeku a little bit of time to get 2 tower plates in the mid lane. So there we go, perfect timing. He's actually up in gold.
Yeah,
so even though they got the tower platings in the mid lane, Yeku's currently up in gold. Has a backport as well, and is actually cancelling Rekner from going back because he hasn't even gone back to base yet to buy his items. So he's going to be very, very healthy, but you can very, very rich. You can see, yeah, he
stopped him again.
He just keeps on getting stopped to mid lane. He can't go back, and this kind of gives Yeku a bit of an advantage that he can just push his lane and maybe try and look for a 1 versus 1 because he already has that Phage and Ruby Crystal complete.
Yeah, he's going to be way ahead in terms of items and damage that he's able to put out there. Babane putting some damage down on the minions. They're trying to shove that wave in, realizing that obviously both Josh and Hester wanted to go back, so trying to shove the lane down as quick as they can and go back to buy. It's still not gone back to buy Rekner, by the way. Meanwhile, Yeku actually did. Yeku's going to look to try and go towards the top lane here and see if he can maybe interfere with Katana. Patterson did go back to buy. He's going to switch across. Okay, so it's a lane switch. So Patterson going down to the Dragon lane now.
This is really interesting. So trying to put Yeku up against Katana in the Baron lane and putting Garen up against that Riven. I guess because Riven is so far ahead already, he's trying to be able to, you know, basically deny the aggression of Rekner because, you know, when you're playing Garen in the side lane, you're basically unkillable. Once you get Hull Breaker, once you get a few defensive items.
Can we look in the pit, please? Can we look in the pit, please?
This will be fine. I think they're just going to take Dragon and yeah, they're just trading objectives for now.
Go. Oh, that's actually Rekner's getting aggressive down the bottom there on Patterson a little bit. He's got to be careful. Just going full on. So the Herald's going to get thrown down in the mid. Oh, that's a good lockup, and I'll tell you what, Babane in trouble. Explosive cast being used, but not enough. You can see Swest tried to block the culling there. Wasn't quite working out for him, so Jash managed to go down. Swest is incredibly low. Hester not quite got enough to finish him off. You can see the Ignite burning. Oh, survive Zefter on absolutely nothing.
1 HP in a dream, but hey, that's the advantage that Yeku got in the mid lane, getting them few tower platings, and they were just like, oh, okay, we're going to focus this Rift Herald, take that mid lane tower, take the first tower of the game. That gives them a kill, that gives them the first tower of the game, also gives them a little bit of a gold lead as well. So, you know, even though the roams worked out for Reckoner in that early game, it does mean that the tower is low enough that the Rift Herald is able to take that first tower, and overall it is a team win for Viv overall.
Yep, getting themselves their first kill as well at the same time, so all good at the moment. So down in the Dragon lane, a little bit of focus here possibly. Cool Effects and Swest making their way down, possibly looking to maybe try and push in and get the second tower here, or just simply force Patterson out of lane. They do have the full wave coming. Patterson's explosive cast is going to be off cooldown any second now, and Patterson will just back away with this. Obviously, he is a Garen in the day. Meanwhile, in the top lane, that is a full gank. Katana doing basically the same thing there, Viv, but they make it work. They get themselves the kill and the tower to back it up.
Yeah, so Patson doing really well just to play passive and play safe down in the Dura lane, just making sure that he doesn't die. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, it's basically a trade in towers, but Viv actually get a kill for it as well onto Katana. So really, really well played for Viv. Again, getting another little bit advantages. These little advantages at the moment that Viv are getting, which have them that little bit of a gold lead for now. You can see the items-wise, nothing too crazy in terms of items. You see the Hull Breaker for Garen. You can see that Zefto is going to go for Rylai, so he's going to be sewing a lot with all the pulls that he has down. The Imperial Mandate as well, as Josh could get caught here.
Yeah, going to get locked up. Nothing you can do about that. Just got caught out by the Katanas. Camille, Grand Challenger immediately catching straight on him. And actually stealthed up as well to try and jump on him. I think he should have read the situation. He did. I mean, he was stood under the tower, but it's not like you could do when there's four-man dive coming your way.
Yeah,
so
it's a little bit difficult. You know, Hextech Ultimatum, you basically can't move anywhere.
It comes a long way back as well. Yeah, it's a long ulti. There's no doubt about it. Patterson's going to come in and try and disrupt. He's got the help, and actually there's going to be kills across the board here. Katana will get chased down. Meanwhile, you can see in one comes another. Yeku off the side at the moment, but Rekna should be able to back this one up onto Zefta. Will finish it off there, but now he's got to be careful because he's got support coming down the river. Patterson's going to try and get in, and Rekna has to respect the backup there. Ended up being a 2-for-1, despite the fact it was split all across the map.
A lot of split fighters at the moment. You can see that both teams are trying to group up together, trying to get picks in the side lane, or even sometimes in mid lane. Really well played by Heste to catch up Cool Effects in mid lane. And they also got a pick in the bot lane as well. They did trade one member for it. But again, Viv getting these little wins at the moment across the map, getting them a little bit of advantages. And you know, if we look at the comps as well, there's definitely a lot of scaling on the side of NASA. You know, you got the center that's going to be scaling up. The Riven and Camille are very good in the side lane. Gragas, we've seen what Gragas can do in late game, basically one-shot anyone. And, you know, Viv don't have the tankiest team, so I think if, you know, anyone gets body slammed by the Gragas, they're pretty much going to get one-shot. But I think one thing to note at the moment is that NASA are grouping up quite a lot together. They're grouping up as like 3 or 4 members, rotating around the map, trying to get these picks with the Hextech Ultimatum, with the explosive cast, trying to isolate members of Viv. They are getting it, but Viv are doing very well at trading on the opposite side of the map.
Well, Herald's up, and that looks like it's going to be the focus of the first real team fight that we'll see here. The question is, can they separate anyone? Zefta's going to be the target to go for. We'll be able to pick him off. He's not going to be able to survive that now. What's going to happen to the rest of the team? Because they're getting picked off here. Viv looking very good suddenly. Turning it around. Patterson has to back away from that one. It was a 2-for-1, though, in Viv's favor. So it does surprise me that NASA are going to start this one off because they have to be respect what's coming their way. Jash off the side there does have the culling ready and waiting if he wants to try and burn that down, try and chop some of those hit points. He goes the steal. It was actually Hester that got the steal in there of all things, and they get themselves the kill. And this is what I was talking about. You've got to respect. You just lost 2 team members. You're a member down. You can't surely start off a Rift Herald there. But of all things, it was Hester that got the steal.
I mean, I guess they were confident enough because the big thing just before that in the team fight is they actually caught out Zefta. Zefta was dead, you know, the jungler was dead. So they're like, okay, we have the smite, but Hester jumps in with his second ability, steals the Rift Herald, and survives on little to no HP as well and is able to escape. So a big win for Viv, and unfortunately for NASA, that's definitely not going to look good for them.
The fact is, when you're in the pit or in and around the pit and there's a Z, you're going to get a lot of damage down on top of you. Yeah, you are grouped up. It's just perfect timing. That's why Yeku came out with the double kill there. 4-0-3 now for Yeku as well, looking very strong. And because that all happened at once, obviously it does mean there is a battle for the Mountain Drake now going to be coming up. So they're going to have to respect that. They're just going to simply use the Herald as a distraction force. In fairness, I don't think Viv even wanted it. They were just simply going for it because NASA started it off. Now they're going to try and jump around. Explosive cast completely countered. Dark Shield managed to do his job. You can see they're trying to go in. It is going to be Babane holding off as much as they can. They're still dragging. You can see it's actually being tanked out by NASA at the moment. It will get switched across. Still only the Babane kill at the moment. At the moment, they should be able to try and take it down. Hestate taken very low. Has the dash out. Does dash out. Actually goes into the Dragon. Batson in the pit. They do manage to lock down the Dragon more importantly. But what would they lose? The mid turret almost certainly.
Hestate survives on 1 HP again. Man on a mission. He jumps in, jumps back out, and he survives. But they are going to lose mid lane tower. I think Viv really wanted to get that second dragon to make sure that NASA are not in that 3 dragon potential in terms of win condition. You can see that we're trying so hard to go for the engages, but you know, Patterson and Yeku both diving in, making sure and kind of creating that barrier between them and the dragon, making sure you know, that Swest can't use a flash, can't body slam into the dragon pit. Kind of like a meat shield, I guess you could say, for Yeku and Patterson. So they do take the dragon. They do lose the mid lane tower, though. We are still looking at a pretty even game. It's only about a 3,000 gold difference, 4,000 gold difference between the two teams. And so far, you know, we kind of questioned about this Zed first pick. So far, it's worked out pretty well for Yeku in this mid lane. You can see that he's actually even in gold with Reckoner at the moment. So these two mid lane playmakers are going to be the one to keep your eyes on during these team fights.
One thing I did notice, and the big important thing I wanted to talk about beforehand, was Zefta's Black Shield. It's like so quick you've got to be to try and get it. Dark Bind, it does land. I was going to say, I don't think they're going to be able to lock him up. He should be able to get around this. Obviously, Camille is very hard to lock down at the best of times. So Katana just goes out, use that Hextech challenge to help in his escape. But yeah, the explosive cast coming in, just being separated. You've got to be so quick to A, see the explosive cast coming, and B, to sort of pick
React.
who you're going to put that Black Shield on. Yeah, it's incredible reaction time.
It's not as easy as you have a mouse and keyboard. You have to actually, you know, move your thumb around and basically control it. So it's actually a lot more difficult to control who you're using that target on. Most of the time, what Zefta will probably do is just use it on himself and maybe go in and try and use his ultimate to maybe try and pick out Swest if he does, if he does walk forward, because if Swest does walk forward, use the explosive cast, it means he might be isolated from the rest of his team. So he has to be very, very careful. You see, Core Effects currently 71 souls on this center. Once you reach about 100 souls, I mean, to be fair, 70 souls in 14 minutes is actually pretty damn good going at the moment for this center. Also with the Manamune fully stacked, and also the Serratus Grudge, which we briefly saw. So he does have the slows, but you're really looking at 100 souls for Senna. Once Senna gets 100 souls, you get all the extra damage, you get the extra attack range as well at the same time. And because he's going for a more carry build, Stress was mentioning in the draft that like they don't really have a lot of range. So it's actually really, I really like that Call Effect has gone for more damage instead of a more utility Senna build. So you have that backline damage just in case you do need it.
Yeah, in terms of combos, when you think of it, they're effectively double death balls. When you think of the team fights, they're, you know, obviously NASA are kind of stacking in there with the Riv and the Gragas, the set. Everybody's sort of on top of each other. Katana just taking a bit of poke there. They're actually trying to turn this around. So while they are 4-man grouping, NASA are actually down a man because they're going for the split push down the bottom there. Also to the point that Swest is not there. That's going to be a full dive. That should be able to get himself the kill. If he turns this one around, doesn't actually get the kill, but they do get the tower, and that's the more important thing.
I mean, I think he used stasis to try and keep himself alive, but he didn't actually do enough damage with his death mark to be able to get the kill, and that means Reckoner might be able to trade a tower. He's not going to be able to in the end, but Swest this whole time as well was able to steal the red buff and steal the golem, so that means there's just a little bit of gold taken away. But like you said, the big thing was that Viv were able to take that Baron lane tower. And you can see, you know, there's not really too much split pushing happening at the moment. You know, Reckoner's trying, Katana's trying, Patson's trying, but it's all about the teams grouping up at the moment, trying to get picks with their comps, because it's all about, you know, single target damage, all about isolating targets on both sides. You know, NASA wants to get Katana with the Hextech Ultimatum, try and catch someone out. You know, Zefta wants to try and get the Dark Binding, you know, with Yeku's ultimate. with Patterson's ulti on top of that. So you can see that teams are grouping out. But with the Ocean Dragon up in about 35 seconds, that will probably be the next aim point for both of these teams. But I don't think there'll be too much of a team fight because both teams have 1 dragon apiece. You know, we don't have that 3 dragon potential for either side, and Ocean Dragon's not really that important. The only reason you'd want to take Ocean Dragon is to buff up either the Infernal Dragon for NASA or the Mountain Dragon for the side of Viv.
That may well be the focus tile you can see in terms of wards. Viv very much getting their coverage, but they have completely left that top wave exposed. That's going to be an easy tier 1 turret. Now let's see if they can catch anyone out in mid. Hester almost getting caught out there. Little poke back and forward. Patterson and Reckner just testing the waters to see if anyone's stronger than the other at the moment. No real surprises there, but they are giving up the dragon and they're taking themselves the tier 2 turret for it. I think it's a pretty fair trade. They can keep pushing this. They've got to get that dragon down very quickly, but it doesn't seem they want to shove it. They're just going to send it back. Almost got the reset.
My heart nearly sunk. I saw the exclamation mark about the dragon.
If they're quick enough, they can respond. But they've got to be careful of the collapse that's going to come around to me. And NASA are coming through the jungle. They are pinging it. They've got the wards there. They've got the vision there. There's the flash. There's the engage. They catch them off. And NASA are looking great here. 4-man knocker from Hester, but it doesn't matter. And there's no team to back him up at the moment. Yeku can try and run away from this one. He will back away to his shadow. Tries to dive in on the back line, but look at the damage coming through. Got to be careful of the silence there. Reckner trying to get the damage onto Jash, but not quite enough. While that was all happening, Yeku did disappear back to his shadow and end up backing in the jungle. So NASA, decent claps coming out from them there. But Viv, I'll tell you what, while they didn't get the tower down, they took a massive chunk out of it.
I think the big thing that you mentioned before was about the Black Shield for Morgana, because he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to use it at all. Yep. It just flashed over the wall, used his explosive cast, used the body slam combo afterwards. Zefta couldn't do anything. He didn't even use his ulti at all. Didn't use ulti. Didn't use his flash. He just wasn't able to at all. You can see. It's
just
back
took down Swest 1v1.
That's a big thing as well, because that's the jungler down for 45 seconds, so maybe they can look towards this Baron potentially, but Yeku's caught as well.
They have to come out on top in this fight with Yeku going down. Patterson wants to get that slam down onto Reckner. He was looking to try and get something from this one, going to disappear into the pit and hopping over the wall, as you mentioned, with the Baron, Dragon. Oh, that's a great catch from Hestate. Catches on towards him. Pabane, don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. He's just going to be gifted, in fact. They could have turned that into a Baron play if they thought about it. Obviously realizing the timer's down there, but I think it's a little too risky now.
Yeah, it's a little too risky. It's 10 seconds now until Swest is alive, so they're not going to be able to do enough damage, especially with Yeku dead. Yeku normally can do quite a lot of damage with the Zed on the Baron pit, so unfortunately, not going to be able to take Baron because, I mean, Nassau are doing quite well to try and push in this Baron lane and create pressure on this Baron lane. They're getting picks at the same time, but a really nice 1v1 from Jash coming in as a substitute for Viv, getting a 1v1 kill against West. Showing the power of this Lucian, going for the Manamune Black Cleaver Blade of Rune King build, which I normally flame people for, but I've seen it more often and given it a try myself, so I think I'll just let him off this time. Obviously, these guys are pros and not me, so, you know, there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah, over my many years of Wild Rift and League of Legends, I've always looked at builds. Sometimes you question it, and in fairness, you know, I've had right to question some of them when the likes of Genja pulled out some really weird stuff. But honestly, often enough, there's a reason. There's always a reason for it. Yep. And the fact is, sometimes, and even my friends, everyone that watches League or Wild Rift always have their own opinion on builds, item builds. That's terrible. But it obviously is also always almost situational, those builds as well.
That's a big word, is situational. And that's the thing with Wild Rift, is that for a long time, there wasn't really that situational, you know, I guess you can say situational situation, I guess you could say, for builds, because they, you know, some items were just so strong.
They just simply worked,
build, yeah, exactly. You
powered over it effectively.
You just build the same items over and over again, but because more items, you know, more champions are getting added, balances are changing all the time, balances as well. It does mean that the builds are different. You know, I kind of do like the Blade Rune King Black Cleaver build, because you do have quite a few bruisers and quite a few tanks on the side of NASA that you can burst through with this build. So I think the big eyes to keep on in this next fight is the Elder Dragon. Dragon up. You can see that both teams trying to get that mid lane priority. No one split pushing at the moment, looking at the side waves, both side waves. Actually, that big, massive top wave for Viv, that is going to push in for Viv, so that's a huge wave that can potentially get the inhibitor tower. But the big thing is, though, is that they're actually starting off this Elder Dragon. NASA are just completely clueless. It's down to 7,000 health already, and this might be gone before NASA even get close.
Yeah, they're using the Culling there. You can see Jash using the Culling to try and keep them away. They've realised what's happening. They go piling in. Will they get it? No. It's actually going to be Zefta that comes out on top. Patterson's the one that actually got the Dragon down.
Yeah, but
NASA surely should be able to turn this around. Yekyu is still alive. The Guardian Angel is now going to proc off on the backside. And I'll tell you what, NASA are in all more of trouble here. Rekner will come back up. There's nothing he can do. He gets finished off. It will be Yekyu getting picked off by Cool Effects in the end. But he is the only one standing. And they're going to try and flash in there. You can see Patterson flashing through. They might try and finish the game right here, right
beautiful.
now. That was really nice from Hester.
Yeah, you can see the Baron lane wave, as I mentioned, pushing in, and they're going to be able to finish this game. Really, really well played by Viv to zone out NASA. They did it for the second Dragon, they did it for the Elder Dragon, and they're able to end this first game of the series.
Yeah, and it's impressive because obviously they tanked it up all the way. In fairness, if you were to look at NASA and they'd have come out on top of the team fight, they had a massive wave showing the bot wave lane as well, the Dragon lane, so they could have done similar. It was a simpler case of who was going to come out in that fight. I'd love to obviously have another look at that fight because we never got a chance to replay, right, to see really what happened in there. But it was simply a case, to me, like immediately, it looked like NASA kind of went in one by one. Without seeing the replay.
I think the problem is in that situation when Babane flashed in and they realized how low the Elder Dragon is,
they were like,
you just have to go for it.
Yeah,
because if you give up the Elder Dragon, that means that Viv can then force towards the Baron. There's no real contest towards that Baron. You give up Elder plus Baron and that's time of the game, and it's very, very difficult to come back.
Really importantly in that last fight, Patterson runs at Swest on that Garen, hits him, he silences him, ults him, kills him. No chance of ever getting in towards the Baron. We have some replays from that game. I should say Elder Dragon, of course it was. So we have replays of that game. Let's take another look at it. And one thing that I really want to bring up, and this might sound really harsh, but I just felt like NASA were playing the opposite side of the map, basically at all times. Like every time we were setting up for a Dragon, they were basically defending the base on the other side. The time that Swest died in bottom lane to Jash 1 versus 1, the rest of his team had just won a fight and they were heading to Baron. He was de-pushing bot wave, which is important, and it is something that you have to do because Jash would have taken towers, but it just meant that the team was never really on the same page for taking the same objective. And similarly in this last one, they had the crab vision on the Elder Drake, and I think it baited them into a false sense of security that Morg and Lucian couldn't just do it off vision, and then by the time they realized, they're like, oh damn, I guess we can't really get in on it.
I didn't even realize they took the Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah.
So they actually
they
knew
thought they had it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that they knew the entire time. Obviously, I just see it now that the Scuttle Crab vision was actually over to NASA. So that means that they knew the entire time that it was happening. So I guess it's really, really well played from Viv to get that mid lane priority. Create, as I mentioned before, create that meat shield between them and the objectives. And as you mentioned, Stress, Patterson jumping onto Swest with the silence, Garen game in, using the ultimate. There's not really much you could do against a beefy Garen as a Gragas.
Yeah, and that's the downside of full AP Gragas, right? We've seen full AP Gragas one-shot people. We know the strength of it, but the downside is if you get hit by a bruiser or something like that, you can't take that extended fight where Gragas heals himself back up and deals damage the entire time. I think that was a pretty impressive game from Viv, actually. To kind of bounce back, as we said, Jash coming into the lineup didn't look amazingly good in the middle of the week, but they looked like the proactive team the entire time, and I think part of that's to do with Heste's Rakan. We've cast it so many times, Stuart, you and I. D-Man, like, Heste's Rakan gets work done, even steals Rift Heralds.
He steals Rift Heralds as well, I mean, you saw it a couple of times. Actually, there was one time he went in, he got a 4-man knockup. Unfortunately, didn't have the backup of his team, but it was a great knockup. Unfortunately, the rest of his team were already peeling away. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it definitely was a big part of it. Even towards the end there in that last fight, he managed to get a big knockup again. It can be such a disruptive champion, and obviously we were looking, if you were to look at the bans, the pick and bans that we had there were some questionable ones in there towards the end, and I think maybe if NASA are going to look at the next game, I think Rakan might be a ban.
I think the big thing is as well, you talk about Josh coming as a substitute, actually got the most gold in the end in this entire game. Got that 1 versus 1 kill in the bot lane. You can see that in the team fights, they were trying to focus down this Lucian, but the big thing is that when you're playing this more tanky style Lucian, you can see with the health that you get from Black Cleaver. You got Death Stance as the final item as well. So it's very, very difficult for these bruisers to jump onto Jash. Yeku in the end dealing the most damage, so he wasn't able to deal that much damage. But yeah, I think as you mentioned, you know, Heste is the one always setting up the fights, whether it's engage, whether it's disengage, whether it's, you know, 2v2, 5 versus 5. Heste is always there on the Rakan. I always say you have to be careful every single time. If you leave that Rakan open, Heste will prioritize it every single time. And he's proven time and time again why you need to be careful of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's always that option as well, right? Even if it doesn't necessarily fill the role that you might expect in a meta, like I think it's such a good thing for Hesse to always be able to lean back on. And I think that the fact that they get Zed first pick for Viv opened this game up a lot. The ability for Yeku to cause trouble, buy a lot of time for Jash. Because that's the worst, is if you're playing as a newer AD carry on a team and you have to basically solo carry, if you are playing that everything, all the eggs in one basket style, it's a lot harder to play than when you've got a Zed jumping into the backline for you and you just have to play this kind of like always moving forward frontline style. So I think Viv looked a lot better than I was expecting to in this first game, and whereas NASA looked weirdly not on the same page.
So today. I mean, you called it in the pick-a-ban phase that for NASA, because they had this massive lack of range, you know, if the explosive cask didn't work, and they had to commit, because as soon as that explosive cask goes out, they're all going in. And if that hasn't worked, if something's gone wrong with that, suddenly they find themselves, okay, we either need to flash out or complete this fight. So immediately there's that whole communication aspect that's going to delay the fight a little bit. Should we stay? Should we go? What's the focus? And suddenly if it backfires, well, you're going to lose at least 3 members in that pace. And that was what it was. Every team fight you looked at, they were kind of like, we're in, but we're not quite got enough damage, and then Viv would come out on top. I mean, because Lucian's just sat there going, la 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 la.
The only real fight that they got was that one in the mid lane where they actually collapsed onto Viv, where Swesh jumped over the wall, was able to flash over the wall, sorry, get that explosive cast, get the body slam onto Zefto, and he wasn't able to use any of his abilities. But other than that, you know, as you mentioned, Stress, they kind of always play on the opposite side. They're trying to get, you know, more objectives and more in terms of towers, in terms of that gold, which, you know, in terms of gold graph, you can see that it was definitely up and down throughout the entire game. So they did try and come back in gold. But when it came down to them 5 versus 5 team fights, that was the real downside.
I would also say, while Riven was there wasn't a lot of counters to the Zed. Like, obviously, that the focus was, because they were going for Zefta so often, they were locking him down, they were either trying to pull him into the fight and kill him as quick. While they were immediately using all abilities to get him, Zed's at the side going, I'm literally just doing all the damage to him. And I think he was the highest damage, if I'm not mistaken, at the end there as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. There's a couple of points I do want to touch on, which we will pick up before we go to the draft. I think it's a hubris to not just lock the Garen when you see Zed first pick. I think to let Garen go through and be like, nah, we don't want that matchup. We don't want to do that. Yep. There's a few other things that I think really interesting about this match. We'll get to that the other side of our commercial break. But before we do head to break, we've got a few shout-outs for our sponsors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Starting, of course, with the headline sponsor here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We talked last week about how, you know, all of the top gaming phones that you can find out there on the market are powered pretty much by a Snapdragon processor. We want to know if you did actually take a look at your phone. Let us know in chat if you actually have gone and checked out the specs. Tell us whether you are using a Snapdragon processor. But we want to give them a shout out for, of course, making some of the best processors for gaming phones. Of course, better processor, higher FPS, smoother gameplay. That's what you want. And you know that you got a Snapdragon processor if you are using the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. We'll get to talking about it later, but that flip phone always is the interest for me is like, yes, massive screen real estate.
Screen estate. It was like submerging it.
I'm not going to try that. I'm not cool enough to start making new words up. But I am past my first monster of the day, and that is why there's a bit of a rush going on here. Monster are the ones fueling us here on the desk throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I know. You just chugged that in between the game.
What can I say? It's delicious. Delicious, the pipeline punch. Then, of course, DHL, one of our other partners, you can head over to esl.gg/DHL quiz. Get your entries in for the chance to win 100 euros of ESL shop vouchers. And while you are typing things into your browser using your keyboard, follow the link for our Discord community as well. That's where we want to hear from you again about whether you've got a Snapdragon processor, what your predictions are, whether you think my predictions are terrible, whether you think the rest of the desk, you know, their predictions are better than mine. I think the numbers will speak for themselves by the end of this one, but that means we need to see some more games in order to be either right or wrong about our prediction. And that is going to be the other side of the break in just a few minutes when we come back for Game 2 between NASA and Viv Esports.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello guys, I'm Babane. I play with Nasser Esports and I'm at the support role. Actually, we work hard and we work a lot and we work to our opponents and we are so excited for the next week. Team Queso is the one of the best teams in Europe and they are the last European champions. They are actually is good right now with the new support player. They have new transfer. Uh, they seems like it's really good. Yeah. We think we have a high chance because this meta in the Wild Rift, everyone can beat everyone. There is no surprise, and we believe ourselves, and we can do it. There is no count, by the way, and Rix GG, Team Queso, Formulation, and probably probably us, by the way. I think Parla is really strong, and they have improved a lot. Actually, they have new transfer to one of the Lonely King. Lonely King is one of the best top laner in Europe, and also Lubunya. Lubunya is the one of the best jungler in Europe too, and they have really good roster, and they are so strong. Yeah.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's game day 3, our first day of the week. We're in our first series of the week, and I feel like Viv may be back to business as usual because they had a shaky midweek. They had a series that didn't go their way last week, but I think this game 1 was looking impressive, even with Jash coming in instead of Kranix.
I think that was the big one, you know, will Jash fill in the shoes of Kranix in that dual lane? He showed in game number 1 that he was able to, you know, on that Lucian. We don't really see that many dual lane carries, but he showed, you know, you can still play this late game scaling Lucian, you know, with the Manamune, the Black Cleaver, and the Blade of Rune King, and he definitely popped off in the previous
I would
game.
love to have seen that 1v1 because I'm intrigued how a Lucian beats an AP Gragas.
Well,
I mean, I can only imagine he like dodged the explosive cast or the body slam or something. Yeah.
Full AP Gragas against Lucian when you were mentioning about the anti-bruiser build, like Gragas is going to melt a little bit. I'm sure it was an outplay as well. We've got our MVP of the first game. There's a couple of people it could go to, so let's take a look at who is going to get it. It is going to be Hester. Okay, I think it's a great choice for the MVP. As flashy as Lucian and Zed look, Hester makes things look even better when he's going in, stealing Rift Heralds, getting the engages that they need. So Rakan, I think it has to be a must-ban if they're looking at their support in the second phase. I don't know about first phase. It's always like, do you respect it that much? It's always difficult.
I mean, I'm impressed he got that Baron Steel because Rift Herald Steel because at the time he didn't really have that much damage. Obviously, later on you get a lot of damage on the support, even support Rakan. But at the time he didn't really have it. I think, if anything, I think he went in for the knockup and maybe probably caught it literally as someone smited
Went in for luck.
Well, if I remember correctly, and I did watch the replay, I was trying to look really carefully for it. I believe that the smite wasn't up and available for Swiss when they started the Rift Herald. It was at least that he'd recently used it, and you know, there's that in-between moment between charge 1 and charge 2 where you're waiting for it. I believe he caught him in that rotation right in between. So, but that goes to a little bit about the weird gameplay from NASA in this game 1, and this is something I wanted to talk about before we head into the draft. I'm always happy when teams are very active playing on the other side of the map when they're not an objective, but you have to trade at least even. If you're trading down in that trade and you're like, oh, we'll give them their second dragon of the game, but we'll just take 1 turret and commit 5 people, not get vision control and back away, it's never going to get you back into the game. It's almost
they were reactive,
worth
basically, and not proactive.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is like, you see good teams and the best teams trade up in situations like that. Well, we'll give them the dragon, but maybe we get the inhib or something like that. If you commit the resources, you have to get at least close to what you're giving away. And I just felt like they never were in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Viv just got that extra step every single time. You know, that trade in the top lane tower to the bot lane. Yes, it was 1-for-1 trading towers, but Viv got that extra kill.
Yeah.
Viv got that Rift Herald in mid lane. You know, even though Reckoner was rotating down to the bot lane, they were trying to be proactive in that early game because, you got their few tower plates in mid lane. You give up the Rift Herald early on, 3 mid lane towers. You know, it felt like the NASA were trying to make these plays, you know, whether they're proactive or reactive, but Viv always just like, you know, seem to come out on top. Yeah, they always seem to come out on top, whether it's to do with the Rift Heralds or towers or even taking the small advantages with kills.
I do wonder how much of a part of that was a case of if the Gragas is not here, we can't engage. I just wonder, is like, we gotta wait, he's coming. Okay, he's here now. Can we get engaged? No, it was too late.
Some of those moments, like defending the top tower, he was taking crab vision and stealing the red buff on the bottom side as they were doing that push.
Well, if you think of that tower push on the top, when Swest was in the mid, he was shoving him in. It's like, what are you doing? If you're not here, we can't do anything.
And that's what I mean about trading up, right? Is like, dragon control is good, but if you're losing an inner tower and losing a lot of pressure and summoners and all of that, like, it doesn't balance out. But as we head into a second draft, NASA now on the blue side, going to take away the Lucian already. That is, I mean, blue side gives you the ability to take out some of those, targeted bans. Rakan may find itself on the ban list then for that reason, but that would leave us with a lot of strong open picks as we head into our first phase.
It might be the same sort of ban phase that we saw in game number 1 where, you know, both teams left up all these power picks. A lot of focus on the likes of Fiora, the likes of Jax, Renekton as well. So already 3 Baron lane champions gone. Lucian's going to be banned away, the Gwen as well. So again, we might see the same situation where the likes of, you know, Zed are open, Gragas is open. Zed actually going to be banned for Viv this time, so he's not going to give that over to Reckoner. But that does leave Gragas open. Obviously, it didn't work in game number 1. Force West, but maybe it works this time in net. Wow, they switch it up completely.
First pick Yone.
I mean, Yone wasn't banned or picked at all in game number 1.
Yeah.
So
nor was Karma there. That's what surprised me.
Karma
It was just
as well,
completely left open as well. We saw almost all last week. Karma was first pick no matter what. Akali, of course, was the first ban in the last matchup. This time, immediately going to get locked in.
Yeah, and there are a lot of picks still available, though. That's a very early lease in coming through for Zefta. One of the picks that we know that Zefta is synonymous with. Karma now locked in for NASA. We've still got the Gragas available if they want it. There's the Morgana still up. If we want to go Senna gameplay, we're going that direction as well, potentially. A lot still available for this draft as NASA. This is a very, very early Yone. Picking up the Galio, which we saw be almost a counter matchup in that mid lane as well. So now bringing... at the same time, I'm like, ooh, you are forcing things in this draft really hard into a direction that you may end up against a wall against. Because now you've got Galio and Yone picked already. Where's this comp getting rounded out?
They want the knockup comp, right? They want to enable Yone. Gragas still out there. Nautilus, I was about to say, was banned obviously before, is going to get locked in. So we're seeing obviously what the support's going to be. Still Akali, almost certainly... Well, I was about to say almost certainly going to be Patterson. Could almost certainly be Yeku as well. But obviously we know what the jungle is already. So Camille banned out. Yes, we saw Katana doing that to relative decent success in the previous matchup. So a focus on what's going on in the Baron lane now. And there's the look. So Lux banned, right? Lux wasn't completely ignored, but obviously with the Nautilus in there, it's a possibility now.
Yeah, I think you have to be. I think you have to. I mean, I'm looking at NASA's comp, and I've been thinking this entire time. I mean, Karma isn't really a champion that I really relate to with Reckoner. You know, I see a lot of bruisers, a lot of AD assassins. Karma is a very different playstyle to them. Yes, it can still be the dual lane Karma for Cool FX if he does want to go for that route, but he normally plays a Morgana, and Morgana is completely open at the moment for both teams. Maybe something that Josh might look towards for this dual lane as the Vi and the Varus gets banned away. But yeah, a lot of early priority on this Yone, which we saw a little bit of a mixed reactions. Obviously, we saw in the SEA games earlier as well. You know, we saw Yone jungle, Yone Baron lane. For us here in Europe and in EMEA, we've seen a lot of Yone mid lane. So definitely that flexibility option still there for that Yone.
If I was Josh, I'd be flexing right now. He's just had 2 bans focused at him. I'd be like, yeah, see the impact I made on that first game. Look at that. Yeah, obviously the Varus being banned out. Varus buffed, by the way, in the patch, obviously, wasn't he? We'll see how that's going to be next week. But Shyvana, okay, I mean, this you already saw, obviously, with the Vi, they were trying to block out the knockups, but there are so many options out there, so not too surprised to see the Shyvana coming in. So it does mean that the Dragon focus could be pretty big for NASA. We'll see, obviously, when we get into the game, how that's going to work out. Where are you going with then? Okay, so you're looking at a Dragon laner to finish out, round out here.
No, it's mid lane. Okay, so it's going to be Karma for Cool FX. Then.
Yes. So Karma
Wait,
Galio.
so is that this Yone Baron lane then? Yeah, Yone Baron lane for Katana, and then it's going to be Reckoner mid lane on Ahri. I mean, I was saying that Karma is definitely a different champion for Reckoner. Even Ahri is a completely different champion for Reckoner as well. Definitely 2 champions I was very curious about. There's the Morgana, as I mentioned, probably going to go for Josh down in the dual lane. I kind of expected it, with that being one of the only real mage options now for that dual lane. You already have quite a heavy AD, you know, mid and jungle. You do have the Akali, but I think the big thing is they actually flexed that Yone up to Baron lane, because I think Viv expected this Yone to go mid lane. That's why they picked the Garen as kind of like this tank matchup. But then NASA are just like, okay, we're going to flex this now. We're going to put this in the Baron lane, and now you're going to be against an Ahri in the mid lane. I think that's going to be really difficult for a Garen to step up.
With that being said, also Akali, both teams have that flexible potential here, and I think that is... I feel like on paper that's a losing change for NASA now, right? Like, this is the problem with how they've forced their composition. This comp doesn't have much of an identity. Like, you have a Shyvana that wants to farm, you have an Ahri who wants to push and move, you have a Galio who kind of wants to push and move, and a Karma who facilitates a team fight, and you're like, we don't really do anything particularly well. Whereas I feel like Viv's comp, on the other hand, is just like really strong picks for a lot of their roles.
He misses that charm. He's in trouble. He's in trouble against Akali. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's always a tricky matchup anyway. Obviously, you know, they're both very competent players, but you know, if you make that one mistake, it's going to cost you.
That flexibility in the end definitely caught me off guard.
It did, yeah.
There's a lot of flexibility. That's the crazy thing is that so many different players can play so many different champions. You know, the likes of Akali and Garen. Exactly. You know, likes of Garen and Akali can go mid or top. You know, likes of Yone and you know, there's a lot of flexibility. So as you mentioned, I think Stress, I think the downside is definitely over to Nasa because now that Garen's going to be in that Baron lane against the Yone, it means that Yone can't really play aggressive too much. But we've seen, you know, last week, we've seen during the week as well, we've seen the SEA games, you know, if Yone can scale, get a few items, then that Garen is just going to get completely shredded.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, Josh had his one game of playing a marksman.
Back
to mage duty. Get back onto mage duty in game number 2. Well, get back onto casting duty, D-Man.
Do you reckon when that ban came in Evolution, he was like, oh.
Yeah, he's like,
sad face.
Oh, I guess I'm just playing mages
game.
now. But let's get ourselves into game number 2. D-Man and Stuart taking it away for the cast.
Yeah, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into game 2. Will it be a quick 2-0 for Viv, or will NASA have something up their sleeve for this game? I gotta be honest, in terms of the pick and bans, I felt Viv came out on top there. I felt they've got some great engage, great pick potential, a lot of burst damage in there. I kind of worry for NASA myself. Because NASA I feel like almost a one-trick pony. It's like, we either engage the Yone or we don't.
I think the Yone is definitely going to be a big factor in this game. Obviously, Baron lane Yone is the first time that we've seen it. Against the Garen, you're not going to have that much in the early, that much luck in the early game, especially when you're going at grasp on Garen's every single time he trades. He's just going to gain health. He's just going to be able to heal up. Yone not going to be able to do too much, but as I mentioned, you know, Yone one of the best scaling champions at the moment in Wild Rift. Once you get the likes of Blade Ruin King, Solari Charge Blade, you surprisingly do a lot more magic damage than anything else. So it means that the itemization on the side of Viv is definitely going to be very, very difficult.
What I see happening potentially.
You've seen into the future.
What I'm looking at is when these team fights do start to happen. I feel that Zefta may be defensive this time, rather than being that aggressively sin. A simple case of Shyvana pounce in, kicked out. Yone go in, kicked out. And then suddenly like, oh, what's next? I mean, Ari's going to go in, sure, straight into an Akali. Good job, good luck with that. Or go straight in, dash in, silenced. Oh, guys, anybody?
Can't really do too much.
Yeah, so I just see everything in the win column for Viv right now.
There is a lot of engage on the side of NASA, and there's not really a lot of going out. There's a lot of going in for NASA.
Yeah. But that's what they had in the last game. They had all committal, and then if it goes wrong badly. Anyway. Well, that's my theory crafting, and what may happen here is Zefta already finding damage onto Rekna. That does mean they're going to lock up and get the damage down on Babani there. Had to use the flash.
Double flashes already burned for Viv. The mid lane as well is the big one. Katana's very low. As I mentioned, you know, this Yone is not very good in the early game. Zefta's here as well. Could look to maybe safeguard over the wall and look for that Sonic wave.
The rest of the team are coming as well. There's a 4-man invade onto the top here, half here. What is going on? They're all going to look to try and Katana. They just see that juicy fat target. He's not going to be allowed to get the honey fruit. Will back away. They actually turn their attention onto Rekna.
No
Rekna in sore trouble. Will get caught down. Babane, no flash either. He's going to get locked up. And Yeku will walk away from this one. And it's a 2-for-0 very early on, 2 minutes in.
The early aggression for Zefta in that mid lane, getting the double flashes from Babane and from Rekna. They go for the invade. They try and catch out Katana. The rest of NASA were trying to defend, but when you don't have a flash on Rekna, when you don't have a flash on Babane, you have all this mobility on the likes of Akali and Lee Sin. You can just dive straight back in, and Lee Sin just...
I think he stole it. Did he? Did he steal? Yes, he has.
He did
got
steal
it. Yep. So Zefta stealing away the blue buff as well there from Swess. So Swess being denied. That means, of course, the ulti available for Zefta already hits that level 5 early on. Zefta going across. Is he going to have a look down towards the bottom? They want to secure the blue buff themselves as well now.
This is big for Zefta because, you know, you pick this Lee Sin with against the Shyvana, and you need to play aggressive against the Shyvana early on. You can't let the Shyvana farm up and get the stacks on that passive in the early game. Obviously, taking the blue buff away is really, really big because it denies all the stacks. And again, you know, what you kind of mentioned in draft as well is that NASA are probably going to look towards these dragons, but now with the early lead that Viv have and the early advantages in terms of items, I could definitely see that maybe Viv look to contest this dragon and maybe just deny that away over to NASA, because I think the big thing is that if you just put this Shyvana behind, if you put the Yone and also the Ari behind, I feel like it's really, really difficult to compete with the likes of, you know, the likes of Garen, Lee Sin and Kalia. Look at this big, massive top wave that's pushing as well. Katana's already half HP. You can see Hester's even up here as well. He has his ulti. I think Katana could be in trouble.
Yeah, depth charge comes in. Dredge line gets flashed out.
He's just going to go back, though, to the Shadow. Look, he's right there. Look, there you go. He's dead.
I was just thinking, it's like, where's he going to go? Where's he going to go? Is the timer going to work? But no. Straight back in now. A couple of plates burnt down. Is there going to be enough damage here to try and back this one up? Zefta was the initial token. Patterson is. They're going to turn and burn. Yeah, okay. Just going to get the dredge line to back up there. And out they go. They took, what, 2-3 plates off there as well, I think?
Again, early aggression from Zefta, early aggression from Heste, shutting down this Yone in the Baron lane. That's the problem when you use Yone's third ability as a disengage, is that you're always going to go back to the Shadow. Doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter if you get CC'd, anything like that. You will always go back to that Shadow. So they were like, okay, you've used your ultimate already. Use your, second,
Look,
point of
like,
exchange.
and you just see the big line. It's like, yeah, you're going here. They both literally just collapse and it says, come on.
That's it.
It's like a crocodile sat there waiting, just like Jaws anticipation, ready and waiting.
Yeah, really, really well played by Viv in this early game. And Katana struggling a lot, and means that the Yone is going to take more and more time to scale up. And even against Yeku now, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. You can see Garen now down in the Dura lane. Only 64 stacks for Swest. He's definitely been shut down in terms of the farm and everything. Normally at this point of the game when the first objectives are up, you're looking for potentially that first upgrade, trying to get 100 stacks. Unfortunately, this game, not going to be able to. Riftmaker already completed, and it's actually Viv that go towards the Rift Herald, so they're actually going to give up this dragon over to Swest. I think the big thing is, though, is that he hasn't been able to get that many stacks in his early game to be able to take that first, or get that first upgrade. And now they're probably going to look towards his Baron lane. Yeah, they're going to focus the tower in the Baron lane and just put Katana further and further behind.
Well, they had vision, of course, because they had the Scuttle Crab Eye there, so they knew what was coming. But now they're going to try and trade tower for tower if they can. You can see they want to focus, and Patson's doing what he can to try and stop that. Meanwhile,
damage.
Katana will go back.
He's just
dead.
dead.
The tower down. Now, it's just got followed on there. I think Yeku managed to catch him just as he went back, right? So followed it all the way back there.
Yeku landed his third ability, and then it was just like, oh, we're just going to wait for you to go back, and then, oh, he travels all that way, and he's dead. Definitely not a good game for Katana this game around, and it shows you the struggle of Yone in the early game. It shows you that
Rift Herald.
It's definitely not a easy champion to play. I played Yone as well. It's definitely not an easy champion to play. I can tell you that for a fact.
Yeah. It's going to be a skill champion. I mean, that's what they're all about, right? But look at that.
Oh, he
That's
misses the
2
ulti.
towers going down.
No. It's the disaster game for Katana. It's one of them games where you just say to yourself, just like, okay, guys, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just
well, they're next, but unfortunately that would be a 2-0. So yeah,
there is no next this game, but it's one of them ones. Yeah, 0-3 on this Yone. So far behind in gold already 1,500 gold behind. You can see that, very squishy champion looking to dive in, completely misses his ultimate, only hits the Rift Herald in the end.
Ragnar fancies it. Yeku's pretty strong, but I think the Luden's Echo complete kind of fancies a little try on him, but he was just preventing him, if anything. Might be able to get tower damage here. Zephyr's going to come down here. You can see if they've just left Ragnar alone for a while here, you can clear that wave pretty quickly, shove it in. If they do completely ignore him and try and collapse on mid, which is what they're doing, yeah, okay.
Is he just dead again?
Yeki's back now. He's just, yep, that's...
Garen Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you do. You walk up, silence, ulti, tank everything. They were just going in bot lane as well. Yeah, this is just...
Yep.
This is just a complete stomp at this point. I mean, very well played by Viv. They're doing really well. They actually focused on the Katana in the early game. You can see they know how to play against Yone because they were able to...
well, they played it themselves last week, right? Yeku played it, didn't he? Last week, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah, during the week. Yeah, during the week. Yeah, he played it, yeah. So they definitely have that
I think
himself.
they played it the weekend as well. I'm pretty sure the Viv played it against Formulation, I want to say they played. No, they didn't play Formulation. Who did they play? Who was it on day 2?
Ice Cream and Ice Cream. I don't think they played against Ice Cream. I think it was only Snitch and Don that played Yone. They were only 2 players.
No, we had a couple. We had like 4 different Yones last week. He's looking at me. Look, you're going to make me open the spreadsheet, aren't you? You're going to make me do some work here.
Open the spreadsheet, D-Man.
Open that spreadsheet. Let's
open the spreadsheet. But while he opens the spreadsheet, we're going to carry on watching the game. Unfortunately, you guys can't see him open the spreadsheet because we've got
I can't even find the damn thing at the moment. It's in here somewhere.
You can't even find the spreadsheet. We need the spreadsheet. Production, send us a spreadsheet. We
Give me a link.
need to get this confirmed. But yeah, at the moment, Viv in a commanding 4,000 goal lead at the moment. You can see that they are controlling the whole map. They got the top lane tower. They didn't even need to use a Rift Herald. They were able to get the mid lane tower as well on top of that. NASA do respond with a tower of their own down in the bot lane, but it's only just a consolation prize at the moment because they are so far behind. 7 kills to 0. The first dragon did go over to NASA, but the problem is that you have such a big scaling comp. You know, you have this Yone that needs at least 2 or 3 items to even become relevant. You can see 2 levels behind Yeku already. Shyvana as well hasn't been able to farm up the jungle as much because he's had to defend his whole team. He did take the dragon, but he's probably very behind in terms of stacks. Now, it's down to Viv. With his second Rift Herald up in 10 seconds, Viv have to look towards this Rift Herald, maybe try and break that bot lane tower, or maybe even try and break more, maybe try and break that mid lane tier 2 tower. You found the spreadsheet?
I've got to find the hidden bleeding pages. They've hidden them all, haven't they? I've got to try and find the damn things now.
I think it's right down the end on the far right. We've got all the way down to the end.
I'm on the end. Data validation? No, that's not going to help me, is it? That's not going to help me.
Well, D-Man's not having a lot of luck. NASA are not having a lot of luck this game as well, unfortunately.
I'm going to request a simple stats sheet with champions played, I think, is the best thing I can hope for. When we go. Start going diva on them.
I demand this spreadsheet. I demand the answer. I'm still pretty sure it was only Snitch and Don that played Yone.
No, we definitely had more than that. We definitely.
I think you're losing your mind, D-Man.
Did Liquid ever get themselves in did they ever
Oh, we're going down that route. The spreadsheet doesn't help. We're going down the Wikipedia route.
I can't find the damn hidden files. Jeez, there we go.
Oh, God. All right.
Did they ever update?
The Rift Herald did get taken in the end by Zefta. They are going to try and work towards this bot lane now. It's the only outer tower they got left. The flash comes in, and that's another dead member on the side of NASA, and Viv are in full control. They're looking to bounce back from a very disappointing result during the week. And that means that they're going to try and bounce back in this as well. And this means that Viv will go up into that 2-1 and NASA will go down to 1 and 2. And that means that Viv, because it's a single round robin, they will be able to win that head-to-head tie if that ever comes in a couple of weeks' time. They're even going to crash down the tower even more in the bot lane. Rift Herald actually gets a second charge in the bot lane. They take the dragon for themselves. And meanwhile, Patterson is up in the Baron lane against Swess. Swess is just like, yeah, just give me more farm. That's all I want. Katana, he nearly dies again. Every time Katana jumps in, I mean, that's normally the power of Yone, is that you jump in with your third ability, you're able to jump back out of safety and basically deal free damage. But in this game, every single time he jumps in, he just gets CC'd by Nautilus, and he just potentially just gets one shot by the time he even jumps out. So a very difficult game for NASA.
Absolutely. They're not letting us show it. I can see it, Viv v Parla. I want to look at it, but then I can't look at it because he won't let me show because they've got it all locked down. Some stats man somewhere behind the scenes. But anyway, this game, all right. I mean, you know what? Maybe they could turtle up and no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they could turtle up and do anything.
I think we have to wait a long time. You know, Reckoner 0-4, Katana 0. Reckoner 0-3, Katana 0-4.
Yep.
You know, 2,000 gold behind for this Baron laner, and about 1,000 gold behind for the mid laner. It's very difficult when you fall behind on this comp. When you have the likes of Shyvana and Yone, you feel like you're completely useless at this point of the game when you're this far behind. When you've got a scaling comp. You need to try and do all you can to try and stall out the game as much as possible, but Viv are the ones that are just going to go in.
Stasis out of it, but that's just going to mean you get Dredge line on top of you. You've got a Garen spinning to win in there. A Kali comes in and just slaps you dead, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. Zefta did get taken low. They try and commit for it, but he just strolls away because Lee Sin can do that. Just gets his shield up and walks out of there. And, well, 3-0. This game is a wash.
I hate to say it, but I'm not too sure how much Katana has actually practiced Yone, because I don't think he's landed his Yone.
Are you trying to suggest when they went for the picks, they're like, we can first be Yone?
No, but he hasn't landed his ulti once. Like, every single time he dashes in, he's basically just dropped to half HP.
Do you think he got baited?
He struggled in this early game. I mean, this was their big first pick priority. This is their big one, and they weren't able to take it. And, yeah. I won't repeat what Stress has just showed me, but definitely some more pro players having maybe the same opinions as what I did into this game. A little bit difficult, but yeah, Katana hasn't landed a single ulti this entire game. It's definitely very difficult. And when you first pick priority this Yone, you reveal kind of a lot, and they even flexed it up into this Baron lane. Maybe that's kind of what they wanted, was that, you know, maybe they wanted Reckoner to play the Yone in the mid lane. They were like, oh, wait, we might be against a Garen in the mid lane. But actually, Viv were like, oh, we're just going to flex it in the Baron lane.
That's what I'm saying.
Wherever you go, we follow you, basically.
He got baited in the picks by his teammate, and then suddenly they're like, yeah, you can play it, right, Katana? Katana's like, maybe?
That's basically what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he got done by his team here. And unfortunately, it's always him, though. It will make him look bad rather than everyone else's team. But
I mean, you always have to look at the draft as well, you know, like I said, the first pick priority.
Exactly. Okay, well, let's just have a look at focus on what's going on here, because they are actually going to get themselves a double, I think, here, unless EQ can get something miraculous out. So the Death Ball Stasis is going to get away. He gets the shield on him as well. I don't think Ignite's going to run quick enough when they do turn it back. Let's have a look back down towards the team fight, because they are turning this. This may actually work out wonderfully well. Can they get another? No, Patterson's going to walk away from that, because that's Galio, Garen things right there. Ended up being a 2-for-1, despite that massive Death Ball engage.
Katana hit his ulti. Woo, let's go.
So, okay, so going back to that, if really this is Katana's first sort of game playing it, which would be absolutely insane, but if they've gone into this as official, their entire team comp was picked for this Yone. Like everything, the Galio coming in for the knockups, the Shyvana coming in for the knockups, everything was sort of based around this Yone kicking off. And if they've done that, if they've based their entire team comp on somebody playing it for the first time, they are just stupid.
It's a little bit difficult. I mean, it's definitely not the best game so far for Katana, and as you mentioned, you know, we'll probably go back to him. But I mean, Viv did very well to shut down the Yone in the early game as well, whether it's to do with the tower dives. Yes, you know, Katana might have misplayed a little bit to try and escape, not really making full use of his spirit that he has following behind him, trying to use it as more of a disengage than anything else. But even when he tried to disengage, he used his ulti to try and escape. And it's like, doesn't matter how far away you go, buddy. He's like, you're always going to come back to the spirit anyway.
You think back to that, yeah. You think back to that in the top lane, in the Baron lane. That was the main play when he's just like, yeah, I'm out. Guys, this
they go back in.
This champion pulls me all the way back. It was a funny looking play. Ocean Drake spawns. Scuttle Crab will be taken away. I do feel that Viv maybe got a little bit lackluster here. The Baron's being started off. The pinks go down, and immediately Patterson's going to try and start this one off. We'll get charmed out, but you can see the shield that gets applied, and he actually is going to walk out of this one. Unbelievable. Just Garen thinks. 5-man stomp on him, and he even gets the Damascene Justice down as well, just to prove a point. That's how far ahead Viv were. And I tell you what, Yeku is continuing to dive onto Swez here. They have still got cool effects just off the side, trying to delay and maybe try and stop something here. That's going to get focused out. You can see the exhaust coming actually down on one, and they're just going to back away from this one. See, just all right.
Oh, Katana missed ulti again. Oh no!
So close, but yet so far.
Tried so hard and got so far.
So I thought you just put your headphones on again, like you do. You know, you like to sing along to your music. I know you do, but yeah, no, obviously, yeah.
I thought I was streaming myself for a second there. I thought
just got your own little live stream going on here. We could set that up for you if you want. Yeah, I mean, look, NASA are just obviously forcing things right now. They're trying to see if they can force something. But the fact is that Patterson went in there 1v5 and walked out.
Yeah. I mean, they tried for a miracle play. I think that's all you have to hope for at this point of the game for NASA, because you're so far behind in terms of it, you know, in terms of NASA, that you have to go for the Baron. You have to go for this, you know, miraculous play that maybe brings you back into this game. Yes, they've kind of stalled this game out a lot. You know, the inhibitors have not gone down. They're 6,000 gold behind. So maybe there is a chance. I mean, if we could maybe take a look at the Shyvana stacks to see how many stacks Shyvana's on. I mean, I'm not expecting a lot of stacks on the Shyvana in terms of passive, but that's really the champion I'm looking at the moment.
Is that plenty of time to farm? It might be.
315, yeah. So he's getting closer to 400 stacks. I mean, he only has 2 items, so he's not even at the 3-item point just yet.
But we are 18 minutes in comparison to what we have last week. Was like 7-8 minutes, and he was already 300.
200, 200 stacks at 8 minutes. Yeah, it's definitely a lot slower this time around. But as you mentioned, you know, Patterson on this Garen just being such a big frontline tank, and you can see that, you know, even with Gargle, Stoneplate Shield as well, can just tank up all the damage. This time it's going to be Viv starting the Baron, but you have to be careful of the 50-50 smite fight.
Yeah. Oh.
Zefta's just going to jump in. He didn't take it, unfortunately, but he's able to jump back out to safety straight away. So Viv not pulling the trigger just yet on this Baron. They still are a little bit worried that it can be a 50-50 smite fight, and Swess can use the ultimate to go in.
Rightly so as well.
Go in.
Dredgeline catches. Where they're going to follow through in this one. Yeku goes onto the back line for Cool FX. That's going to be a shutdown coming straight through. So Swest out of the picture. So no Baron Smite coming through this time. That was really the focus. Rekna's going to get picked off as well. We are going to see, obviously, Zefta coming back up. The Guardian
Yeku alive?
in there.
Oh, he just 1v2!
Yeku's still alive! The shield comes in! Babana, yeah, I mean, obviously the Galio doesn't have a great deal of damage, but yeah, the fact that Yeku managed to get away from that one, they don't need the Baron, they could just shove in and win right here.
We missed it, but Yeku got a 1 versus 2 outplay against Katana and Cool FX in that top side, right into the base. You can see that they're just going to look to try and end this game right here, right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-0, so Viv Esports will be taking this one in style towards the end. Arguably, NASA kind of did themselves in a little bit in this final game. It did protract a little bit longer than we expected, but yeah, I mean, a clean 2-0, that's all Viv can hope for, really.
Yeah, Viv 2-0, very, very clean performance for them overall. I think the NASA are definitely going to have to go for back to the drawing board for tomorrow, because I feel like the drafts and the gameplay itself definitely wasn't up to the stand if they want to try and compete for that top 4 and try and go to the offline land later on in the year. But very, very strong performance, very good comeback performance as well for Viv, making a statement.
Yeah, that was what Viv needed to do to kind of reaffirm themselves as one of the top 4 teams in the leaderboard. I think after a shaky week as well, I think it's good to get themselves back into winning ways with the changes they made on the team as well. And I feel like they just kind of had a very, very kind of straightforward setup for this. As we head into the replays, we can take a look at replays from our second game between these two teams. I just feel like the draft set up NASA
set up to fail.
For failure.
Yeah,
for the entire time. I feel like you draft yourself into Yone, like first pick, then take the Galio because you're saying, well, we don't want to draft that matchup for ourselves, so we'll swap away from that. And then, okay, we need to find another pick for later on. I'm talking to some of the folks in chat about the actual matchup. Garen is not a great matchup into Yone, and that shows you exactly how this matchup goes for Katana. It's like, Katana, we anticipate should, if you're picking up a pick like this, should be experienced in these matchups. And yes, okay, it's a Baron laner going up against another champion that doesn't often find itself in Baron lane, but like, that's what I mean about drafting for failure from NASA's side of things. It's like, you're ill-equipped in this draft to play it out very effectively, whereas for Viv, they get a bunch of comfort picks. Like, Viv get a bunch of champions that are very strong for themselves, and like, you saw Zefta on this Lee Sin. This is why, for the entirety of WREC, we were like, well, Zefta's going to look towards the Lee Sin, because he's going to be active in the early game, and you're basically pushing that rock up a hill the entire time. Like, it's just not going to work for NASA, and it's unfortunate because it means I'm wrong on my prediction, but...
I think it's a little bit difficult to kind of figure out what NASA's plan really was in this game, to be fair, because you can't really play the 1-3-1 because, you know, Ari and Yone are not that great on the side lane. Your team fights are not looking too great either, to be honest with you. Yes, you have a decent pick comp if you maybe get Charm or maybe a knock-up from Katana, but other than that, there's not really...
It doesn't do one thing.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like NASA are just a little bit lost. You have Galio that can maybe follow up from Yone if he tries to use his third ability, he tries to use his ultimate in, but then he's going to dash back out. That means Galio's going to be all by himself. It's very, very split from NASA. You know, maybe they tried something a bit different, but I mean, I'd just go back, you know, to the coaching staff and everything to see, you know, kind of. I'm curious to see what their plan was with this game.
Well, they went in with the standard. It'd be like obviously the same if you had Yasuo there, Yone. Same thing. It's the same idea, but if they've really gone into this one unpracticed, then I would question that straight away. I mean, yeah, whether or not Katana has played it before, we don't know. I mean, I'm sure he must have probably played it in on his own, in his own queue at some point. As soon as a new champion comes out, everybody gives it a try, right? So I'm pretty sure he has tried it. But the fact is, they come in with the entire comp based around this. And if it's unpracticed, unsanctioned, the idea is that, especially with the fact that you brought Shyvana as well. Well, Shyvana, we know what Shyvana needs to do. Shyvana's just going to farm. You're not going to get too much of assistance in the lane phase from Shyvana. So immediately Katana's put on an island. Yeah. And what do they do to try and help out? Well, they go up with 2 members that have already burned their flash, literally 10 seconds ago or 30 seconds ago. So immediately that dive was doomed to failure. So at that point, NASA, well, they should have said Katana back away, and it just gifted so much to Viv in the early game. Like 2 minutes in, 2 kills. They took 3 plates, I think, at that same fight as well. There was so much gifted to Viv from the very start.
If I'm not mistaken, did he pick Shyvana into Lee Sin? Like, was Lee Sin already picked when Shyvana was picked?
Yeah, Lee Sin was second.
So he picked Shyvana into Lee Sin, knowing that you have potential losing
invade.
You have potentially losing matchup. You have a losing priority top side. You pretty much have a losing priority mid as well. You know, even though Ari can wave clear a bit easier, but you can have the Rones from the Akali. You pretty much have a losing bot side as well because you have the waves pushing it. So you're playing Shyvana against Lee Sin when you don't have priority in any of the lanes.
Gragas was left open, right?
Yeah, Gragas was left open. I can understand why Swest would maybe want to go against. Gragas is another one of those matchups where if Lee Sin gets on top of you early and prevents you from getting items, you burst him down. I think it's one of the things I think we should kind of ensure I want to kind of say that that's on Zefta's side from Viv, like picking the Lee Sin early, knowing they need to be active early, especially seeing the Yone being like, okay, well, we might not end up with a good lane matchup against it. Like, apparently the Garen matchup is a bad one for Garen. So they're like, okay, well, Shyvana's just going to farm. So as you said, let's just dive the Yone. Let's just set the wave up perfectly, exactly as we need to, and make sure that Katana's having a bad day. And Yone is one of those champions that, like, if you're behind, it just looks like you're reaching for plays the entire time. And it's the nature of the champion, right? It's like, it's that all-in. If you're going backwards with Yone, something has gone horrendously wrong in the previous part of the game. So I think it's a little bit less on Katana's shoulders, at least in my mind, and a little bit more on the actual team setup. Normally when I see, like, Karma, Galio, I'm like, okay, you want to set up team fights, you want to be able to be mobile around the rift and go, and then you pick a Shyvana and you're like, we're going to farm for 15 minutes and do nothing. So I think for Viv, it was really good priority over where they needed to be on the map. I think it was a good return to form from Zefta. I started the series saying that Zefta's kind of the benchmark of junglers exactly for this reason, because, you know, when we see Zefta going onto the Lee Sin, he is pretty much unbeatable. It's only the top tier junglers that we expect to go, okay, well, yeah, okay, you can take that trade and you can actually be in the correct place on the map. That's why he's such a good jungler for Viv, and why Viv are one of the teams we expect to do really well. So 2-0, we were all wrong, but I was more wrong than the rest of the desk. So
we still got 1 point for
it.
So.
Yeah, the points,
you still get it, but it's fine. You know, just wanted to say at least you weren't totally right.
You just got baited by the change, didn't you? The early change, that was all.
Yeah, and I thought that NASA would at least draft 2 games and not just draft 1 game. That's a little harsh. I'm sorry, NASA fans. I was with you on the prediction from the beginning of the day, but maybe tomorrow's games will have a better appearance from NASA. Let's take a look at our MVP for this game, for our second game of this series in what was a 2-0. Again, a couple of people could get it, and it's Hester going to be the MVP again. I think a good performance.
I think it was 2-0-14. This time around on Nautilus, so
yeah, I mean, Hester was roaming up into that Baron lane. You can see basically Zefta and Hester, 2 players that I kind of picked off before the series. You say, you know, because these two have played together for so long, and because the meta at the moment is so dependent on supports roaming with the jungler, because you play together for so long, you understand each other's synergies, you understand each other's champion pool, and they did that. You know, Hester was roaming up into the Baron lane multiple times, you know, using the dredge line, using the ultimate from Nautilus, being able to shut down the Yone. And, you know, even though we did say that it wasn't the best Yone game, I think Viv did very well to shut down that Yone early.
The bonus is he literally had nothing to fear in that game. Like, he could walk in knowing full well there's a Garen already in front of him who's going to get the most focus, and he could just walk in and throw a depth charge or a dredge line down on whoever the heck he likes and say, killed.
And that's like the Hester that I really enjoy watching, is when paired with like Zefta, as you said, has been his long-time jungler, where Zefta has some damage, Hester has tankiness and crowd control, and it's just like the 1-2 combo of Hester starts the fight, Zefta ends the fight, or at least one of the carries is there to pick up the kill. Very, you know, exciting support player to watch. I think anytime we have engaged supports, Hester is going to be up in the top of the ranks.
Reminds me of old Game Lord, and we know how well they did as well.
Oh,
you know, in WRC Season 1, so exciting stuff for Viv.
Yeah, exactly. Exciting for Viv. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of their games. Of course, that was the second series we've seen from Viv on stream. Hopefully, we will see more from them tomorrow in their series. For NASA, I think it felt like drafting without identity today in a way, especially in the second series. So I'm hoping that overnight they can kind of take that away and maybe go and say, okay, let's not get baited so much by our first pick.
The main thing that worries me is we talked about it from the start. Is that was almost one of the top 4 sort of real battles that we're expecting, and to come into that with, I wouldn't say an untested strategy, but definitely a strategy that's kind of out there that hasn't put a bit of work in. Yeah. I mean, I get it. You got to try something different to try and make it work, but I would say probably next time you want to try and tested tactic.
Yeah, and especially considering we didn't think that the disparity between these two teams was that far away, but Viv will take it 2-0 in our first series of the day. That means we're going to be setting up for our second series very shortly, which will be Team Queso going up against Ice Cream. Before we go to a break, though, we just want to shout out our sponsors and our partners here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Of course, you can find Snapdragon processors in many of the top gaming phones. As we said, if we want to find out what phones you're using, what Snapdragon processors you'll have in yours, so let us know in chat. And if you're using the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3, then good news, it's got a Snapdragon 888 processor in it. It also, of course, has the water resistance you come to expect from a top-tier phone right now, an AMOLED 120Hz display, which means you can play at that high frame rate, and that giant 22.5 to 18 aspect ratio to get the HUD out of the way. All you get is gameplay on the Samsung Z Fold 3. So, thank you to Samsung for that. Monster are fueling us here on the desk.
Yes.
I'm on the Pipeline Punch today. That's my first one. Although
chaotic.
Chaotic? You're sticking with this.
Chaotic. Well, I kind of wanted my mango, but there's no mangoes in the fridge.
We're
Monster, if you're
gonna have to put it on your rider.
Some mango for next week.
Put it on your rider, you know, like no blue M&M's, like mango.
That's it. Obviously, I'm
only.
such a diva that these things happen.
You can't even tell whether we're serious or not on that, but I'll post it at some point on Twitter. It's like giant document for getting T-Man through the door. But we managed to appease it. We've got to add one more line on that one. But thank you very much to Monster. We'll be in touch for some more of that that mango. And maybe it'll be delivered by DHL. Who knows?
Hey.
And DHL may very well deliver to you 100 euros of ESL shop vouchers. All you got to do is do the quiz, esl.gg/DHL quiz. You may very well be in with a chance for winning one of those vouchers. And while you've got a few minutes on the break, join our Discord for the Snapdragon Pro Series. I believe there's going to be a link in chat. There may very well be a link on screen in just a moment's time as well. There you go. Like magic, it appears as we talk about Discord. Yeah, join our server. Make sure you're getting involved in the community and the conversation there as well. As we get ready to head to break, Team Queso versus Ice Cream. The battle of the food. It's cheese against ice cream. Dairy, me. Couple of minutes time, we'll be back with that series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's me. Hello. I've changed places. We've changed places. We've switched. We thought we'd switch things up today, and I realised you have it really quiet in your ear. I'm a loud person, so I like it loud in my ears. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's obviously ESL Pro Series presented by Snapdragon. See, you don't say that. You don't say that. But yes. We are in. Obviously, we've just had a very dominant performance from Viv Esports, which moves us on to our next matchup for today. And of course, that is Queso. It is the Battle of the Dairy Queens. There we go. We can put that out there.
I knew we'd get one of the points.
Yeah. Gotta get him in there. We got to keep milking it as long as we can. But it is going to be Queso up against Ice Cream. And, well, obviously, top of the table, Team Queso coming into this one. Looking very strong last week, no doubt about it. They are obviously the Icon champions, the WREC champions. You can list it all off. They've been there, done it. But we got to talk about Ice Cream as well, because Ice Cream surprised everybody taking down Rix.
Yeah, I think this is actually weirdly a series of two teams that had the opposite results than we expected in general, right? Is like Ice Cream, that 2-0 over Rix that we were saying shouldn't really have happened in theory, but they look very, very strong. Like Citrus looked very good out of the jungle, and I think that was the most impressive thing for me, is that takeaway is like, okay, they have some fire, they have some power there. Going up against Andres, we'll get into in a few moments, but like this is a good hype matchup for our second of the day.
Well, let's look at the lineups. First, starting off, obviously, Team Queso. You know them, you love them. They have been very strong from the very top to the bottom. Acolyte in the Baron lane, Andre, of course, in the jungle, dominating things. Veos in the mid, and Mumu, MVP last week a couple of times, alongside him, Fleur, who has stepped in and been very successful in this lineup.
Yeah, Team Queso, I think, came up with a very different composition. You know, you talk about Ice Cream taking down Rex. Team Queso actually took down Formulation, so two results that we didn't really expect last week. For this roster, you know, definitely with a new bot laner, with a new Dragon lane and support pairing, we were thinking to ourselves, like, how is this composition gonna, how is this roster gonna work out? How is Floor gonna fit into things? Obviously, as the champion, as a player, sorry, that likes the Enchanter supports more than the Engage supports. But they've proven that they can play the funnel comp, they can do what they want to just funnel everything into Mumu, and Mumu has enough power and has enough, you know, ability to just put everything in his basket.
Obviously, the only man to pick up a pentakill so far as well.
Underneath the Nexus.
Underneath the Nexus, on the fountain, still counts according to Stu. Of course, their opposition is Ice Cream, who themselves had a very surprising performance last week. And as well, I guess you could say getting here in the first place was a bit of a surprise, but they have a pretty stacked lineup, but it is a new free agent lineup, if you were. Ayman Legend performing very well in the Baron line. Citrus, of course, making calls in the jungle, Chingxi in the mid layer, but also Ibu, obviously a lot of experience on Ibu as the carry, and Solo Bolo in support.
This is a lineup that I think people would overlook, as we said, coming into the first series. But I mean, there's a lot of strength there. Ayman as well, I think, didn't have the worst series from that Baron lane. I think that really is such a benchmark. We didn't see Ice Cream in their second series. I think that's kind of the really sad part about last week, is like we saw them pull off this big upset, and then we're like, oh, they're 1-1. What went wrong? What happened in the second series? Now, we obviously will get to take our second look at Ice Cream, but I'm looking forward to seeing more from this lineup.
I do love the photos. Everybody all like looking menacing, and then there's Chingxi, looks like this sad kid they've just caught on the corner of a street. Just like in there, but Ayman Legend Citrus all like flexing up the top there. But of course, let's have a look at our matchup that we've discussed for this one. It is the battle of the supports. It's not the jungle where you thought we'd probably go for this one. Fleur and Solo Bolo, two very key figures in this. Of course, you can see from Fleur, I mean, yes, champion pool was small last week, but that's because they played the same comp for 3 games running. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked.
I think, importantly, Fleur dictates the style that Queso are playing quite heavily, which they're not a stranger to playing this Enchanter style. That's what won them the finals against Rix of WREC, obviously with a different lineup. Floor, however, comes in and it's like, oh, you want me to play Enchanter support? Perfect. That's everything I want to. Like, give me Janna. Like, we may very well see a matchup in a combination that we saw in WREC in the first few weeks. AP Gragas jungle plus Janna had this insane synergy between Floor and his jungler, and I'd love to see that again, because you mentioned the jungle matchup. Andres from the jungle is always a carry that you have to watch out for Queso. So
yeah,
I think for me as well, I think looking at both of these supports, you can see that, Solo Bolo's played a lot of Karma games, Floor has only played Karma and Janna, so it's two very different playstyles from the rest of the rosters that we see in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And you can see, kill participation as well for Floor, even though he plays the likes of Karma and Janna. All you have to do is just, shield someone, you get a nice kill participation, whether it's an assist or a kill there. Very, very good KDA as well. I'm really excited to see if we see the same sort of team comps that we saw in the first week from both of these two teams, where you play the likes of the Karma and the Janna and the support, or we might see more engaged supports out of these two teams. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. Obviously, we're talking about really Floor, the only person that is playing Janna out there at the moment, certainly within the Snapdragon Pro Series. Is it going to draw a ban? Because obviously we're looking at the bans, especially for Queso. Karma was first picked every single time. As you can see, obviously Solo Bolo has played a bit of Karma himself. Yet, if we were to look at the last series, ignored completely.
I think the funny thing is, Janna as a champion doesn't do anything specifically that a load of other champions do in the meta. You want shields, you can get them from somewhere else. You want disengage, you can get them from somewhere else. You want like the protection of a hyper carry, you can get that from somewhere else as well. But for Floor, I think it might draw a ban purely because it's a signature pick. It's like Heste's Rakan, we'll see it banned out from time to time, just purely because when you're that good on one champion, it sets the rest of the team up for success.
The one thing I would say, it has great engage and disengage, which is a lot of supports have a lot of great engage, but like Rakan, you go in, you get the knock up, you get the Dreadlung from Nautilus, but there's not a great deal of disengage. Obviously, the Howling Gale is it Howling Gale? No, the ulti. It is Howling Gale. I'm thinking of the Whirlwind at the same time. But the Howling Gale, great disengage for him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think that when you look at how like you said, the jungle matchup as well, with how Andres has changed his play style as well. He's not playing these hyper carries anymore in the jungle. He's playing the likes of the Jarvan, all these utility junglers, the Wukong as well. So going into this, I think that the eyes are definitely on the supports to see whether they're going to be on the the likes of the Janna or the Karma, or they're going to be on Gauge supports. I don't think the Janna will be banned, but we saw that against Formulation that they can pull out the Janna, and sometimes when you're not used to playing against these champions, it's very difficult to play against because you kind of forget in your brain. It's like, wait, how do I play against the Janna again? Like, how does it work again?
Well, we're just waiting for the pick and bans to come through in a moment. Do we feel that Queso are going to go once again into that sort of that funnel comp setup?
I think it'll probably be a similar playstyle, double enchanter potentially with that AD carry. That's at least where I predicted. I was like, that's why I'm just gonna say like Queso are gonna do super well in the series. I think it's such a strong playstyle from them that it makes sense. I mean,
WREC Season 1, we saw it on Andres. Now we're seeing it on Mumu. It's completely different from other, from last year basically. So we'll have to see. I think that. Well, you talk about, even about Baron lane as well. A-Man Legend, a lot of experience on Ice Cream with A-Man Legend in the Baron lane, with Ibu in the Dragon lane as well. We saw how well Citrus plays. So I think that, even though we're talking about Team Queso and maybe how they're going to come out on top, I think Ice Cream still have the same chance as well because they did take down Rex last week.
Well, have they got the same chance? That's the question. You guys have all put your predictions in there. You guys in chat, get your prediction in Twitch chat as well to see exactly where you feel this one going. I've got a feeling this is going to be pretty one-sided. I'm not lying here. This is, I'm pretty sure, going to be pretty one-sided. Of course, you guys get that spam in the chat. We love to see it. We love to see it. And if your mates are not in there, tell them it's in the B, not the normal, the B. But here's the predictions. You guys gave them a game each. I didn't. I wasn't as kind because I thought Queso was so strong last week.
I'm wondering whether we have some legend killers on our hands with Ice Cream. We saw them play up to Rix. Sometimes you do get these teams that do just play like above their level when they're facing tough opponents. I don't know. I think that there's the opportunity to snowball one game out of the jungle because I think that has been one of the things watching Queso historically is every so often there's this like one game where Andre gets caught out a million times in a row and the team just kind of crumbles when they don't have him as a leader. I don't think you can bank on it particularly heavily, but it happens from time to time, and I think Ice Cream might be able to find that through Citrus.
And I think Team Queso are normally a very, very slow team coming out the gates at the start of competitions. You know, we talk about WREC, you know, they weren't a team that really dominated from start to finish. They were a team that, you know, kind of struggled a little bit at the start, and then they made that big, massive sprint towards the end, you know, in that final. So, you know, maybe some little hurdles along the way. I do feel like Ice Cream, you know, with Citrus in the jungle, I do feel like he can come out on top in one of the matchups, especially because he likes to play these hyper AP carries, you know, the Echoes and the Gwens that he's performed very, very well on. So if he can get his hands on either one of them two, I feel like he maybe has a chance.
And if I'm thinking, we're just waiting for the lobbies to get set up and everybody get in there, so we're just going to have a quick discussion on this one. But if you're in Ice Cream's point of view, and if I was to look at this and see Queso last week, I think I want a quick game. I want an early lane phase wins. Because if you think of their games, obviously against NASA on day one and against Formulation, they were all slow build-up grinds. If anything, the NASA game was all about like that perfect combo that they got going in there. And if you think of Ice Cream, they had a really perfect combo against Rix in their game. So would you go for that quick, win the lane phase, win the jungle, get them by the throat, and don't let them have a chance to farm up?
That's what I feel like you have to do, and this is my biggest criticism of any team that's playing a lot of marksmen and AD carries in the current meta, is like, when played correctly, a Wild Rift traditional comp where you have a mage, you have some sense of early game, you have a very active jungler, that's what destroyed us at Icons. Like, we were unable to compete against these early game teams. When they're played correctly, they shut the marksman out before the marksman ever scales, whereas Queso in the finals against Rix were given so much time. Queso last week were given so much time. So I think you're correct. Is like, if you're gonna win a game against that kind of comp, you've got to push it early.
I think the big thing is, you know, we talked about Formulation last week as well. Formulation basically gave them all they wanted to. You know, Formulation were like, okay, we're just going to play Morgana in the jungle. We're going to farm. But then at the same time, you got a Vayne farming, you got a Tristana, you got a Jinx farming in the dual lane at the same time. So if you see this early draft from Team Queso this time around, in the first game, you know, in the series, sorry, against Formulation, they drafted Karma first pick. They also drafted Janna in the first rotation. So if they do the same this time around, I want to see aggression from Ice Cream, which Formulation didn't show in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously their focus last week for Formulation was, we're going to take away the hyper carries. So they pulled out more and more hyper carries. Perhaps they should have gone with, obviously, the Karma that was a first pick throughout. Where will Queso's band go? They're looking towards Citrus. We talked about, obviously, the Gwen being very strong for them, used in that jungle. But there's a lot of aggressive junglers out there for Citrus.
And it's funny because Queso found themselves in this situation so many times. So it's just like, oh, enemy jungler is the key player. Ban junglers. Andre's got 12 of them. It's all good. We'll find one eventually.
Hey, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I like the practice. I like the work. Ban the Karma against Queso.
The interesting thing is, you know, we saw Andres play the likes of the Gwen before, but, you know, last week in ESL, he played all utility champions. You see these last champions played. He played 3 games of Jarvan last week, one game of Vi and 1 game of Wukong. This is a completely different Andres in the jungle of what we saw last year in the WREC. Last year, WREC, Olaf, Jax, you know, all these hyper carries. Now he's in a different sort of role.
I think he can still reliably be that carry,
He can still be both,
right?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a great thing.
What's happened midweek to draw a Yone ban? Okay, so here. Is it just something they don't want to face, or...?
I mean, Chingsy did play it last week.
Yeah.
He did play it last week. You know, he did also play the counter matchup. He was the one that, you know, took the Galio against the Yone, so maybe they're a little bit worried about that. In terms of other picks that are open, you know, the Gragas is still open. I don't know if Team Queso are going to go down the same funnel route because they have a Karma, unless they go Lulu mid lane. That was something that Veos did play during WRC Season 1, so... maybe they go down the route, but I think they're just going to go back to original. There's the Gragas.
I like the Renekton ban because I think it shuts out some of that early game from the Baron lane. For A-Man, it would be a little comfortable too early on in the game, and that gives you the ability to build. Renekton was a pick that we've struggled on internationally for that exact reason.
Okay, they've gone with Acolyte. I was just wondering, obviously Lux is available. I was just thinking, if you're what would be an alternate option to Karma? Well, you could go for all of those Lux shields. Obviously, it does give Veos something different to play at least, because he had to play Karma 3 games running.
And Acolyte did play Karma 3 times in a row against Formulation as well with that lockdown. So that means that, you know, you do have that safety net with Acolyte and that safety engage. The big thing is, though, is Jax is open. He got banned every single Jax against Camille. I think Camille can have a decent matchup against Jax, but I feel like Jax, you know, later the game goes, the more annoying he becomes, whether it comes to team fight or whether he comes into the split push. But A-Man on Jace potentially, and then Zed mid lane, which we saw a big priority in last series.
I think Queso, if there's no Echo pick for round 3 for Ice Cream, I think they have to get Echo off the board and at least force it to be a farming AP jungler. There's an AP later game champion with the Zig, so again, building towards that late game, but that's not the AD carry style that we were expecting out of Queso, so maybe a bit of a curveball. I
think that it was just something that they wanted to do against Formulation, maybe to just hit them off guard. We saw, during the week, the Pollard did exactly the same thing, and it looked like a weakness for Formulation. And Floor's just like, yeah, I don't care. You could play AP, but this okay. So the thing is that this can still be Zig's mid lane. Veos has played it before, and I think that this is definitely something that Ice Cream have to think about now, because yes, you don't have the Karma in the mid lane, but you still have the Janna for the disengage against with these immobile AD carries down in the Dura lane. It's going to be the Rakan for the. On the other side for Solo Bolo, a champion that he has played a lot. I'm interested to see if Ice Cream actually ban out the hyper carries. Maybe they're a little bit worried. Maybe like the Vayne and Tristana might be banned out.
But then you leave the Olaf open. And now we might not see the AD carry coming from Mumu if it does swap up to Andres like that. Olaf Janna still has a similar principle, right? You put the shield on, he runs in, everything. You're right, they're turning their attention towards Marksman in that bottom lane. Again, Lucian has that lane presence that you put the shield on him, he runs forward on... gets that extra burst of AD. I think Queso ban AP junglers right now. You've seen 2 strong laners. You ban Morg, it hits 2 rolls. You ban Echo, it bans the jungle. It's going to be Varus taken away. So again, trying to focus some of this early game down.
You have to kind of think about it because, Citrus has played the Echo before. I think that's one pick you definitely have to have an eye out on. Gwen is already banned, so that's another one of his champions away. Ice Cream, are they going to ban another marksman here? The Lucian is already gone, like you said, that aggressive dual lane carry. The Morgana's actually going to be banned from Ice Cream themselves, so not going to be in the hand of Andres. I don't think that they really wanted to go Morgana jungle because you already have quite a lot of AP damage from the Ziggs, and you'll be very AP, AP carry heavy if you do go for the Morgana on top of that. But Ice Cream do have the pick, though. They do have the pick in this, first pick in the second pick phase. Do they leave the jungler till last? The Lux get banned a lot. So there's a lot of priority in these dual lane carries. Morgana is a dual lane carry. Lucian dual lane carry. Lux and Varus also dual lane carry. So a lot have gone in this dual lane. So we might even get into a situation where, Mumu has to go towards AD carries. Riven probably for Citrus in the jungle, I would expect.
Which leaves us in an awkward spot where the Orianna stage of AP carries in the bottom lane.
It is Tristana, yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't Tristana who got the penta on, it was Jinx who got the pentakill on, mind you. But, okay, so does that mean this is now going to be mid Veos on that? Yeah, and I was just about to say, and Jarvan Fourth, who he played 2 out of 3 games last week against Formulation. Andre, very successful on that. We saw how good he is with Cataclysm in and
Brand.
This is exactly, Brand is different. Brand is definitely unique. I think the thing is from Team Queso is that it's a very, very similar comp to what they run against Formulation. Yes, they don't have the Karma in the mid lane for the extra shields. They do have the Ziggs, though, for the burst damage. With the Hextech Ultimatum, with the lockdown of the Jarvan, you can look to use your Ziggs ultimate, and then that gives Tristana the route to maybe get the resets. Jump in, get the resets, jump around, and then you have Floor for the disengage as well on the Janna. Very, very similar comp, but I'm not gonna lie, I talk about the early game because you want to try and shut down this Tristana Janna game. I'm not really seeing a lot of early game threat. It's actually Citrus playing Jace jungle, which we haven't seen for a very, very long time, and it's A-Man Legend on that Riven in the Baron lane. Brand, I don't like the look of the Brand, to be fair. I think you're just going to get outranged by Tristana. I don't think you're going to be able to do anything. I think it has to be all on Solo Bolo this game to try and get onto Tristana. But if you leave Tristana in this dual lane by herself, again, we saw against Formulation, if you leave them by themselves, if you don't threat this dual lane, then they're just going to get further and further
ahead. And I really don't see the threat that a Janna Tristana is going to get from a Brand either. There's not. I mean, you got your poke, but then you're on your cooldowns, and you're just like, okay, now what?
It's hard for Brand to get into range.
That,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, if Brand walks up, tries to get into range, I mean, he doesn't have the longest range. He has to land either his third ability or his second ability, try and get the stun with the first ability. But I think the difficulty is that you're against a long-range Janna that has Tornado, that has an ultimate. You're against Tristana that can buster shot you away and also jump away at the same time. And also Tristana will just outrange you as the game goes on. So maybe focusing more towards the team fights. They do have a lot of team fight potential with the likes of Jace, Zed, and Brand. So maybe looking more towards them 5v5s.
I feel like they're going to get a lot of help, hopefully, from the jungle. We'll see what Citrus is able to pull up. But guys, game is about ready to go. Over to you.
Well, Stuart, It's our first cast of the last 2 weekends. I'm looking forward to getting into this game. We got a brand. We got a brand in the game, which means I have to remember all of those skill names for brand, which we never.
That's why I said third ability, second ability, first ability, because I can remember.
We'll remember.
Is it Pyroclasm? One of it? Is that
Pyroclasm's the ulti.
Hey,
there's a
Pyroclasm. There you go. I remembered that.
There's a Pillar of Flame in there.
Pillar of Flame.
Oh yeah, Pillar of Flame is the second ability as well. That's the big
Seer.
one. So I think there's the other ones we have to keep an eye on. But here we go.
Yeah.
We're into game. Again, this is a Team Queso draft. I mean, it's just pretty much what it sums it up. You know, Team Queso draft. You have the AD carry in the bot lane, what they did against Formulation. They don't have the Karma this time around, so I think they're going to have to change things up ever so slightly.
Yeah, a little bit less of that consistent team fight, like AoE. I think if they had a Karma, this brand like does nothing in the game because of the AoE shield, right? I think there's that room for the Monsoon to go badly for Janna, and it doesn't really heal people up, especially if you get some healing debuff, the Grievous Wounds to come through. So we get to see Iron Legend playing Riven up in the solo lane, in the Baron lane. We don't see this very often in general at all in competitive. We don't often see Riven from the solo lane. We see it every so often mid or jungle, so I'm interested to see how Iron can actually perform against Acolyte. Certainly, as we see damage come through in the bottom lane with the flash coming out already, we certainly can see the possibility for Ice Cream to scale in this, take an early lead and then outscale very quickly. But Mumu on this Tristana is always going to be the late game threat. There's always going to have that potential.
You can see that they already have the bot lane priority. They have the pushing power in this bot lane. The exhaust does get used by Mumu, but both summoners are down for solo bowler already. You see Aimar Legend though having a good time in this Baron lane, maybe something that he feels very, very comfortable on. Damage does come through, but you can see that the damage for Brand, I mean, Brand is a very, very late game. You have to wait until at least you get 2 or 3 items with Brand. You know, the early game is not really where Brand is going to shine. It wasn't really that early game threat that I wanted to see against the Tristana. So I'm really curious to see if the likes of Qingxi or Citrus goes down and rotates down towards this Jura lane.
It's going to be Andres rotating down, and look, Viv, I was going to say Viv is Team Queso because, of course, Floor has his old team tag on it. Going to go behind the tower to zone them away. At least they'll get plates from this. Even if they don't get a kill, they already know they've got the summoner advantage down here, plus they get plates. Meanwhile, River, they're coming down, but they're going to go forward as Mumu jumps in and looks for the first kill. It's going to be first blood going on to Qingxi onto that Jarvan. However, this fight is not done as Mumu has picked up one, got the reset, can't get the second one because the second kill has gone to Qingxi. And it looks like Ice Cream managing to regroup down to the bottom lane, have at least managed to get a second kill, but it still puts Queso ahead in the gold because of the plates.
And I really like that Ice Cream were like, okay, we're not going to go for that cross-map play, where instead we're going to fight you in the early game. That's exactly what you want to do against this Tristana, Janna comp. Yes, the Jarvan has the early game threat, but both Citrus and Qingxi rotate down towards his bot lane, just like, okay, you're going to try and tower dive us. We're going to get 2 kills onto the Zed. And if there's any champion this game that you want the kills to go on, it's this Zed. The Zed is the champion that you can look to dive onto the Tristana, try and one-shot the Tristana before she can get her resets. So very, very good early rotations from Ice Cream to stop the early threat from Andre.
I totally agree with you. That is where you want the gold if you're on Ice Cream. Where you don't want the gold, though, on the enemy team is on that Tristana. She's like that vehicle that's going to power through. And look, already down to 3 plates taken. As now they're going to have to back away from this. As Andre, good double knock-up, is at least going to clear some of the room. Mumu, that's not the target on the ultimate. It was Floor that got the death mark. And the turnaround of the Mega Inferno Bomb is huge. And they've got the first kill. That's going to reset Mumu. And he's able to kite back for a second kill in this engage. It's going to be a clean sweep from this bot lane if they can get solo bolo, but he's going to solo run away from this. The explosion onto the tower is going to set them up for turret first blood. Team Queso, we talked about slow and steady into the late game. This has been fast-paced. Already first tower going down before neutral objectives have spawned.
I mean, I was expecting, this time around it was actually Citrus and Qingxi that rotated down towards the bot lane, and this time it was the counter gank from Andres. If we're going to take a look at the replay, I think the big thing is the Cataclysm timing on top of that Mega Inferno Bomb, and as I mentioned into draft, when you have the damage from the Ziggs, the Mega Inferno Bomb, it allows Tristana to get her resets, to use her bomb, to get her jump resets all the time. And that's exactly what Mumu was able to do in this team fight. Keep that range, keep that distance against the likes of a Jace, the likes of a Zed, and also the Brand. keep back, auto-attack, get them resets, and then look to jump in to reset. So a very, very nice counter-gank. This time from Andre. You know, we've seen basically a flip around 2 times already this game.
Yeah, we absolutely have. And now we're going up towards the top tower. Plates are still up, and we're looking for more plates to go through. There's the charm, though. That should be enough to take out Mumu, and it will be, as now it's just Andre and Floor. Andre has damage, though, this Jarvan. Do not underestimate. They're going to get the Mega Inferno Bomb as well, and that's going to allow them to go on to Citrus. Doesn't get the knock-up, and that'll stop them here, though. Floor, the aggressive, trying to play the triple kill for Andre. Doesn't even need a carry champion to pick up a triple, and Team Queso are all over Ice Cream.
And this is exactly what they did against Formulation. They're just like, okay, Tristana, one of the best tower-taking champions in the game. Let's take that bot lane tower. That's exactly what they did. What do? They rotate up into the Baron lane. Yes, Mumu does get caught.
Flashes forward onto a Z. Are you kidding me? Deathmark is not going to be enough to get the kill, but Xingxi gets out alive as well. And as you said, just put this Tristana in front of turrets. Early on, Tristana doesn't have that sustained damage against champions, but she can do that against structures all day long. But the rest of the team fight, I think, is exactly the setup that you were talking about. The Cataclysm, the Mega Inferno Bomb puts people low enough that Mumu just gets the last hit, the reset, the jump, the last hit, the jump, and just keeps going through the fight. And that's how you got to play around this Tristana, and it feels like they're grouping for mid lane as well. With the Rift Herald, with this Tristana damage as well, the tower is going to go very quickly. It's already low health enough, and we haven't even mentioned that Ziggs has a similar principle on the satchel charge. Like, even if it doesn't die, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's an unstoppable Andre as they go through this fight, and Mumu's got the reset again. The tower goes down, Mumu jumps forward, can't quite find the damage to reset again, but Queso backing away with everything they want.
They're playing the map so well, Team Queso. They get the bot lane tower. They nearly take the top lane tower. Hey, if we don't get the top lane tower, we could just get the mid lane tower. And the whole time that Ice Cream were taking that dragon, they were like, okay, we have a Tristana. We could just use that mid lane tower. We can get it low enough. Andre takes the Rift Herald, uses the Rift Herald mid, and you can see all
they mistimed it. They mistimed everything. Okay, so they threw the satchel charge, and Veos is like, just put 100 damage on it. Just put 100 damage on the turret, and it explodes, and then the auto attack goes through. I'm like, ah.
They still get the tower in the end. I think they're completely okay with that. 3 towers to 0
Floor
as
might not be okay. We don't want to show you this up in the top lane because Floor just outplayed in the 1v3.
Oh, he's still going away.
He's still going away. No way. Monsoon under the tower. No way, Floor. You cannot do that. Gets killed in the end, but man, he sets up Mumu for one. Ooh, Mumu actually auto-attacks a minion. Thought he was going to go for Ayman and will get caught by the Wind Slash. That was so nearly all the broken ankles. There's the kill from Veos. Floor has set up this outplay from Team Queso. Acolyte is in this game, apparently. Has barely had to do anything, as he's now going to walk through. Mumu jumps in, gets satchel charge from Veos to set up another kill. Team Queso are speedrunning this game. We're only 7 minutes in, and this is an inner tower looking like it's about to fall. Acolyte has to get himself away. There's going to be the tower going down. Another one goes over to Queso, 4th one of the game.
We thought this was going to be a very, very slow game for Team Queso. We were like, okay, they got the scaling of the Ziggs, they got the scaling of the Tristana, but they're like, nope, we're going to be the ones that are going to be aggressive throughout the entirety of this game. They have the Jarvan lockdown. They have the lockdown of the Camille, who hasn't really been a part of this game at all, but the lockdown of Andres is enough with the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of that, and it was so close. If Floor got that outplay, that would have been nuts.
To be honest, I feel like Floor did get the outplay already. With the result that happened, I'm like, yeah, you 1v3'd, survived through, and still set up the team. What we're finding out, unfortunately, is that Ice Cream melts a lot faster than expected in this game, as we're only 8 minutes in. 13 kills to 4, 4 turrets up. The Rift Herald went over to Queso, but yes, the Dragon is with Ice Cream. I don't think that that's enough to write home about. However, in goes Solo Bolo, trying to get anything they can. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to split the fight further away. Andre is a monster in this game, just like you've come to expect out of Team Queso for the entire year here in the EMEA region. Another turret is going to fall because there's no way Ice Cream can step up to this. They cannot choose to defend.
There's too much range on the side of Team Queso. You know, you got the bombs from Ziggs, you know, all the poke damage. You got the tower taking as well. You can see Demolish is even in the hands of Acolyte. They're just going to take tower after tower. This is 6 kills at 9 minutes in this game. That's like a tower every minute and a half, roughly, or something like that. It's something ridiculous like that. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. They've taken every single tier 1 tower, every single tier 2 tower. The only towers that are left are the inhibitor towers.
The funny thing about that is you know, in PC League of Legends and historically, like when you get to this point, it's just like, okay, what do we do next? Well, objectives spawn fast enough in Wild Rift that there's a Rift Herald up in 15 seconds. So they can just take that, take it to a side lane, and it will fall very quickly. Like Rift Herald will push through the inhibitor, that the satchel charge alone with a little bit of extra damage will take it for Team Queso, and then they just move on to the next one. And this has been incredibly well played by Queso. We're not used to them playing at this pace, and this is really refreshing. Looking at last week, we were like, Queso, okay, they 2-0'd, they looked really good, but it was slow. This is like Queso with a point to prove.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want, and they're playing a very, very different style from anyone else.
They're giving it
Tristana,
to Mumu. So Mumu just goes to the side lane now and can push that through, while the rest of the team with this Ziggs, with the Jarvan, create a distraction elsewhere. I love this from Queso. This is really well played.
Yeah, this is very, very nice from Team Queso. Using the new players of Mumu and Floor to their strengths. Mumu loves to play the AD carries on the Tristana for the second time already in the space of 2 weeks. And you can see the Ice Cream this game, they tried to look for the advantages. You know, they got the counter gank in the early game. They tried to gank afterwards as well. They tried to shut down Mumu. But Andres has been everywhere. Andres has basically been a second support, really, for this Tristana. And Solobolo's looking to go in.
Yeah, it gets a great knock-up on multiple people. And there's actually the damage to follow it up. Mumu's going to pop to the death mark. But the quiet carry in the backline of Veos has been able to output the damage for a double kill of his own. Zed is going to pick up Mumu from that exchange. But I think still Team Queso have managed to get so much from this. They still get 3 kills despite losing 2.
Yep, 3 for 2 in favor of Team Queso. I think the big thing that Mumu does die, and that is, you know, that's that Rift Herald down as well. That means that they can't use the numbers advantage to take the objectives and take the tower. Sorry, but the dragon is up. But it doesn't seem like Team Queso are too worried about the dragon just yet. I think they know that they are very, very far ahead. As Andres, you need to be careful. I mean, you are very fed Jarvan, but that is a Zed at the same time. So you need to be careful because there is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Zed ult backup available already, so you do have to be careful here. This is the fight, and great engage from Solobolo.
Yep, Solobolo with a huge engage. You can see that the Rakan can do enough to try and jump onto Mumu, and if you can get the combo with Zed at the same time, that's exactly what they want to try and shut down Mumu. They do shut him down, but as you said, Veos in the backline at Mega Infernal Bomb, and all the damage that you can deal at range with Ziggs just shows that maybe it's not just a one-man carry this game. It's not just Mumu on the Tristana. It's also Ziggs on Veos. So Solobolo's going in again.
Yeah, look at that already. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks Ibu out of the fight to begin it off. Rakan's backed away as well. And yes, they've killed Andre, but look, resets are right prime for the picking. If they can get the Acolyte's going to jump in. Didn't realize there was a low health target right in front of him, so didn't end up using it. And I believe Rift Herald is due to expire very shortly, so we'll see where Mumu ends up using that. I feel like we're going to get to the end game screen, and this brand damage is going to be nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
It feels like Ibu has had no opportunity to put out any damage in fights at all.
And that's the thing, is like brand is like very, very short range. You want to get in close, you want to use your ultimate. The ultimate can bounce off yourself as well at the same time. But with a brand, how can you get close to a Tristana, to a Jarvan, to a Camille, to a Ziggs, and even Floor as well on this Janna, who's been hitting tornado after tornado? It's impossible.
The answer is you get close to Jarvan as he flag and drags you and cataclysms you and you die. Like that's, and you gotta hope you press your exhaust in time before that animation completes and you take damage, because honestly that's kind of been Ibu's life, is like either getting zoned away by Ziggs ult at the back of a fight, or this Jarvan just appearing and being like, yeah, I got a bunch of kills early game. What are you gonna do about it? And nothing is the answer to it, as Andre is looking for more on this engage. There was another Ziggs ultimate, but look, it's already cooling down. Yeah, Herald is still up. It must have been taken a little after it spawned, so the cooldown has not quite gone. Mumu's like, wait, how do I ward? What do I, like, how do I use this? What am I supposed to do?
Oh, there you go. It's going to be used mid lane.
But it's going to get absorbed at this point. Like, this many people here, it's not going to create exactly the lead they were looking for. So Andre maybe looking to force a fight, maybe have overextended here as he's going to have to flash out. Meteor his own Meteor, or like, own team's Meteor. So down on the bottom lane, you can see
the engage!
The engage does land. If they found the targets they needed to, as it Ziggs drops low floor, desperately trying to heal up as Mumu drops out as well. And now they have to back themselves away. It's a double kill for A-Man already. Perfect engage, but it wasn't enough from Ice Cream. A teleport is coming through, and that's going to be Chinxi entering the fight. 2 low health targets, but nobody really to take out, as Acolyte's the one playing frontline, playing defense to make sure that nobody gets on to Andres or Floor, but that was about as good as it's going to get for Ice Cream. Now Chinxi goes in, tries to get Andre. There's the death mark. Andre dodges out so much of the damage that it doesn't kill him.
Back in.
Chinxi hasn't been able to stay alive, couldn't get the kill. That's a double kill. That's the ace over 2 split team fights. Now the turret's going to go down. Team Queso cracked the inhibitors. 2 seconds on Citrus, I don't think they can take the game.
I don't think they can end the game, but the big thing is for the whole of that as well. Look at how low the mid lane tower was at the same time. The Rift Herald was able to crash. It was a distraction, but I have to give props to Solo Bolo. That triple charm into the knockup. He knocked up Mumu, Andres, and Floor. 3 main targets. You can see he's actually looking again to try and catch out Andres. If they can kill Andres here, they can maybe look towards the Baron. They don't actually get it, unfortunately. But Solo Bolo has tried his best this game. His engages on this Rakan has been huge. Multiple times he has catched out Mumu, and multiple times they have taken him down. Based on follow-up damage, it's still the Ziggs damage. You still got Jarvan damage, and also Camille looking to follow up in the team fights as well. So even though they're trying their best, they're just so far behind in gold. They're about 15,000 gold behind at the moment, and they can just walk up to that mid lane inhibitor whenever they want.
This is the first time we're seeing gold in a long time. Tristana versus Brand, 14,500 to 7,800. This is an insane disparity, purely because of how much gold was funneled into Tristana. But you're right, Mumu has been found a bunch of times in this series, and Chinxi may be looking for it again. Does not have the vision, doesn't know that if he was going on Tristana, he'd find a solo. A turret has died in the middle lane. That's another inhibitor down, and we're tracking Chinxi through the enemy jungle. I say enemy, it's actually not Team Queso's jungle at all. It's all about the engage. Oh, look at how close Floor is, as Mumu is going to now have to turn on to Chinxi. Mumu has his Zhonya's available, has that stasis, has so much on the defense from this Janna as well. You can see he uses the stasis to eat the death mark, and there's a rampage through this fight. Acolyte has quietly built himself into a position to carry as well. 4 dead. That's going to be Team Queso taking game 1. But Ice Cream, they fought back hard after what was a very quick early game out of Team Queso.
A very, very clean game overall for Team Queso. The early game was very back and forth. It was the early game dive from Andres. They backfired because the counter engage from Chinxi and Citrus came down the bot lane. But then it was actually Andres was just like, oh, you can counter gank, so could I. I could also counter gank. And Chinxi and Citrus tried to go into that bot lane, but that triple kill for that Tristana, or double kill, I believe it was, in the early game, gave him enough gold. And you can see that in the team fights with the Ziggs and with the Tristana long range damage, Ice Cream couldn't really do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, when you've lost, I think all 3 tier 1 went down before the plating even went. I think it was before the 7-minute mark. I think it was just before the 7-minute mark. But yeah, I mean, obviously when we said it last week, when you have a Tristana, the idea is you just don't feed them in the early lane phase. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and massively aggressive stuff from Queso. Let's have a look at the stats for that game. I think we're going to see some pretty huge stats, obviously highlights as well. I mean, is there any lowlights? No, it was all highlights throughout it. But look at that. I mean, Queso just dominated throughout this game.
Yeah, we're going to come back to the stats after the replays. We want to show you how we got to that monumental gold amount. I mean, honestly, Team Queso, there were some beautiful engages, if we talk about Ice Cream for a moment. Like Solo Bolo's engages, Stuart, you brought it up during the cast, were really impressive.
He caught a couple of 4-mans, no doubt about it.
In a closer game.
If you were to look at that one before, I think Andre misread it and wasn't expecting to all come in, so he slid across above them all, and everybody had already jumped past him, so he was like, missed it.
In a closer game, those are like the clutch turnarounds that win this game for
the 4-man knockup, I think, is just after this one, right? Is where they catch him. And I think they were 14,000 gold down. Is this one just here, right?
Yeah, they are.
He catches, 3-man knockup, yeah.
And it was huge engages from Solo Bolo, but as you mentioned, Josh, they're just so far behind at that point that even if you get that miraculous, 5-man knockup, I still don't think at that point, that you're that even enough to be able to win that team fight, because yes, you catch up Mumu, yes, you catch up Floor, but then you have to be careful because you got a Ziggs, you still got Andres on the Java, and you still got Acolyte in the Baron lane. It's so difficult, and this flank was the last team fight for Ice Cream. Chinxy tried his best to try and get the flank and tried to kill Mumu, but he had stasis at this point. He had enough gold to buy stasis. He had the shields and the heals from Janna to keep him alive.
This is the first time I've ever seen trickle-down economics actually work, because Acolyte had to do nothing for the beginning of that game, and then just ends up with this massive amount of gold because Mumu's got it all.
You said it yourself. It was like, oh, there's Acolyte. He's in the game.
Yeah.
He just because so much had been focused. I mean, we're going to go back to the Ibu brand in a moment, but so much was focused on this Dragon lane that we just didn't get to see Acolyte whatsoever.
Can I just see the damage numbers? I really want to see Ibu's damage. I'm not going to lie. I honestly think he probably did. I'm going to predict about 7,000 damage. Oh,
12,
yeah, actually 12.
okay.
Okay, it was actually higher than that what I thought.
You know what that is? It's at the end. He managed to get a couple of waves.
But yeah, I really didn't like this brand pick at all. It didn't do anything at all, you know. No range at all on this brand. Didn't get any team fights at all. The early game wasn't there. And Andres just did what, you know, Andres did against Formulation. It's like you play the Jarvan, you just go towards this bot lane. Yes, the first tower dive didn't work out too well, but that second gank, when you give that Tristana a double kill, it means that like Andres is like, okay, I'm playing a Jarvan. I've done my job in the early game. I've got my carries ahead. I could just be that frontline tank, and I could just give all the gold to Veos and give all the waves over to Veos and Mumu.
And the biggest problem was it was the last pick. So it was like the big final pick to come in with, and it was the brand. I do feel that they kind of looked at their comp and said, guys, we need some magic in here.
Yeah, which makes the second ban phase so strange for me, where they banned Morgana as the second ban in their second ban phase, then pick Riven. I'm like, Riven's not a contested pick in this game. Like, don't worry, you could leave that to last if you want it. Take the Morgana in spot 4. Like, you had that ability to do it, which is Morgana at least can have impact without needing to be close, right? She just puts her W down or her ability 2 down, and yeah, I mean, this gold graft was always going to.
It was like only ever going one way this time around.
Even with those engages, there are no dips to this increase in gold. Like, that's the incredible thing.
But that's pre 8 minutes. It's already above 10,000. Pre 8 minutes.
It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, Team Queso, they did really well, and they drafted this composition that was just like, okay, we're going to take towers in the early game. We got the Tristana. We got the Ziggs. You know, you could use the Satchel Charge to execute towers when they're low. You got a Tristana that could use her bomb on the tower, auto-attack all the time, get that huge, massive damage down the towers. And when you get all that tower plate in gold, when you get all the towers in the early game, it's so much gold. As you mentioned, you know, 10,000 gold lead at 8 minutes in the game is one of the biggest gold leads I've ever seen.
I mean,
in Wild Rift.
The only reason it plateaued out was because they didn't have any more towers to take for a moment. They were down to influence. And you pointed out in the game, Mumu was just trying to figure out how exactly do you put the Rift Herald down. Just like, what do I do with this? I don't know. I've never had this opportunity. But yeah, I mean, it was very one-sided. There's no doubt about it. And so obviously we've got a break coming up. If you're Ice Cream right now, where do you look at for this? Because it was a very one-sided performance. Obviously, you have to have different ideas because we said it ourselves. We were expecting the good old Queso, low, slow, build up the game, but my God, that was anything but.
I think it's difficult. I think that they definitely could have looked at like maybe going towards like an Echo jungle, maybe using that towards the AP damage, and maybe get an AD carry matchup down in the dual lane, because that brand last pick, maybe they had something, you know, some sort of plan, but it didn't really work. I would like to see an AD carry matchup down in the dual lane. Obviously, Lucian did get banned, but you can still go for something, you know, maybe like a Caitlyn down in the dual lane or something like that. But
you know what? If you're up against it and you're already digging into like brand territory, if you know Queso are going to play an AD carry, like throw something really difficult at them and give them like a tank, like a Rammus that just goes anti-AD, because there was no AP. I mean, Ziggs can't chunk through that either. But that's what I'm saying, is like it's as useful as a brand. If you're not going to draft into the meta, draft completely out of the meta and do it like against what they're gonna do.
It's like brand is like half and half. It's like probably one of the weakest AP champions in the duo lane, but it's like if you have nothing else, you know.
I'd prefer Orianna in that situation.
Even Orianna or anything. I mean, anything like that. But I think that it just comes, you know, credit of Team Queso, you know, and credit to Andres again using the Jarvan. He doesn't have to have the hyper carries. He can just facilitate.
Did it fantastically well once again. Let's have a look who's the MVP from that game. I suspect it probably will be Andre. I think he had had insane stats once again throughout that one with the Jarvan. It is, of course, Andre. No doubt about it. I mean, he's phenomenal, right? But I mean, in fairness, yes, in credit, a lot of the action down the bottom was created by Andre. He went a bit deep a few times, I would say. But yeah, I mean, what can't he play? I mean, Jarvan's actually that's probably been 4 games running now for Jarvan? 3 games at least.
Yeah, 4th. His is 4th game with Jarvan already in the competition so far. So he's played Jarvan. I mean, maybe one of his comfort picks now. You know, it wouldn't have said that last year if it was, or last season, I should say, for Andres. But again, you know, showing that he can play different play styles because, you know, we knew Team Queso was like this. Okay, can they play other play styles? Can Andres play anything but the hyper carries? Can they play anything else? And Andres has showed in this competition, especially, it's just like, I don't need to be the main carry. I can set up the rest of the team to be the carry, and I can still pop off as well myself. So he's proven that, you know, he's one of the best junglers with the likes of, you know, Vex and, you know, Zefter as well. It's very, very difficult to say who is the best right now. Yeah,
well, obviously, first game in the books. The question is, where will we go next? Well, I can tell you where we're going. We're going to give some love to Snapdragon, of course, the processors backing all of your phones out there. Checking out settings about, I'm sure you're probably going to find one in there. They've definitely been driving my phone for many years. Of course, what other phones are out there? Well, Samsung, the Z Fold 3, one that I have particularly been keeping my eye on, has been very impressive, and obviously he's getting cracking reviews out there as well. Something that I'm sure I'd love to get my hands on. Maybe. Hint, 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 hint. We keep trying. We keep trying. We got to, what else can do? Well, something that has been driving me for, well, not just the show, for the last part of probably my life, is Monster Energy. It has been giving me support in my casting career, I think it's safe to say, unleashing the beast within me for the last decade, probably. Yes, it's absolutely something, and of course, delivering all the way through is DHL. They deliver to my doorstep, hopefully to your doorstep too. You can win yourself €100 worth of vouchers at the ESL shop. Get yourself get you some hoodies, get you some team shirts, your favorite team, anything out there. ESO shop pretty much has it all in terms of team sponsorships, so you're definitely going to get involved in that one. And of course, don't forget to get Discord. If you're going to break right now, get yourself in discord.gg/snapdragon. See, got there before they even managed to put it out there underneath, and get yourself involved. Give us some info on what you think. Who's going to take the next game? Is it going to be Queso dominating it? We'll find out after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So my IGN is #vivefluor #go. I'm the support in trial for TQ. We are really pumped because we lost first game with a kind of a new draft, and we still double down and play the same draft, game 2 and game 3. I mean, kind of the same draft, and it worked out pretty well. Oh yeah, it feels really great, even though there was a bit of language barrier, but it feels really good to have a good ADC like that. We can own every bot lane, in my opinion. Yeah, we are really confident. It feels really good to beat one of the best, if not the best team in Europe right now, but we can't allow to rest on this, and we need to still try hard, because I'm new. I just played for a few days in the team, and we need to work a lot. We speak 90% of the time in English, but sometimes people, the coach called to me in Chinese, and sometimes Acolyte and Andre Z speaking in Spanish, but most of the time it's in English. In game it's in English. I mean, I feel like League of Legends as a language itself, so we just made call in English and it works pretty fine. we can all understand and speak English pretty well, so it's not that much of a problem.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro Series, brought to you by Snapdragon. We are back once again, Wild Rift action all day long. Day 3 of the action. I'm D-Man, joined by Stress and Stuart. And once again, Team Queso putting on a absolute show in game number 1. Moving on to game number 2, will they do something similar? Will we go, as we just heard Floor talking about, going back to what they did for multiple games running because they just didn't get stopped doing it, which was to play the hyper carries. They pulled the hyper carry out, and then they just didn't need it. They just carry on going.
I mean, they didn't even need the karma this time around either. You know, that's kind of what the driving force was in that series versus Formulation. But this time around, they're just like, okay, we're going to pick the Camille. We're going to first pick the Camille because that's something that Acolyte played for 3 games against Formulation with that funnel comp. Then it's like, okay, Ziggs and Janna. It's like Floor gets his comfort pick. Mumu gets the AD carry. You got Ziggs in the mid lane, and they just took tower after tower, team fight after team fight, and they just washed through.
I feel like one of the really interesting things now is like Queso have played so many of the same champions so many times now in a row. Like the Camille's been an Acolyte pick now for a few games. The Javan's been a bit. We got the Janna pick. I'm like, just ban those for now. Like
take them off their comfort.
Like take them off the comfort. Just see what they do. Like prod and poke at them because. I mean, for Ice Cream, that was a quick game, and I don't think you're going to be able to run the same strategy and be any better.
The biggest issue with that is, of course, if you do start going for those particular comfort champions, you are opening up some other what considered strong champions right now in the meta. So that's the danger side of it. Obviously, I mean, I'll say Gragas, but look, I don't think they've gone for Gragas. We'll soon see, of course, Ice switching sides here, actually. They're choosing to switch sides. They have the choice as the losing team. So choosing to go on the blue. So maybe they're looking to trying to get something first out the door this time.
And I think to go to that conversation about like strong meta picks, I feel like for the entire year, Queso have been relatively inflexible when playing different playstyles. I think they've had one playstyle that works very well for themselves, and when they figure that out, they're good for a couple of weeks before people start picking away at it. So that's why I'm like, maybe just see what they do. Give them good champions.
No, it could definitely be an idea for Ice Cream because, you know, you're on the blue side this time around. You have that first pick priority where you can get a counter pick. Yes, Team Queso might be able to get 2 in response, but then you get 2 as well. So you just leave everything open, see what Team Queso banned, and then try and see what happens after that. It's going to be Fiora and Gragas being taken away for now, but I agree with you, Stresh. You know, they kind of find out their comp. They're just like, okay, we're going to play with this like they did in the WREC, for example. But then sometimes, you know, especially this early on during the off season, it's just like, oh, they're going to get figured out after a while, so they're going to have to change things up eventually. Well, I haven't been figured out so far, you know, especially with Fiora. And,
sorry to cut you off.
No,
I don't think the Jace ban is that effective. Like, sure, we know that Acolyte can play it. Sure, we know that Veos can play it, but like,
it feels like they're focusing Acolyte as well this time around. They're thinking, okay, we want to. I wonder if this is Ice Cream thinking we want to win that Baron Lane matchup. The Karma ban coming out from Queso. So obviously, being the fact that they have switched side, maybe they're thinking that's what Ice maybe going to try a bit of their own medicine on them, but not going to happen.
I'm curious to see if maybe they do that. You know, Ice Cream maybe go for the same sort of strategy. Maybe they go for something like, you know, a funnel comp of their own.
There you go.
You know,
so
the
full focus on Acolyte.
Camille ban, maybe they go for something like a Lulu, or maybe they pick up the Janna for themselves or something like that. You know, it's a possibility because Ebu does have a lot of experience. He has played before for Team Queso, playing against his old team. So he does have a few champions that he can definitely play. Same with A-Man Legend in that Baron lane as well. Last one is going to be Yone going to be banned that one away. So Team Queso keeping that Yone ban. Again, Jax is up and available. I'm surprised that Jax didn't get picked at all in that first rotation. A couple of picks, maybe Jarvan here or something like that even. I mean, they could try and pick something away.
It does feel like they're trying to take stuff away. Gwen was banned out by Queso in the first time around. So yeah, so something Citrus used against Rix, if I'm not mistaken, in that game, or 2 games, in fact, I believe.
The only thing about that is Gwen does take time to come online. And if Andre just picks something like Elise in here, as I throw my pen
didn't need that pen anyway, did you, mate?
Didn't need it. If they pick something like Elise in here and just fight the Gwen early game, thank you, D-Man.
That's
I
okay.
appreciate it.
I know you lost without your notes.
I know. I'm trying to stay on top of things. I like the Renekton though out of Team Queso. I think it's that early game pressure that we're talking about can be what forces.
I mean, but this goes into the same book, right? You're trying to upset Acolyte. You're taking away the Fiora, the Jace, the Camille, and then he's like, yeah, but Renekton's open. Which has been banned out throughout in the first series, and then now we get I'm assuming Veos on the Z.
And Renekton is a champion that has risen up in priority by quite a lot recently because, you know, like you mentioned, you have the early game aggression, but also Renekton could do very well against most of the late game champions at the same time. Once you get that Black Cleaver, the Blade, the Ruin King, you're very strong in the early game and you can still scale. Then you got Veos on the Z as well, so it's a very good 2-pick comp at the moment for Team Queso. Ice Cream this time around prioritizing the Morgana. Now, this can still be potential of a Gwen Baron lane, Morgana jungle. That flexibility is there for Ice Cream. You know, but with the Garen there, maybe it's Garen mid lane. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility. Interesting enough, they go for Senna, so they're not actually gonna you know, pick that with the likes of Nasus. But what this does do is this kind of forces Ice Cream to ban out the likes of Nasus and Set. You know, it kind of sets them up. It's like, okay, you ban away these champions and maybe get Andre on a comfort pick in the jungle.
Maybe we'll see Fleur not playing Janna.
Wait, they actually banned out the Gallia for themselves. I mean, no one does the pairing with Senna, so that's quite interesting. So, I mean, maybe stopping, because there's a lot of engage at the moment with the likes of Renekton and Zed, so maybe stopping that disengage from the Gallia is maybe a possibility. There's the Nasus. And this is kind of what my thought process is about picking Senna in that third pick. It's just like, you pick the Senna, and then you force the other team to have to ban out the Senna pairings, you know, like the Nasus, and probably the Set is going to be banned as well, which means it opens up the other pick, which for this situation is Andres in the jungle. It opens up so many picks for him. So Ice Cream, they can't ban junglers. They have to ban the pairings with Senna instead, and that means that Andres can maybe pick the likes of like an Olaf, for example, or anything like that, but they are going to be very AD heavy.
Malphite?
Yeah.
Malphite, yes, Senna Malphite, yep.
We've seen Senna and then full AP Malphite alongside it, which is kind of difficult difficult to deal with if you're squishy. I'm looking at the side of Ice Cream, and I don't know that Malphite was exactly what you'd be looking to.
Isn't that what Team Queso actually played before, though? I think it was when Josh was in the team. I think they played Senna.
That's a pivot. That's a pivot I don't like. Senna
like
with a
well.
ranged, non-tank, non-like opening the facilitation door.
And now you're against the Rakan as well. I mean, there is a lot of engage on the side of Ice Cream. You're going to have Garen walking in, a Gwen that can dive on in with dashes, a Rakan that can dive in with dashes as well. With Ashe, you know, you only want to pick Ashe into like these crazy team fight comps, whereas like Renekton wants to split up their team and get someone isolated. Zed wants to get someone isolated. Set on top of that as well in the Baron lane, so it looks like it's going to be mid lane Garen, set Baron lane, and Red jungle. I had to think for a second. And he goes for Shyvana in the jungle. So this is a full AD comp on the side of Team Queso. They are full AD damage. No AP, no source of AP damage at all. So it means the likes of the Garen can just go full armor if they want to.
Not that it counts for a lot, but does Mandate give you AP? Is it magic damage, right?
Yes, it gives you extra AP if you use the ability, but it's not.
It's not much. I'm just saying, is the damage applied like magic damage?
So when you land an immobilizing ability, you get extra magic damage. If someone auto attacks afterwards, you get magic damage. But to be honest, that's not really a lot.
It's tiny, right?
It's still tiny. Yeah. Compared to like you have a Senna, a Zed, a Shyvana, and a Renekton, they all deal AD damage. You know, Plated still caps across the board, making sure that you go for the likes of Death Stance, Dead Man's Play, items like that. Is going to mean that Ice Cream might have the upper hand. It's actually going to be set mid lane against the Zed. Sorry, so that's going to be very interesting.
I mean, obviously we always talk about the Garen against it, but we'll see whether it works out for them. Obviously, I would say one thing for Ice Cream setup is if you get caught, you're not getting out. It's as simple as that. You know, a Dark Binding or something like that, you've got the silences. There's so much damage that's going to come down on top of you. It's going to be a very interesting one, of course. This is a game that Ice Cream have to win. A lot of us, well, actually, you had a game for Ice Cream, right? You had a game for Ice Cream, and you did as well. I had it down as a 2-0, but there is a big potential here, I would say, in terms of pick and bans. What did you guys think? Give us your information in chat. We'll see how it goes. Game back to go, guys. Over to you.
Let's get into our game 2 between Ice Cream and Queso. I think Ice Cream, their setup is so much more consistent for the way they want to play in this game against Queso. Queso's draft, I'm like, ooh, that's
different.
That's some spicy Queso, that one is. I don't know that I necessarily like this playstyle because it means Andre's going to be very hands-off. The bot lane is going to be very like scaling and not really doing things. I'm going to be honest, I think that Senna with Ashe want to do two different things. Is like Senna wants to facilitate somebody to be able to be the carry next to her and then farm up for late game. Ashe just wants to slow people, stun people, get the engages started, stay at the back and not really do that much damage until she really needs to late in the game like Senna. So we're into the game now between Ice Cream on the blue side and Team Queso on the red. How long will Andre stay in the jungle before he comes out? That's the question. Like,
welcome to the jungle, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he is on Shyvana this time, so it's a very different champion to what he has played throughout the past couple of game days. You know, like the Jarvan and Vi. Very, very selfish jungler that wants to try and get as many stacks as possible. But going back down to this dual lane again, yes, you do have a lot of poke, and Chingsi actually going to put an early ward down, so realize where Andres is going to be pathing. But yeah, this dual lane, yes, you do have a lot of poke, and yes, you can see the zoning potential as well, but I'm very, very worried about this bot lane. I mean, it does look like it's going to be farming, obviously farming Mumu. It's actually not going to be floor on the Ashe, it's going to be floor on the Senna. Like I said, I'm a little bit worried because, you know, you have the engage from Ibu. If you land one Dark Binding, then that's just going to be a lot of damage burst down. But you can see that in the early game, they can't really do too much. They're just getting poked down.
And this is actually kind of fair and something that we need to keep our eyes on for Queso, though. There's the engage, and we'll land onto Flo, but Solo Bolo taking a lot of damage. This is a lot more like trading in lane actively from the Queso side than we typically see out of bot laners. A lot of bot lanes will go into lane, farm out the first few waves with a little bit of damage here and there. This is like full on, we feel like we have the range advantage.
The topside jungle.
Pressure you. Topside jungle, the fight is going down though between Veus and Andres and Chingsi. Chingsi drops low. We're trying to just look off the health bars right now as a lot of summoners used. So flash from Andres, Veus used his Ignite, Chingsi used both of his summoners as well. again, this trading down in the bottom lane, just the pressure being kept on.
Yeah, they're trying to shut down Andres as much as possible, trying to slow down his jungle clear. Citrus is also in this Baron lane as well. You see, Andres is very, very low. He's 1 HP. He has to be very, very careful. If Citrus was to walk into that bush, that means that he would have been able to get a kill. But luckily for Acolyte, he does go back away for now. But it does give a lot of pressure up to Ice Cream in this Baron lane with an A-Man Legend. They can get a lot of tower platings here as well. To be fair, I mean, I would have even gotten to a situation where it's just like maybe just camp a bush and just wait for Acolyte
look
to
at
come
the
back.
river. Look at the river.
Oh,
They're
here comes
already heading
Gallery.
up as Veus. Not level 5 yet, so doesn't have the death mark available, so they're just going to rely on the damage up front here. The stun does land onto me like Solo Bolo, but he's managed to get level 3. Queso invests a lot up into that top side, and none of the crowd control was really available. That's why you can see the thumbs ups just coming through, because Ice Cream didn't feel in danger at any point during that. But Andre is going to find Qingxi in his own jungle there, though. The set ult is going to bring him back and do massive damage.
Oh, the
first
actual
arrow does hit, and it sets a first blood for Andre. The perfect start for a Shyvana is exactly what you want, and another kill going down. Andre, it should be Veus actually that gets traded back as Acolyte, and the rest of the team have picked up a 3rd kill for themselves in the enemy jungle, and that arrow was the difference maker.
Arrow was huge from Mumu, right the way down from Dura lane, as Andres is just going to steal away that as well. And like you said, a perfect start for a Shyvana. You get them kills, you get them assists, you get the stacks on the Shyvana in the early game, and that is exactly what they want. They take the advantage of what they got in the Baron lane. Yes, they didn't get any kills, but they got the members low enough that they were able to rotate through the jungle, and that's exactly what they did. They rotate through the jungle, they catched out Qingxi, they catch out Citrus in the jungle, and they were able to get a few kills. And he needs to be careful on this bot side though, but Mumu's just going to back away for now. He's just going to play passive, and you know, the roam as well from floor on this Senna has
Arrows
been very,
up.
very good.
Andre's here, hits
here
him,
he goes.
gets the slow, and actually Mumu puts a lot of damage out at the same time. Andre, unfortunately, for Queso, wasn't able to get in position, didn't have that ultimate ready to go again from the Shyvana. Meanwhile, top lane, there is a lot of damage being put down. We're splitting our focus now as there's 2 fights basically across the rift. I don't think there's going to be too much to result from this, although saying that Qingxi is coming down from the back line as the showstopper gets used onto Andre. Is it enough? They picked up 2 kills from this already as Gwen picks up 1. Citrus is burning for a moment, but in goes Veos on the back end. Deathmark, is it enough to take the kill? No, it's not, as there's 3 very low health members of Ice Cream, but they all survive and pick up 2 really important kills.
Yeah, Andres going a little bit over aggressive there, trying to steal away the Krugs away from Citrus, but I don't think he had smite, so he wasn't able to take that away. Citrus does survive himself on 1 HP, does pick himself up the Rift Maker for himself, and you know, we talk about scaling junglers like Andres on this Shyvana, and Gwen is exactly the same. If you can get this Gwen ahead, already has the Rift Maker, is doing pretty well actually in terms of gold compared to Andres, so he's been able to farm up as well as Andres this game. Other than that, across the board, very, very even numbers. Qingxi actually has a big, big gold lead over Veos. Veos looking to roam around this entire game, but Qingxi has just been able to farm up ever so quietly. And that does mean that the gold lead at the moment is only about 1,000, but with these objectives up, looks like at the moment that Citrus was about to start the Rift Herald, but with Andres here, I don't think they want to fight for this. Interesting enough that Team Queso are not going for this dragon. They're actually going for the Rift Herald, and I guess that kind of shows towards, I guess, the playstyle of Team Queso is that they've always prioritized Rift Herald every single time. They want to go for the early tower platings. They want to get that early advantage, even on champions like Shyvana, where you want to get the dragons and you want to scale up.
Well, they've been delayed on this Rift Herald for now, as Andre is...
I don't think you can back there.
Trying to back. I think Rift Herald may very well stop him from doing some of that, although he has managed to begin and complete. Is this a full bait? To like bait them up to the top side of the rift? I don't think it's going to work for Queso in the way that they want it. This is very strange.
I think the big thing is that Andres wanted to go back to try and get Triforce.
Oh, that face breaker is huge! They've been able to take out Mumu to start the fight. And now the damage down onto Acolyte. But hang on a second, in goes Veos. Massive AoE damage across the entire team. A-Man survives on 1 health as he gets that Triumph proc to keep himself alive. That's a double kill for Qingxi. This set
Citrus
has done everything they needed as Citrus is looking for extra kills under the turret. Ends up 1 health himself as floor is low too. Ooh, Queso somehow get away with that with 2 members on 1 health, but all members of all teams flashing low. They're going to have to reset.
Yeah, win for Ice Cream, and that does give them the goal lead early on. Again, you know, Team Queso, I'm not too sure why they're walking up and they're trying to go for these fights. You have someone like a Shyvana, just take the Dragon, take the stacks, take the 3 stacks on the Shyvana, and just scale. And when you get into the late game, you'll be completely fine. But they actually go for the team fight. Again, a huge play from Solo Bolo on that Rakan, and a huge face breaker as well from Chingsi does set up that team fight. And now both junglers are just going towards the Dragon. They're just like, okay, now we go towards the Dragon.
Contested on this Dragon, and rather than taking it for the objective trade early on, and Andre just had about a minute of the game where he got really no stacks, or at least a less significant number compared to just taking that Drake. Now he's going to start it up by the looks of things. He is around that pit. But, oh no, he's not. He's actually just putting a ward down and having to back away. He looks for the engage onto Andre, and Andre is not tanky. He is not able to sustain through a lot of that damage and has to back away.
And I think the big thing that you mentioned as well is that you need to make sure, you know, with Andre, is that you're farming into this game. And Andres is just like, okay, I'm done with the objectives. I'm going back to farming. That's the one thing that he needs to do, because as you mentioned, it's been about a few minutes since Andre has been able to clear through the jungle. So even though he got that early advantage with the 3 kills.
Moo was engaged upon by Chingsi, and there's enough damage in the kit to at least take him low, but it wasn't enough to pick up the kill as Chingsi can't get the kill on Moo, and Queso
Veos jumping in as well.
Yeah, Veos has gone in and actually stopped the Dragon attempt from Citrus. Now Andre on the front line with Floor. Queso we're going to be able to kite back around. Moo nearly dies to the needlework, but is able to sustain through. Dragon is going to go to Queso after what looked to have been surely Ice Cream taking it. Citrus had started that Dragon on the bottom side, but was stopped by Veos.
Yeah, Chingsi went a little bit too aggressive in the top side. You can see that Andres is taking the Dragon by himself, but the rest of the team is up towards a Rift Herald. They're not giving his Rift Herald for free, and they're actually going to try and get Andre to try and get the bot lane tower if they can. There's a flash in as well.
Goes in and just deletes Moo with that full ult from Garen. Now Queso having to back away as Acolyte, gonna create some space, and Ice Cream have already taken the objective. This is the moment to disengage potentially before Andre can actually regroup with the rest of the team. We'll see how they play it out through mid lane, because they have to get some more damage onto this tower. The Rift Herald wouldn't be enough to take it, and with plates down, now's that moment of the game where it's just like it would be a waste to throw it out here.
Yeah, you normally want to use a Rift Herald early on to try and get the extra gold from the tower platings, but as you mentioned, we're past 7 minutes already into this game. The Rift Herald and the Dragon only just got taken. Maybe if we can take a quick look at how many stack Andres is at the moment, because as I mentioned, you know, he got that early 3 takedown, so he got a lot of stacks on the Shyvana, but there was such a huge moment and such a big moment during the game where he basically didn't farm at all. He was just around objectives, walking around and not doing anything. Was to take a quick look at the items. No real surprise across the board. Interesting enough, it is Wit's End second item for the Shyvana, so scared of the AP damage as arrow comes through.
Oh, the timing is not quite there on the end of the stasis, but you know, hard to hit that from long range as it is with Ashe, but certainly that's a big cooldown used from Chingsi. We'll see whether they can try and capitalize on that. That turret is going to fall under the Rift Herald as Ice Cream. They're looking to cut down into the bottom lane as Floor, now quite low, forced to flash out. I was going to say at least under threat, not put damage on him yet, as Iman will get revealed on that rush. So I think for Queso, they just kind of want to back away from this and say, okay, no, let's slow the pace down again. They get a turret up in the top side. They want to buy time for this Senna and for this Ashe to scale, because both of them have late game damage. The same with the Shyvana. Like, Queso have really good scaling. Yeah,
that's the big thing. And like I mentioned, I think I was really surprised that Citrus actually gets a kill in the mid lane, maybe looking for more as well onto Moo, but Moo just keeping the distance. And meanwhile, in the top lane, the arrow comes through.
Yeah, will hit Chingsi. Now they've kite up towards Moo, who has managed to survive
all the
through
slows.
That attempt from Citrus. Now, however, Queso have to be careful of the damage. Over the back line, though, comes Veos into the fight. AoE damage is going to rip through Chingsi and pick up 2 kills for himself and Acolyte. Hey, man, it's Garen Gaming, baby, heading into the fight, getting him low and just smashing that ult button to make sure he picks up a kill. It feels like Aman is kind of like the insurance policy throughout this game. It's like they'll always trade 1 kill from this Garen because of how squishy Team Queso are.
Exactly that. They don't really have a tank that can really tank a lot of this damage from Garen. You know, the likes of Ashe, the likes of Senna, the likes of, you know, Veos on the Zed, Shyvana for Andres means that a man could just walk straight through. Already has the whole breaker and the Black Cleaver completed. Interesting enough, hasn't gone for any armor. Actually went for another longsword, so maybe potentially looking for the Sterox Gauge as the third item. But look at that, Dead Man's Play already, components being built by Ching-Si in the mid lane. I won't be surprised if we see some other armor items, because as we mentioned, it is pretty much a full AD comp on the side of Team Queso. So even though they do have a lot of scaling, if they can get the armor, it would be big. But 327 stacks at 12 minutes into this game is really, really good for Andres, considering that there was a long time where he didn't farm.
Yeah, it could have been more.
Yeah, it could have been a lot more.
That's the thing, is it could have been well into, you know, that full stack spot, as that's a lockdown on Ching-Si, and wow, actually ends up dropping through the Haymaker as well. Queso finally group, and they have 2 Meteors, so they're also throwing that out pretty consistently, as Acolyte now forced away from the mid lane turret. But this is what I like about Ice Cream, is they are trading. We were talking earlier about trading at least even, and trading mid-inner for this exchange is well in the advantage for Ice Cream, as long as they back away and don't lose more than that 1 kill. This is actually a really good trade for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 5 towers to 2 at the moment. They're definitely doing well on the macro front in terms of towers. Now with the Rift Herald, I believe that's it. Yep, second Rift Herald coming up in about 5 seconds, but the Dragon is also up very, very soon. So Andres seems like this game, he hasn't really farmed too much, but he's basically farmed stacks in terms of getting takedowns, because he's got so many takedowns this game, as he's looking to try and get the 400 marks as soon as possible. It's actually Baron. Oh my god, we're that far into the game. We don't even get a second Rift Herald. We're that far into the game already. No second Rift Herald this game. Doesn't mean it's the Baron, but the Dragon is up in 20 seconds. More tanky approach from Andres this time around. Already has the Durham's Fist, I think that is, and Spectral's Cowl completed. So maybe going for a more tanky version of Shyvana. But with the stacks he has, you can see he already has 8 takedowns. So that's so many stacks for Andres. On the other side, you know, they've done, you know, Citrus has done very well to keep up with the momentum and keep up with the pace of Andres. As you can see, they're pretty much even on gold. Actually, Citrus is ahead on gold. So you definitely still have a lot of possibility with this Gwen in the jungle.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be surprising if one Rakan engage lands with the damage on Gwen. It's exactly what we were about to set up for a point as the needlework comes through. Snip, snip, snip goes the cheese, and Ice Cream pick up a bunch of kills. However, Andre into the back line has picked up 1. They've taken out Ibu from this one. Veos now looking potentially to re-engage. Still has Deathmark available. I don't think you'd be expecting that this late, as he goes on to Ching-Si, who is ticking. It's actually Citrus. Pops under the Deathmark, and now Andre has the smite advantage. It was looking so, so good for Ice Cream, but Andre has breathed dragon fire all through this fight and has made them melt in front of the Ocean Drake.
That's 400 stacks now. I saw that little animation on Andres, and that means that he has his evolved ultimate. Really, really huge team fight. And I think it's really, really difficult sometimes because Team Queso, they're so, so slippery. They have so many dashes. Yes, you jump onto Mumu. Yes, you jump onto Floor on the back line, but you still have the threat of Andres. You still have this threat of the Zed in the back line. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take the Dragon. They're going to potentially take this bot lane tower. If Veos is quick enough, I'm not too sure if he's going to get it. Ibu's here to try and clear the wave, but Veos is going to take that with ease and been able to take the bot lane tier 2 tower. It's definitely still a pretty close game, but 5,000 gold lead now for Team Queso. And with the comp that they have with this scaling, with the Ashe, the Senna, and the Shyvana, they're definitely looking to be in the driving seat.
And that's the thing, is this Gwen comes out and like you get the engage that Ice Cream are looking for. The hidden damage in Gwen, where it's just like needlework through the entire team, is going to rip through the health bars. But man, Andre, we said like how interactive was he going to be? I think he was forced to be more interactive than he would have liked, and suddenly just comes out of the jungle and just murders the backline. Just everything's okay. Like Team Queso, like, oh yeah, there's the Andre we can rely on being the carry coming through again. As this Ashe Senna, I would say comes along online pretty much at this point of the game. If they can stay safe, like both of them will have enough range, enough damage to output and start fights. And if they can't, Andre's got it. As the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Black Shield is going to absorb that. Of course, one of the strengths of Morgana, but Mumu managed to get it to land at least onto a target. Ibu didn't have a Black Shield available for that, as the binding does land from Floor.
I think the big thing is, though, is that I feel like most of the time Floor and Andres is dashing in.
Yeah, Andres goes in because they feel like they can get the damage. Dawning Shadow comes through, and it's going to shield up the team as here's the damage from Mumu onto the Rakan. Oh, he's been watching Wanted as that whole arrow curving around into the back line is enough to pick up another kill, or at least get them low. It's another kill on to the side of Queso, and I think they might just look to end here as it's 40 seconds on the death time as they'll turn for the Baron, look to take that final objective and push things through. Was that what that movie was called, Wanted? The one with the curving bullet arrows? Yeah, T-Man thinks so. It must be an old man thing, T-Man. That's why I'm like, it's in my head. You've got the name as well.
Taking back a look at the team fight, you can see Solo Bolo was trying his best to dive in onto the back line, but we're at the point in the game now where we were kind of questioning in the draft. We were like, you know, Senna Ash, not really too sure what it's too much about, but we're at the point in the game where you have the front line of Team Queso, you know, Acolyte and Andres, that basically can become a meat shield for Mumu and Floor on this Ash and Senna, and with all the heals that you can get from the Senna, with all the shields as well, with the ultimate and all the slows from Mumu, and the ultimate means that you'll be able to just sit in the back line, use all your abilities, and stay completely safe. There is a lot of dive on Ice Cream, and we did see that happen once or twice already, where they were able to get onto Mumu and Floor, but I think that's the least of Ice Cream's worries this time around. It's like, yes, you can kill Floor, yes, you can kill Ash, but then you're just going to have to deal with full health Andres, a full health Veos at the same time, and they're going to try and look for a pick here. They're not going to get anything. Again, the slippery comp,
and then the arrow hits, though, into the back line as Zebu drops low. Dawning Shadow, not quite enough, and there's the Dark Binding on the back end as Andre is trying to find Qingxi at the same time. It's through the top lane that Queso want to push through. With that Baron buff now, they're going to look for the mid inhibitor as well. And it is all going Queso's way. 30 health on the turret will get shredded down as Solo Bolo trying to run away from the engage. And they're just not putting damage onto the front line of Queso. Like, Ice Cream cannot find enough to stick. And Andre's going to go in under the Nexus Tower, under the fountain, is going to try and get anything they can as Veos drops low. But it's not enough for Ice Cream to survive. It's going to be an ace. How clean's it going to be, though, as the Needlework will pick some off the back line, and Veos will push down the Nexus to secure the 2-0 for Team Queso.
Overall, very, very clean series for Team Queso. That second game, there was a little bit of hesitance. There was a little bit of moments during that second game where I was like, does Ice Cream have a chance? You felt like there were chances for Team Queso, for Ice Cream in the end. You know, with the engage they got in the mid lane, it was really, really big from them. But then Andres, Acolyte and Veos, that top side that stayed on Team Queso this entire time, came out on top, and that Senna Ash was basically a distraction the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, and I felt that was a big misplay. We'll look at the highlights, though, first off, to see exactly how it went, because it was a much closer game this time around.
Yeah, much, much closer. I mean, I think Andre was playing this different playstyle, right, where he needed a little bit more time and got the early kills to get himself ahead in the stacks and was able to just output damage in the team fight.
This was the fight here. So with them both down, I feel that Ice Cream's big misplay there was the fact that they just went, oh, we've got Flora and Mumu down, let's get Dragon. Instead of going, let's deal with the fact we have Acolyte, Andre, and Andre behind us, to start with, and Veos. They just disrespected the damage that was going to come out there, and they just simply used Garen to just keep them at bay. It's like, oh, we'll take Dragon down easily. Instead, they should have gone, okay, we've got Andre behind us. Either we focus the Dragon, literally focus the Dragon down, this is Shyvana, focus the jungler down so we don't have that threat, or we focus what's coming our way. Instead, they all just went, Dragon.
Yeah,
literally like zombified and just disrespected it. Because at that point, it was about 2,000 gold difference. It was very close.
I think the big thing is that this game is that I think when we look at the stats after this as well, when we have a look at the item builds, I think Andre's item build is a lot different to what we've seen from other Shyvanas. If we're going to take a look at the stats right now, yeah, as you can see, a lot of a tankier build on the Shyvana. He's basically not going to be the main damage source. He doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King or any sort of this damage. He's like, okay, guys, I'm going to be the frontline tank.
I'm getting in your face.
Yeah, exactly. With Acolyte as well, you can see Acolyte building Sterix Gauge. They both have Gargle, Stone Plate, and even if you get onto likes of Mumu and Floor into the backline, you still have enough damage with Andres and with Acolyte. So overall, even though we were kind of questioning the Ashe center bot lane, they actually did play the bot lane very, very well. Just poking out. They were zoning Ibu and Solo Bolo the entire time, and when it got to them team fights, they struggled to get onto them. They got onto them twice, but even if they took down Flora and Mumu, they couldn't kill the rest of the team.
Mumu's positioning was very good, and he was basically, I am going to volley shot you down just to slow you down and let Acolyte, Andre, Veos all just chomp you down, basically, get them down there. Instead of being the hyper carry that we've seen him being already, obviously, in previous matches. So, very well placed. Where do we take this whole Ashe center lane? What's the feelings? You don't like it?
I think individually those parts are good and can be good, but together they don't necessarily make the most amount of sense. And I think a team that perhaps is a little bit more, I don't know whether I'd say focused or just more drilled, this comp wouldn't work from Queso. I feel like there's too much like hands-off waiting and then too much like ultra early game with Renekton and Zed. I'm just like, there's some things that just don't quite fit together, but Queso like basically brute force this comp until it works, and then they get to the late game, and then Andre, Mumu, and Floor switch on, and you're like, okay, everything works.
Look at that balanced damage from Queso, all within 3,000.
Mumu surprisingly did the most damage. I mean, unfortunately, in Wild Rift we don't have the numbers where we can see how much physical damage and how much magic damage. Because I'm quite curious to see if Mumu maybe did enough magic damage to kind of make sure that it's like there's not this full AD comp.
Most of that's volley damage.
Well, yeah, basically, yeah, that is true. That is very, very true. But even though Queso did draft this full AD comp, they just got way too far ahead. They got the early skirmishes. Andre's got enough stacks. Yes, he didn't farm as much, but he got the stacks from the kills. And you know, on the other side, the set didn't really work out too well in this game. Citrus tried his best on the Gwen, had a lot of gold as well, and did get a lot of kills on this Gwen, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because Gwen needs a few items. You know, we talked about Shyvana scaling. Gwen's the same. Needs a few items, needs to get scaling, and you know, it doesn't really do too well in them early skirmishes. But you can see how even the game was. You know, up until 13.5 minutes, it was only about a 2K gold lead for Team Queso.
It was that one fight, that Ocean Drake. That's all that difference is 13-30, because it was pretty much even across the board. And in fact, to a point, I would have said Ice Cream had the advantage, despite the fact they were down in gold. They had the advantage in terms of team fights.
Yeah, I think there were a number of team fights where we saw Chinxi just like find Mumu and just go, okay, well now you're out of the fight. Yeah. So
that's a good point. That fight, actually, I want to go back to that fight because I don't know, and I was looking at it. It was around the Rift Herald, right? And I don't know how he got caught because literally, it was down the bottom. Was following him up there. Who was on the Z? Veos. Veos was literally walking up behind him all the way up river. So at some point he'd be like, yeah, guys,
he's coming.
By the way, he's coming. And yet then there's Mumu stood there and goes, oh.
There's a set in front of me.
It's almost like the whole John Travolta meme, just like, where did he come from? Where did he come from? It's just like, guys, it's like he's walking all the way up the river. Didn't come from anywhere else, just followed him all the way up the river, and then went in and just put a showstopper on them. It's just like, hello?
And for Ice Cream this game, they definitely found opportunities. You know, they did find engage opportunities. You know, Solo Bolo again on this Rakan, I think had a pretty decent performance. They did try, but it was just when it came to the skirmishes and trying to shut down Andres and Acolyte and Veos, it was too slippery in the end. It was way too difficult for them to deal with.
Well, this is a tough one. Who is the MVP this time around? Because it was a pretty even game. Is it going to be the man himself as always? Yes! What a surprise!
It's like having a loaded dice playing with Andre. It's just like this guy. I'm glad there's like no, as far as I'm aware, there's no prize for MVP. Otherwise, everybody else on Queso would be like, no, you're splitting that.
Just
you're splitting that. Okay, it's just like there's no way you're allowed. I mean, he's everywhere on the map.
But a very different Shyvana that we're used to seeing, right? And even like you talked about it in the game, obviously the fact that they didn't focus the dragon down, which is what you'd always expect with a Shyvana, because they always love that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they didn't trade objectives early on. They were trying to go in for a team fight. Obviously, they lost that team fight against Ice Cream early on, and they actually got a gold deficit because they lost that team fight. Then both teams went towards the dragon. It was a very, very weird.
It was a bizarre, weird start.
It was really, really weird. Like the 4-minute mark. I mean, the first objective didn't get taken until about 6.5, 7 minutes, I think it was. And it was very weird because both teams wanted to fight, but then you felt like for both teams, it actually probably been better just to like trade objectives.
And I'm really happy to see that game, and this can sound really weird if you're a Queso fan, and you're probably going to think I'm biased, because I'm happy to see that, because Queso looked uncomfortable in that early game.
Yep.
Game 1, they looked insanely comfortable,
I mean,
like pushing all the
they were
towers
about
down.
15 kills up by then.
But what I mean is, like, that was their strategy in action, and they were comfortable playing it. We asked to see a different strategy out of Queso. We saw a different strategy out of Queso, and I would say that the early game did not look good from them. There were moments where they looked paralyzed over what
it wasn't a comfortable strategy, there's no doubt about it. It was definitely an interesting setup for them, but of course, it does mean that Team Queso stay at the top of our table.
Yep.
It does mean that my 2-0 prediction was right.
At least I was right about
just putting it out.
At least we got a point. We got a point. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets the point, right? So it's, you know, it's like
Score
it's
is
like handing
like
out prizes through school, right? Everybody gets a prize. Everybody gets a prize. My predictions are just at the top right now. Just saying. Anyway, yeah. That aside, we do have a couple of sponsors. I also want to talk about the next game coming up because it is a biggie. If you guys out there not too sure what it is, well, I'm pretty sure most people in chat have already told you. It is Rix versus Formulation coming up in just a few moments. But before we get there, we should talk about our sponsors. Producers is he about to go to a break? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I know we have these guys in front of us down here that have covered us throughout, and obviously we wouldn't be doing nothing without Snapdragon here at the ESL Pro Series. They have been driving our phones for many years, and we absolutely love them for being associated with us here at ESL as well. So thank you very much for them. Check your phones out. I'm sure you've been driven by them as well throughout many games, not just here at Wild Rift, obviously covering Clash of Clans, Asphalt 9. You guys have been giving all the love out there. Also, phones coming out, Z Fold 3. Get yourself, check that one out, the Samsung Z Fold 3 on the market right now. You can get a massive screen, flip it open, yes, no. People that have been hyping us up throughout our careers, and that is monster. They have been unleashing the beast here. They've been unleashing the beast in Asia. We saw it earlier on. We're watching the Southeast Asian Wild Rift as well. They're unleashing the beast all over the world. And of course, where do they get there? They get delivered by DHL. That's how they get all over the world. They are delivering us. And of course, don't forget, €100 voucher in the shops, the ESL shop, more importantly.
Still, I was meant to go and check what I would spend it on in the ESL shop, but I spent so long watching Wild Rift all week.
I've been watching Stu all week, unfortunately.
Exactly, that's what I mean. I basically
busy watching him playing.
Basically given him the equivalent of €100 ESL voucher.
Not quite how it translates to watching to €100 going Stu's way.
Have you seen how many ads he runs on his
okay. I don't run a single ad. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, DHL, get the quiz. I believe you have to know about some of the other games you mentioned before already.
You do need to get in that quiz. Like, obviously, the main point of the quiz is you need to be following what happens in the Brawl Stars, obviously in Wild Rift as well. As Asphalt 9, maybe you're going to cover some of those guys. If you do watch that, you might see me as well. Who knows? Anyway, don't forget to get involved in the break. Discord.gg, of course. Get yourself in there for that quiz, obviously, as well. As you mentioned, you need some extra knowledge. Well, keep your eyes. It's all going to be here in the same channel as well. You don't need to go anywhere else. Somewhere you don't want to go, well, go get yourself a bit of a monster break right now, because when we come back, we're going to have a massive game. It is going to be Formulation up against Rix GG. We'll see you in just a few moments.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. If there was going to be a main event of the group stage, you'd be joining us for it, because coming up very shortly is going to be Rix versus Formulation. I'm Stress, joined by Demon and Stuart, and meanwhile, off-stream, we have had the result coming in from Parla versus Momdi. It was a 2-0, as you will have seen on your screen, in favor of Parla, so I think no surprises there. I feel like, even though Momdi have a lot of supporters, and I'm sorry that we're being a little bit negative on them, I think that, you know, makes sense. Parla were looking very strong.
I think we all called it. I don't think anyone be surprised by that. You were a ring announcer. I want to hear the big main event ring announcement coming in for this one. You've done ring announcement.
Maybe if there's a finals, maybe we can work that out. We can figure that out. I'll do it.
Big
Maybe
echo boom mic or something.
Certainly. Although I don't think any of the players are quite that jacked to do a proper pro wrestling walkout. Maybe we'll see. Maybe
I still remember the WRC finals. What you did?
Yeah,
that was really
pretty good. I mean, I did that actually for one of the teams that we're about to introduce. As we're going into Rix versus Formulation. So yeah, on the blue side, at least of our 1v1 head-to-head, we'll see what they are for game number 1. It is the Rix line up, starting in the top lane with Random, 7 in the jungle, Snitch as the AD carry, as the mid laner, Doom as the AD carry, Clue as the support. And I was going to say, Snitch is so synonymous with ADs that we haven't really seen it so much in ESL, but we've seen him play with Tristana, we've seen a bunch of stuff. Like, Rix showed us their form again in day 2 of last week after a very, very surprise upset to Ice Cream 2-0 in day 1.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They showed up, they said that, oh, we come here to play. You know, that game number 1 and that series number 1 against Ice Cream was not the Rix we come to expect coming into this ESL Challenge season. But in that second series, they showed that it's like, okay, we've come here to play, but now they've got a huge, huge test. You know, for me, if there was one game and one series to look out for throughout this entire month and throughout this entire Challenger season, it's this one right here.
And they got a lot of weight on the shoulders, obviously, as you mentioned, the performance last week. They took the week off, you know, they skipped from the Ocean Cup. So this is where, has it paid off? Like, was the burnout real? Has the little time off to sort of amongst themselves to figure things out? Is it going to pay off? Because it's going to be a tough game no matter which way you look at the result.
It surely will. And I think a win here weirdly will somewhat invalidate the loss to Ice Cream, right?
Yes.
Now if you get the win here against Formulation, you scratch Formulation off the head-to-heads. It's like, if we get tied with them, good. We've already got that one in the bank. Whereas for now, Ice Cream seem to be struggling down at the bottom, and Rix may not very well be so focused on that. But we'll take a look at Rix's opponents, because it is not an easy series when we look at Formulation. This is one of the other teams that we are expecting to be certainly looking at a final spot. It is Sneaky, Vex, Don, Qua, and Scow, as we've been told that the has gone, or I should say the tum has gone from Quantum. I've been told that it has to be Qua now,
Qua.
which... Yeah.
One cup of Qua.
That means that their duo lane is now completely, now it's not Show, it's Sko, and now it's not Quantum, it's Quo. Yeah, it's like
the divas of the league right now. They're like, no, please pronounce my name in a different way this week. I want it to change up. But to speak very seriously about this Formulation lineup, this is a lineup that has basically come together in the off-season and has been dominant in a lot of things. We've seen them beat Rix, we've seen them beat a lot of other teams, putting up a lot of wins on the board, and a lot of it has been from Qua. Like, I feel like as the bot lane carries go, Qua has been one of the more consistent over the last few weeks, certainly.
Just like to say, welcome to our Southeast Asian fans. It does seem that best of 5 is finally finished.
Oh, we had 2 best of 3s in the meantime.
All I'm saying is I'm glad we didn't delay. That's what I'm saying right now. But yes, Formulation, I mean, they were very strong. There's no doubt about it. But we did see them fall to Team Queso. So it has been proven. Obviously, they seemed unable to counter what they'd done. And to the point that they lost to the exact same comp once again against the Ocean in the Ocean Cup that Parla ran. So it seems that they are a little slow to adapt in terms of pick ban strategies to how to fix it. They ended up like banning Lulu non-stop and Karma and everything else. Everything was being banned out of the one.
And the thing with Formulation is I was a person that was like, I praised their drafts. I was like, their drafts are really, really good. They're very, very flexible during drafts. But at the moment, it seems like, Team Queso were just like, oh, we're just going to first pick Karma every single time. Formulation didn't really draft against it very well. They just draft scaling into scaling, but you can't really outscale a Vayne, a Lulu, or anyone like that. And it's the same, like you said, against Parla during the week as well. I think the big thing in this series coming into it is that obviously Rix, as you mentioned, has taken that break, taken that week off, but they would have watched every single game from Formula.
And then a couple of games where he smashed people, but Don seems to have just been quite consistent throughout the entirety of the offseason.
I think Don has stepped up a lot from last season. We kind of known him as like the Irelia one trick, and Formulation didn't get Irelia, then they're pretty much going to get stomped every single time. But during the off-season, Don, he's been like, okay, I'm going to practice some more champions. I'm going to play a few more champions. Brings out the likes of the Cassidin, brings out the likes of the Garen, the Yone that we've seen from him as well. He's picking out some of these extra champions, and as I mentioned, that's showing in his gameplay as well. In his gameplay, as you mentioned, he's been very, very consistent in that mid lane, and I think this matchup is going to be very, very interesting. Both of these players picked Yone last weekend, the first time we saw it in the EMEA region. Don played it quite a lot during the week as well, during the Ocean Cup, so that's definitely a champion that we'll have to keep our eyes on during draft.
I would also say, from what I remember, every one of those choices that Don had made were counters. I don't think they were like first picks into something. I'm pretty sure the Garen was definitely a counter into a Zedith from what I remember. The Cassidin was a counter, it was the final pick they booked in there. And then Aurelia, obviously, as you mentioned, is a champion that is synonymous with.
Which I feel like that's how Rix used to be picking for Snitch, right? It's like Snitch would always have like this, haha, you picked this, I've got my action.
Yeah,
or
surprise!
something like that. It's like, haha, you can't outdraft me. Which, I mean, Snitch, I feel like in day 2 of last week looked very good, like very consistent as always. I always feel like Snitch is the consistent mid laner, but just that last week or so was like, ooh, what is happening here? What has changed? But I feel like he'll find his form again now with a little bit of a break.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't really know what was happening with Rix behind the scenes or anything like that. Why they lost so convincingly to Ice Cream, because it wasn't a crazy shock. It wasn't like a fluke or anything like that. It was a very, very dominant win from Ice Cream, and they won against them fair and square. It was a 2-0 in the end. But as you mentioned, now because Rix have had that break, they have had time to maybe recover and recoup and maybe talk about the differences that they have. The same with the backroom staff as well. Obviously with Dooms and Mozilla as their coaches, they're going to have to plan a draft against this Formulation side. So I mean, I'm really excited to see this draft and to see this game, because this is I think the moment that we've all been waiting for throughout this entirety of the season.
Absolutely, and we're only a couple of seconds away from getting into that draft. Give us your predictions in chat of who you think is going to win. Get your votes in. Use those Twitch channel points. This one I feel like could be quite even. Rix normally have a lot of fans, but I know the Don, he's in chat, always kind of like pulling the strings a little bit ahead of his series. So we'll see whether Don's like flooding it with like thousands of channel points. Let's also take a look at our predictions, which this is a spicy one because I've cursed Rix again.
Same here.
So I'm actually glad that I switched it up, because if we did, we would have got completely blamed for it, because otherwise it would have been a 2-1 across the board. Honestly, I was on the fence in this one. I really was. I only went with Formulation based on obviously historic data in terms of obviously the 3-0 from last week in the Inferno Cup, and obviously what I've seen Formulation doing throughout the week as well. Obviously the great performance in the Ocean Cup as well as last week in terms of what they did. I mean, the only thing I could say is that we already talked about it. The Phono comp, that seems to be the Achilles heel right now of Formulation. Have they figured something out? Obviously, Don talked about it against Parley. He's like, I didn't realize we were facing Queso again. It's like, well, you should know how to play against this. You've lost against it 3 times now, so I hope they figured something out.
And I think that's the really important thing to look at how Rix won last week. It wasn't strictly a funnel comp, but it was very much like get Doom on a marksman, put a lot of resources his way, and give him the ability to carry. So we know that Rix can do like half of that already.
I don't know how much I read into that Momdi game, because it was such a stomp. It was so one-sided in terms of how it worked out. But yeah, I mean, even from my perspective, that stomp that they had, I said at the time, I felt it was still a sloppy win. While it was a dominant win, it kind of like got a little sloppy. But the bans, okay, so where do we go with this then?
I think the one thing to note is that, Rick showed that they can play the early game, because that's exactly the comp that they run. They run Renekton, they run Yone mid, they run the Thresh Lucian in the bot lane, and if Formulation, if they have one weakness at the moment, it seems to be the early game. They seem to, go for the scaling comp and not really know what to do really too much in the early game.
Here we go!
Formulation, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the nonsense.
They don't want that at all. Nasus being banned away is no surprise, as like Formulation seems to be the only team that you ban Nasus away, because they've shown that, you don't need to pair the Nasus with the Senna. Core has played it quite a lot with Sko down in the bot lane, whether it's with the Lux, whether it's with the Ashe, they've showed a lot. Gragas being banned away as well. This is very, very standard bans at the moment for either side. Varus being banned away is a very comfortable pick again for Core.
But it's also a Doom comfort pick, and they had the first pick available too.
But I think the big thing is Lux though. Lux is still open. I think that's the other one. There you go. It's banned away.
So now do we swap focus to random and look for the Fiora, because we know that that's always a win condition for Rix. There's no remaining big picks save for like Ziggs that I'd even be thinking about as a bottom lane, and even then Ziggs is somewhat out of the meta.
Yeah, I was about to mention Yone. I was just about to mention Yone. We mentioned it during the head-to-head. Both Snitch and Don have both played Yone, and that's going to be the priority for Rix in this first pick. As you mentioned, the Fiora is available, but I think the big thing is that all the Baron laners are available. There's not a single Baron lane ban this time around.
I'm still unsure whether this Yone is like a first pick worthy right now. Like I understand that obviously they're all enjoying it and everybody's trying to make it work and trying to get it in there, but I still wonder whether in terms of first pick potential, obviously the Nautilus very big for the support, so Sko's gonna be delighted with that. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. We've seen them both playing it already, so bearing in mind we've seen Don and Snitch playing it. We have obviously seen a top lane playing it. This could be random or sneaky, who knows?
There's the Fiora. Our graphics were just catching up with the picks in the game. So the Fiora was picked up, and now Akali locked in. So it means that both Snitch and Random are playing carry champions. So they're not doing the funnel comp that we've been looking at. There's a lot more carry potential on the side of Rix.
I mean, the big thing is, though, is that Random doesn't really play Akali too much. This could very well be a mid lane Akali from Snitch, and as you mentioned, though, we've already seen Yone in the SEA region being played in the jungle, being played in the Baron lane. We've already seen it today as well.
Random was in chat, by the way, during that Yone top.
Yeah,
I just gonna say that
as well.
Yeah. That's a blind. Oh no, because Nautilus is there. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say blind, but like. Wow. Okay, so that tells you engage potential. So yes, you're going to get AoE knockups and that kind of thing, and maybe it's like the bounce house.
Do you think they were watching APAC earlier? Because I saw Alistair a couple of times. I think it was Ellie that was running it for Enigma.
Camille jungle potentially could also be Camille mid lane for Don. This is very well. Actually, one pick that he did play a little bit during the WREC was actually Fiora mid lane. Don did play it quite a lot in the WREC in season 1, so this could very well be Camille in the Baron lane for Sneaky, because it's a very, very comfortable pick that he has played many, many times. It can be Fiora mid lane. I think the big thing is now, though, for Formulation is that you can ban out other Baron lane champions. Actually, they ban out the Echo instead. I'm actually quite surprised. Maybe, you know, you could maybe ban out other Baron lane champions. Obviously, you have the Yone and Akali, so one of them might already go into the Baron lane. I think it's a bit of a difficult situation, as both drafts can be very, very flexible at the moment.
It's a very interesting one now. And we have also seen Rix avoid tough matchups by swapping mid and top, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like we've seen that.
This obviously leaves 7 for Shyvana, possibly another. Obviously, if you're thinking of Yone now, you want the champions that are going to do knockups, and Dragon Shyvana. Yeah, obviously, but wants to go with it. Yeah, definitely something they want to focus towards.
We got the rave bands going on for Formulation. I actually don't know that I would want to see a Shyvana come through for 7. I think I want to see something a little bit more consistent, because I feel like Rix, when 7 has to make things like work solo, are less impactful than a 7 that's setting things up with Clue, for instance, and getting things going. So let's take a look as we swapping over to the old
Diana
school.
ban. Okay.
Senna. Is this Senna Nautilus then? I mean, it could very well be a Nautilus jungle. Vex has played Nautilus jungle before, so I wouldn't be surprised if this could very well be a Nautilus jungle, as Doom is hovering a few champions, a few hyper carries. I don't know if he's going to play a hyper carry. I mean, he probably wants to. I know Doom, you know, he definitely wants to. Ezreal as well. Ezreal isn't bad. It could work.
They have magic damage in this comp already with the Akali as well, so he can go towards a utility carry more like an Ezreal, which gives them a little bit of the late game survivability.
Herald Slain.
That's early. Okay. Interesting. They get one out of the gate. They get 2 out of the gate. As we're going to see what the jungle pickup here is. Something with a little bit of kind of survivability, I would hope. We've got I don't think they want a Morgana as such for
Morgana's
magic
banned
damage.
anyway. They banned it
Oh,
anyway.
yeah. Okay, it's banned out, yeah.
Oh, so early aggression. Okay, so 7 opted in for early aggression with the Lee Sin, maybe to help out both of his assassins in both the solo lanes, both the Akali and Yone. Interesting to see where this Senna is going to go. It could very well be a Senna Nautilus bot lane. You can just go for a full tank Nautilus with the likes of, you know, Iceborne Gauntlet, Sunfire Aegis. It has happened before, and put Vex on this Vi. I would very, very much like Vi, but it is going to be Kha'Zix in the end. I think the big thing is that even though Doom is playing Ezreal, which, as you said, most of the time is a very safe AD carry, I think the big thing is, though, is that the Nautilus Ultima and also the Hextech Ultimatum on top of that, that lockdown that you can do onto Ezreal, it means that he can't escape at all. So I think it's going to be quite difficult for Doom, but a very different draft for, I would say, both teams, really, to be honest. It's a very, very different both round. I mean, this means it's probably going to be Don in the mid lane on that Fiora against potentially the Yone or Akali. We'll have to see what the swaps are in the end. It's going to be Yone mid lane, Akali Baron lane. So Yone against Fiora in the mid lane. I mean, it's a highlighted matchup, and if there's 2 picks that we were thinking of, you know, Yone and Fiora, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup in that mid lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, Formulation have this insane late game comp. like, Rix have some with Ezreal and Yone there, but like Camille, Fiora can split push so effectively. Senna scales well into the late game, yeah, as mentioned. So Formulation bringing plenty into the late game. Very interesting draft, very different from what we've seen in our previous series today.
Yeah, that's just not what we were expecting. Yeah, I mean, another AD carry. More importantly, obviously, the mid lane focus we want to talk about. Even the jungle focus, obviously, we've talked about Random sometimes being left alone in the top there in the recent games that they've obviously lost. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Rix come out the gates here.
I'm quite curious. You know, both the assassins on the side of Rix means that they're probably not going to get the early game advantage that they really want in them solo lanes, and it's going to be all down to Seven on this Lee Sin to help his solo lanes to try and get that advantage as well, because I think that's going to be the big thing. Because I think bot lane is just going to be a farm fest. I don't think nothing else is going to happen, and it's all going to be about the solo lanes, that mid lane and also that Baron lane.
Didn't last time we say that it all kicked off at the bottom?
Watch it be a bot lane party.
I mean, it's Ezreal against Senna. If anything happens in the bot lane, then okay, fair enough.
I'll tell you what, you get Alistair involved, and anything could kick off. You know, he is a perfect engage. But then again, on the flip side, you've got Nautilus, so it's a counter it. So it's going to be a very interesting chess match early on.
It will. We're not playing chess, but we're playing Wild Rift, as we're about to get onto the Rift for Game 1 between Rix and Formulation.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big one, as they say. Could potentially be the finals. Who knows down the line? Rix GG face off against Formulation just last week, midweek, in the Inferno Cup. In that one, it was a 3-0 for Formulation. A very dominant performance, which kind of almost set Rix on a landslide, if you were, into their loss against Ice Cream, which caught everybody off guard. Now, the question is, with a week off, week preparation, looking at this game, looking at how things are going, this is the time to shine. And Don having to burn his flash very early on there.
Not good for Don in the early game. He's probably going to go back to base, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So that means that Snitch is going to get a bit of an advantage. He's going to try and maybe stop him, as Don actually cancel his recall. So he's going to be very, very low. He needs to be careful, because when Snitch can stack these, the first ability for Yone can potentially get the knock up as well. But he's just going to zone for now, and I felt like Don maybe could have gone back to base and he would have been completely fine, but he's struggling. Look at this already 1 HP, and now because Snitch he doesn't have Ignite though. He does have Barrier, so he's just going to dash away for now.
Money Fruits, he's fine. He's fine. Absolutely fine. To be fair, his trade a moment ago was pretty strong, and that's obviously what the thing is with Fiora. Fiora's trade can be very, very strong, and despite the early pressure, he's weathered the storm nicely there.
Yeah, if you get the vital box and everything, you know, it'd be very, very easy.
So, in terms of actually who can poke and who can prod, I would say, as we're seeing here, that Qua and Sko can put a lot of poke down. Obviously, for Clue, yes, he's going to have these combos, wombo combo, knock up, headbutt, pulverize, to try and pull them away and maybe separate someone. It would be a perfect setup for Seven if he were to come in. He did just have a quick, brief look there, but it doesn't look like he's going to get involved. But in terms of Doom on Ezreal, he's going to have to be a little passive early on. And this top lane matchup, this is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Akali, we know, will have that burst engage, but Camille's so hard to pin down and so slippery that this is, feel like this is almost going to be a nullified matchup.
I think it's very, very difficult for Random to do anything really in this early game. Again, it will probably have to come down to the junglers seeing what they can do up in the Baron lane, trying to roam up as well. I think one big thing I want to note in this series is that the last time we saw, is Snitch looking to dive in. He isn't going to be able to get anything. Remember, Don doesn't have flash, and Seven actually has Demolish, so he's actually going to proc Demolish in the mid lane, get one tower plating early on. The big thing was that Don, oh my god, he even dashed back in. He actually died for it as well. The big thing is, though, is that every single time that I've seen Rix play against Formulation is that Rix always get the early game lead. They always somehow get an advantage, whether it's through towers, whether it's through small skirmishes. Rix always get the lead. You know, if we talk about the Infernal League matchup, that final where Formulation won 3-0, that all started from Formulation getting a comeback win in game number 1, where Rix were ahead. They were using Random in the side lane. They were trying to get him ahead, and that's exactly what they did. But then when it came to them late game objectives around Baron, they weren't decisive enough. And then Formulation stole Baron away, and then they were able to get the win. So I'm curious to see if Rix have learned from their mistakes in the last time they played Formulation. So I think, you know, their early game, I think is one of the best early games, I think, in, you know, in the entire region. But I think when it comes to that late game decision making with their jungler and with their support, that's really where it comes up. A bit difference.
Bit of back and forward, continuing to see who's on top, but both coming out pretty even there. Snitch maybe getting a slight bit more with that initial engagement in the river. Still a quite early game. It's crazy to think that I think in the Queso game we'd already lost a tower, and I think it was about 7-2 at this stage, which was such a bizarre game.
This is going to be a very, very slow game. I mean, these are some of the top players in the EU region. These are some of the players that have already grinded up to master. You know, it's only been 2 days of the new ranked season. Some of these players are already in the top ranks in the ladder. Constantly challenger players every single season. You see most of these players also stream at the same time, so they're very, very known in the community. And every single time these two teams face off against each other, it's always a banger. It doesn't matter if it's a 3-0, 3-2, a 2-0, 2-1. It's always a banger of a series. There's always something popping off. There's always something happening. And it just shows with the amount of pressure early on that no one's taken any big risks so far. Even 7 on this Lee Sin, I was maybe expecting, you know, with the Lee Sin, maybe you can look to try and get some advantages. But I think that's because, you know, you have this double assassin in the solo lane, so you don't really have a lot of setup as a Lee Sin. You don't have a lot of, you know, crowd control or anything like that to try and set up for the gank.
From that point of view, I would say Formulation also playing it very, very safe. Every time I've looked at the lanes, especially with Queso in the mid, Don in the mid, and almost to a point, I would say sneaky, but obviously Camille can be different because Camille can just get back to the tower in very quick time. But there's not been a great deal of openings for 7. Obviously, if you're a jungler, we're like, oh, that lane is shoving right in. I'm going to come around and get around the back of him. There's not really been those opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, Rift Herald looking like a possibility here. Vex is in and around it, and it does look like that's where Formulation want to focus their energies.
First items across the board. Everyone on the side of Rix have completed their first items. Formulation a little bit slow, though. Both Core and Don have not completed their first items. That means they're probably going to get priority as they look for a play instead onto Snitch.
They should be able to get it here. Snitch is going to go down, and there's nothing to come back from it. So nice work there. Sneaky and Don competing. But it does mean that the Herald will be gifted across the Rix. If that gets thrown down, I was about to say in the top lane, but it's not going to be because I can see it's going on the hands of 7, who's actually going towards the mid with it. It will be thrown down in the mid. True shot barrage coming across way too early there. Vex will easily smite that one out. Herald goes down. Should get a big chunk of these plates off here. We'll get the first charge.
The bot lane. Sometimes Snitch does overextend or sometimes does get a little bit caught out, and that's exactly what happens this time. And it just shows, you know, the lockdown with this Camille pick. We saw Acolyte already perform very, very well on the Camille. You know, even though the champion has been nerfed over and over again, it's just that lockdown, that mobility that Camille can offer is still going to come out on top. You can see that he is going to be completely fine against Snitch now down in this duo lane. So now we had to trade objectives. The first Rift Herald already got dropped for Rix down in the mid lane. That mid lane is basically 100 HP, so a couple of auto attacks from Doom and that will go down. But meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, they did get a few tower platings in the bot lane because they were able to take down Snitch. And now we're just going to go back to farming again. This is going to be a very, very slow game. This isn't going to be the crazy 20 kill games at 22 kill games at 10 minutes into the game. It's going to be very, very slow. You know, both these teams don't want to take any huge risks. I'm saying that great parry from Don stops the combo from Clue, and they're just going to back off for now. You can see the mid lane is just Qua and Doom just clearing out the waves. It's just the side lane pressures, the solo lanes at the moment for both these teams looking to try and push in, but nothing too crazy just yet.
No, it's a very much calmer game as we would expect between two top teams. Nobody wants to give any early advantages, and you talked about the scaling. You've got to wonder as we continue on here, scaling is going to be a factor when it is such a slower paced game, and obviously advantages not being given or gained. A little stack in the mid there, but Rix will just back away. Don't want to give too much away. That's more a case of trying to protect obviously any of the waves coming through. Just a quick peek down the bottom there. Snitch and 7 stacked up onto the turret. Not going to push it any further though. Happily to let Sneaky come down and clear that wave, as now people all going back to buy. That mid turret still incredibly low, obviously after the Rift Herald put a big chunk down on it. So that's really where Formulation need to keep protecting it.
I think if you're Formulation, I think you're happy with this early game. I think you're happy with playing very, very safe. You know, you have two very, very good side laners in the Camille and the Fiora. Yes, Yone can be good in the side lane. Random, not so much, though, on this Akali. I think will struggle once the hull breakers get built from Sneaky and from Don. As you can see, Sneaky actually looking to jump in, but nothing too crazy happening there. But I think Formulation are fine with this. They have a very, very late game scaling comp with the Fiora, with the Senna in the bot lane as well, with this Camille and Karzik. So it's early game at the moment. I mean, Lee Sin is just going to fall off as the game goes on, and he can still look for the kicks throughout the game. But he's not going to be able to deal as much damage. And this 1-3-1 style from Formulation, it needs to take some time to come online. It needs to get a few items, which is why I think, you know, they're fine with just scaling. They're fine with just playing safe for now.
Yeah, so Sneaky's going to go back, and if he's not back quick enough, that top tower may well go. No, tell a lie. He's Random's instead going to choose to wander on down and keep a little peek about there, but Blue buff now going to get cleared out. I wonder if they're going to try and collapse on the bot lane here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Everybody's going to back away. And of course, we are looking at timers. Timers coming up here. The Herald's going to be the first one up. 10 seconds to go for that one. Everybody going to try and get themselves secure. You can see the ping's already going down, so everybody preparing for this.
I think the big thing is, if in this next team fight, is that Core has the protecting chance. That means if he gets that huge, massive ultimate, or even if he gets that heal as well, he can get that huge, massive healing off on one of his teammates. I think that's a huge enchant. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got 3 stasises already. That's 3,000 gold already being invested in terms of boots and chance. So that means that, you know, Formulation, yes, they have a bit of a gold lead, but I think that gold lead is even more. As looks like Vex is actually catching out Snitch.
Yeah, he caught him actually going
actually
back.
alive.
Actually, very clever. So I don't know if you noticed that. They obviously used the came back behind exactly knowing where Snitch was going to go back to. Going back to the mid there, you can see it trying to catch on. The pulverize didn't quite land on the target they were after. So Formulation will be able to survive on this one. Dragon spawning in just 30 seconds as they look towards that next. But it does seem the Snitch, he's getting a little bit of focus on him at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is what they normally do. You know, Vex likes to try and roam around, try and get picks in these side lanes, and they normally try to focus Snitch in his side lane, but he did very, very well to escape. I think the one thing there was that he was stacking up his first ability, so as soon as he got back to his shadow, he was able to use the third part of his first ability to dash away, and he had his flash and barrier to survive. And as you can see, both teams focusing now towards the Dragon. Nothing else happening at the moment. The root does land from center, but as you can see, both teams are very, very cautious this time around. There's a lot of pressure on these two teams because this can be a very, very big game for both of these teams as it goes later on into the season. Blue does use his Proto Belt, and it looks like the Dragon is going to go in the hands of Rex unless there's a team fight.
They can try and burn it down very quickly. Seven's back in there now as they try and look to engage. Looking at the side there, you can see immediately Stitch has to get in and out. Tries to do what he can, but they're looking very good for Formulation at the moment. Everybody low. Stasis goes in. Is it going to be enough to take him down? It should be. Comes out of Stasis. Seven still survives. Gets a perfect kick across and delays them. Will get taken down eventually, but I tell you what, Formulation are all low as well. Almost a perfect engagement. Unfortunately, no follow-up to come. And it will be a 2-for-0 for Formulation, and they can turn on the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go on to the Drake. Quad needs to be careful in his mid lane. He doesn't have flash. He does have flash. He can try his way. The auto-attack. He auto-attacked the minion instead of auto-attacking Doom. So he actually doesn't take him down the end. And the heal from the Alistar passive keeps him alive. True Shot Barrage does not hit Quad. He's off to the side lanes. But important thing, Dragon does go down for Formulation. That was such a big, big team fight. That huge center ultimate with the protecting chant gave them enough shields to survive the engage, and it was a counter engage afterwards. Vex with the cleanup, Sneaky jumping onto the backline. Everyone was so low on Rix, but they came they basically came for the Dragon, and they got the Dragon.
Absolutely, got what they wanted. And unfortunately for Rix, it just was the engage. Like, Snitch got immediately caught out at the start there. It certainly worked out well. Ooh, they're going to have a little go and score. I don't think he's going to follow that one through. Does manage to land the kick. There is 3 members here. Random comes around. They are going to look towards it. Sneaky's obviously the focus target at the moment. Yeah, I don't think they can tower dive, especially against the Camille Nautilus. I don't think that's the ideal setup they want here. Speaking of ideal setups, Vex is going hungry. He's looking in the jungle for Doom there, so just getting a bit of damage down on towards him. And you can see Don now keeping that pressure on the turret. I'll tell you what, they're going to take it quick. And now you can see Doom's in trouble. Yeah, get away from that.
Yeah, Doom, this Ezreal's not really working out too well at the moment. Again, you know, even though it's a very safe pick, it's not really doing that much damage. And yes, Ezreal can scale. Yes, Ezreal can do a lot of damage, but so can Core on this center. So can Don and Sneaky when they're jumping in onto the back line as well. And again, you know, Formulation with this scaling comp, they're already at 4,000 gold leads. Let's go, just... He was just spreading some love. It was just a little pengu heart.
Just
he
want
was
to say,
spreading love, and he was just... Clue's like, nope, headbutt away.
Clue using the best skin in the game, by the way. I'm just saying.
True, Mukau. Very cool skin.
I don't know if can you use the
You
cowbells?
can't emote,
You
no,
can't.
there's no
Yeah,
emotes in
it's
Wild
it's so disappointing because that's obviously the main thing with the PC side.
Oh,
The
he catches a
bing, bing,
Core.
bing. Speaking of bing, 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 Quantum completely caught out there. Seven looking to follow this through. Actually catches the kick onto Sko. May try and look for Doom. Will get the knock-up. That's what they were looking for. Second knock-up comes through. Sko going to have to get away from this one as he gets taken down, but in goes Random. That was fast and out, and that's what you love to see. The response from Rix is strong.
The clean engage there from Random. Cleans up Sko, and Quantum playing a little bit over aggressive in that mid lane with no flash available. He was stepped up a little bit too far, and Snitch just catched out Quantum with the edge of his ultimate with the knock up afterwards. It's very, very difficult for a Senna to escape. So a little bit of a misplay from Formulation as they step up a little bit too far in that mid lane, and a great engage as well from Random afterwards. You can see in this mid lane play, look, Quantum, he doesn't have flash at all. He steps up to take a soul. You do not want to step up that far when you're against the Yone, you're against the Alistar, and you can see the re-engage afterwards as well. Clue uses the Proto Belt, the headbutt pulverize to jump in, but look at Random here. He lands his third ability, so he jumps in, boom! He just uses ultimate to get straight back away. Very, very well played overall on the side of Rix. And that means that the goal lead is going to get closer and closer. I mean, he'll clear that anyway. It's fine, yeah.
I know, but it's always funny. You see them using it to sort of go in. It's like, oh, damn it. I didn't quite get it in time. I've got to go back. Yeah, reset a little bit.
I'm curious to see the items now. I want like the goal leads as well, because the goal leads at the moment, it's only a 1,000 goal lead in the side of Formulation. Yep. This is as close as you get for a game of Wild Rift. We're 15 minutes into the game. I think the big next objective is going to be this dragon. If Formulation can take this dragon with their scaling comp, that triple dragon threat will be huge. 50 souls for Qua is not the best, I'll be totally honest. We saw that, I think it was Ibu playing the center earlier on, and he was able to get quite a lot of souls. Unfortunately, Qua has not had the same this time around, but does have the Manimune fully stacked with the Black Cleaver. But Dragon should be coming up in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes time now, and that's where both teams are going to be setting up. And this is where I was mentioning before about the late game objectives for Rix. You know, sometimes they like to leave someone in the side lane. They like to go for that split push. And that's exactly what they're going to do this time around with Snitch up in the Baron lane.
Doom trying to put himself out there as the debonair Ezreal bait, while Clue and Seven sat waiting in the wings. Speaking of bait, actually setups here. Don
Divine Sunderer. Ooh, interesting. So going for more tanky build on the Yone, going for the Divine Sunderer, trying to trade. Obviously, Divine Sunderer does do more damage to champions that are stacking health, and obviously, you know, likes a Sneaky, Dong, Sko, Vex, and even Quantum as well is going to be stacking a lot of health. So that means that he's going to get a little bit of extra tankiness and also get the better trades in the side lane, because you can see that's exactly what he's doing. He's stopping the split push from Don, because Don on this Fiora, we've seen how strong Fiora can be in the side lane and the split push, but Dragon is up in 5 seconds. You can see that Rix, they're all here. Snitch goes back to base, and you can see that he's going to go straight towards this Dragon. They need to take this Dragon away, but we've seen the Formulation before, and they do it over and over again. Steal after steal from Vex, and sometimes even Qua, so keep an eye on that Dragon HP.
Looking at the side as well. Vex is sat ready and waiting to go, but there's a good knock-up from Clue.
Oh,
catches 3 of them off guard, and in goes Snitch on the follow-through. They are going to lock down. They can see the jungler down the bottom there. Don's taking very low. Look at finish, but everybody very low. Look at Sneaky's full health. He's going to come around the side, and I tell you what, they're in all sorts of trouble here. Snitch still alive round the side. Somehow they managed to manipulate the battle and come out on top, despite the fact Sneaky has absolutely nothing. They're still going to respect the fact that he's here, but they have to really kite his damage. And Rix will come out on top, but boy, that was tight.
Huge headbutt pulverized by Clue into the back line. Snitch tried to follow up with Yone's ultimate afterwards. Wasn't able to knock up anyone, unfortunately, but it was enough. The backline threat from Random, as we take a quick look back at the replay. Originally, it was Doom that got caught out by himself against Sko, but look at his headbutt pulverized and a huge engage from Snitch into the backline. You can see Random all the way in the back kills out Quantum, and that means that he's not going to be doing too much this time around. and Randall was pretty much full HP this entire time. You can see he was able to clean up. In the picture-in-picture, actually, Ricks actually take the Baron. They take the advantage of winning the team fight, plus taking the Dragon, and that means that they're going to take the Baron this time around. The late game decisiveness from Ricks this time around means that they're able to take the team fight win and take the Baron plus the Dragon.
Well, Clue putting some pressure onto Sneaky here now. Obviously got the Baron buffed on the Alistair. Gold, though, while obviously did just go their way, they do have this Baron play at the moment, see if they can make it work. But it is still only just 1,000 gold, so let's not get carried away. There's still a lot of damage on Formulation here with the right engage.
I mean, the big thing is that they do have Baron, and Ricks do so well with Baron. They push out multiple waves constantly. You can see the Baron is so hard for Formulation to deal with. They have a lot of melee champions. They only really have Core as their main ranged threat. They don't have an AP mage that can clear these waves very quickly. So they're going to struggle to clear these waves. They're going to struggle to try and stop this push from Ricks. And you can see they're already taking mid tier 2. They're taking bot tier 2 at the same time. And they're going to look to try and push even further as Ricks looks to try and close out this first game.
There is a large wave shoving in the Baron lane at the moment. That's where Seven's just gone back to deal with. So they're not all here. So they will just back away and respect Formulation for now. Of course, they are going to gain a chunk from this one. Back a bite as they go. Regroup. They've got time just about the Baron play to keep this pushed in here. It is a chance for Formulation, though, to try and push out as quick as they can, get some ward coverage down. They got 0 coverage throughout their entire jungle. They got one single tri-bush ward at the top there. Now there's one in the river as well, which is where Ricks are obviously going to focus. They want to get that next tier 2 top turret down, and that's where Formulation are well aware of. So they've shoved out the waves as much as they can, and they're going to try and respond to this.
They do need to be careful, though, because Elder Dragon is up in 10 seconds, so I think that's why Ricks are not really risking too much. Normally, Ricks with Barons, they want to try and push these inhibitors. They want to try and take advantage of having that Baron, having the extra stats, having the Baron up minions, but they're just going to go back to base and they're going to get control of this Elder Dragon. You see Ricks already here. They're setting up vision control around this dragon. You see across the board items being completed everywhere. Ricks have 4 items in their inventory. There's not a single space at all for anything. Stasis is across the board. Proto belts. You can see the poke damage. And again, Ricks are the ones that are taking control. And they use it to kick early. Does give Vex a little bit of damage as well with that kick. But with that ultimate down, it could be big, but Vex is going lower and lower every single time. Snitch looking to go in.
Big disengage option. They're still looking for the right target. Seeing what they can find. Instead, it's just going to be Sko ripped apart, taken down. Sneaky in all manner of trouble. He can't get involved in this one. In goes another. Oh, a lot of damage going down onto Snitch there, but just not enough for the Don. And Sneaky has to back away. Guardian Angel still in his pocket, but looks like it's, well, not going to be enough. Vex, the smite steal possibilities on the Kha'Zix. He can try and stealth himself around, but look at Clue. Clue just matching him pace for pace. Knows where he's going. Don't think he's going to be able to get away with this one. He's going for it. Hops across. He's got to bide his time so much. I think they know he's here, and I don't think they're going to allow him to get close yet. And now I think he may get caught out there. The slow comes in. Oh, no. Where's he going to go? Absolutely nowhere. Caught out. And this is looking fantastic for Ricks for game 1.
Yeah, this is looking really good. They're playing so well around these objectives this time around. Doing so well to get the engages. And, you know, they're not even trying to jump onto the backline because the only real backline threat that Formulation have is Core on this center. But they're just like, okay, we're just going to burst down the front line. We have enough burst damage with our double assassins, with Random, with Snitch, and with Doom on the backline as well. They're just going to turn straight towards this Baron, and there's not a thing that Formulation can do about it. They're going to try and look to do something. You can see Sneaky's actually down in the bot lane, but with no jungler means no objective for Formulation. Ricks will take the Elder Dragon and the Baron are looking trying to close out this first game.
Yeah, they're incredibly strong. It'll be, well, just simply put, a gigantic misplay for them to actually lose this game. I don't think it'd be anything that Formulation could pull off, even the perfect combo right now, with how strong they are with the Elder, with the Baron on. There is a little... Okay, don't say there is a little closeness down the bottom there, but Sneaky's already backed away. So, simply a case of setting up. It's going to be the top wave. I assume they will follow through in the with Snitch at the moment to try and shove it through, get that tier 2 turret down and follow it into base.
And this is a big thing that Rix love to do. You can see their setup at the moment. Snitch is in the Baron lane, Randoms in the bot lane. They have three members in the mid lane as well. You can see the bot lane actually moving. They're trying to catch up Random.
Focusing Random, but they're focusing absolutely everything they can, and he's just going to dash away! And there goes! And now they lose the inhibitor. There it goes, and they've thrown everything in the kitchen sink they had there. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately, because Rix are incredibly strong right now. Elder Dragon, Baron buff, everything you want to play with, and they have it in their pocket. Snitch deals with Don, no problem. That will be the Nexus, and that will be game number 1 going to Rix.
Much cleaner performance from Rix overall. You can see how tense the early game was in this game and how close it was, because the big thing is that both these teams don't want to take any crazy risks. They don't want to go for any crazy, tower dives or anything like that. It all came down to the objectives. It all came down to them team fights. And Rix, they were just more decisive. They were at the objectives first. They got the vision control, and Clue on this Alistar with the follow-up from Yone was absolutely huge. They were able to jump into and just basically burst the backline every time.
Yeah, a much better game out of Rix than we saw at the first half of last week and their previous series against Formulation. I'd say the objectives, exactly as you're talking about. Let's take a look at the highlights. The objectives, I think, were one of the reasons why Rix really turned around their gameplay. This time there was no running around in front of Elder taking free damage. They were like, you know what? If we're in front of Elder but haven't started it, they're going to have to come to us anyway because they need to contest the vision. And we saw a much more consistent Rix around the objectives today.
And this is the thing that I was kind of saying. It was like, the last time we saw these two teams play against each other, it wasn't, they weren't that decisive around the objectives. They were, like you mentioned, they were just running around. They were taking a lot of damage. This time around, they just decided to fight every single time with this double assassin setup, with the Yone, with the Akali, and then you have the front line of Clue as well on this Alistar, setting it all up. It was absolutely huge for them. They just went in and in and in, and that's exactly it. And you have the backline damage from Doom as well on this edge.
And yet early on, it was Formulation that actually had the control. They were coming out on top. As you can see, it was 3-0 here. I think it ended up being about 6-4 at one point. But it was just little moments like this where they hung around too long. I mean, there was no reason for Korra to get caught out there. And then the follow-on comes through. There was just a little bit of sloppiness coming out of Formulation when they had the advantage.
And I think half of that comes from the fact that this Rix comp, once it started having the impact after these last few fights that we saw about, what it did was it pulled this Formulation comp all the way into one focal point. Instead of like the Camille and the Fiora pushing on side lanes, which is theoretically what you want with this comp, is like they're hard to match. It pulled them into a 5v5, which is where Rix said, okay, we've got two assassins that are going to be able to kill everything in front of us.
One thing we didn't even talk about, or what we completely missed out, Formulation had a full AD comp.
Yeah.
Complete full AD comp. So what does Doom do? He builds Iceborne Gauntlet on Ezreal, which I'm sure he hates himself right now because he has a very, very strong topic about Ezreal. He says that, 24 every single time is a lot better, everything like that. But this game around, he's just like, okay, I'm not dealing the most damage. I just need to keep myself alive and trying to deal as much damage as possible. And that's kind of what the Iceborne Gauntlet does.
Just to make you feel worse about yourself, Twitch chat picked up on that pretty quickly throughout the game. They were talking about it the entire time. And that's the funny thing, actually, because Twitch chat were talking about some of the comments we had about Doom in the draft, about like how Varus is a comfort pick for him, and Twitch chat like, yeah, but Doom hates Varus, and like Doom on the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's like Doom has some really founded opinions that aren't wrong, but you're like, your Varus is incredible, man. It's a comfort pick for you. It's so good.
He will do what he needs to do for his team to be able to get there in the end.
Even if it's against his opinions, he will do what he has to do for the team. But you get given a pick like Ezreal, which for him is a more traditional marksman in that way. We can take a look at the damage. Ezreal, late game, tends to have quite a lot, and there you can see Doom going to top the damage. As soon as he gets given the opportunity, he can carry on.
And I think that he wasn't really put under any threat this game as well. There was nothing at all. He didn't get a single death throughout this entire game. Formulation found it difficult to try and jump onto this Ezreal. I said that Ezreal might have a difficult time.
He stayed very passive at the back.
Exactly, because you have the Hextech ultimatum. You have so much mobility on the side of Formulation, but it was just this front line, especially Clue as well. Clue just went full armor this game, went Dead Man's Plate, protected Val, was going for the Warmogs as well, which was like, okay, I'm just going to dive in. I'm just going to be a frontline tank. Formulation, you can't do anything about it because you don't have any magic damage at all. You don't have any wave clear as well at the same time. And, as the game got on, it got more and more difficult to try and shut down, Clue on this Alistar.
And that was the big turning point fight as well, when Clue caught, it was Vex, Quantum, and Quantum Quack, whatever you want to call himself, and Sko all caught them all, got that pulverized down. It was immediately, and you know, I'm focused on us, immediately jumped on by Snitch. You know, looking at games earlier on today, the option was there for the ulti, and he used it in a split second, and that's where you see the difference, and that's what we were talking about, the fact that Formulation, they did have this gold lead, they had the advantage, but they just didn't really make use of it. And once they got caught out in that one single fight, Ricks were absolutely punishing.
The thing is that even though, yes, Formulation does have a goal lead, 3,000 in
it
Wild
wasn't a
Rift,
great deal
it
at the
doesn't
time.
really, but 3,000 Wild Rift is not too much. But I think the big thing about this gold graph is that it was pretty much even until about 16.5 minutes, until that dragon fight around the Ocean Dragon, because Formulation wanted to get that Ocean Dragon to try and get the 3-dragon threat. Ricks were like, okay, we need to set up around this dragon. They set up around that dragon so early on, which is kind of exactly. Which is normally a downside for Ricks. They normally leash it. They're not like 50-50 in the split, but this time around they were a lot more decisive, and I have to give props over to Clue as well on the Alistar, who landed multiple headbutt pulverizers on multiple members on Formulation and was a real driving force for Ricks in this game.
And what I'd say is, like, I kind of anticipated Ricks going away and coming back with a very simple mindset of like, hey, let's just draft like what worked for us in our comfort picks last week. I would say that's actually kind of not what they did here at all. They're like, actually, let's try and like bait Formulation into getting these late game side lane picks, and we'll play team fight into it with these assassins. Like, I think that Alistar for me was a head scratcher early on in the draft. I'm like, why the hell are they picking Alistar in first set of rotations? Well, it's because they were going to team fight very effectively, set up with that beefy front line, give themselves a Lee Sin out of the jungle, plus Ezreal to deal some damage around and let their assassins pick up the kills. And it's a playstyle we haven't seen out of Ricks in quite some time. And I was quite impressed by the way that they at least accepted the fact they weren't too far behind and that they knew they could come back in with these team fights. Let's take a look at our MVP for the game. I think there were quite a few candidates that it could go to. There was highlight plays for each player, and it's going to be Snitch on the Yone. I think it's very well deserved. I think that first set of kills off the catch in mid lane gave Ricks that momentum boost that they needed to be like, oh yeah, we actually have a comp that can still play here.
And he was in the side lane all the time as well, stopping Don from split pushing. He was the one that was shutting him down, and that's exactly what he did. You know, Snitch, you know, coming into it as well, you know, that was the matchup we were talking about, you know, Snitch against Don in mid lane. And Snitch got that huge advantage in the early game because Seven didn't even go to his jungle camps early on. He jumped onto Don, he took the early flash, Don didn't decide to go back to base. So Snitch, actually had a pretty decent early game because he was able to get that advantage early on and stop the CS and stop the farm from Don because he had to burn his flash. So very, very good performance from Snitch all around, and very good performance from Ricks.
Is this brand skin Snitch, right?
I mean, someone needs to Photoshop in some fire.
For
Snitch, but yeah, good performance from Snitch overall. We started today on this series talking a little bit about Don versus Snitch, and I feel like this is somewhat of a return to what we had expected more of, like Snitch being the more forward player and like the one that you would rely on in that matchup. Yes, he had the assistance from Seven. I will never overlook a flash being down in the mid lane matchup at level 1.
I would say probably the strongest Yone performance we've seen so far. I think obviously we saw people, obviously Snitch himself, Don, all experimenting with it. Last week we saw some experimentation this morning or earlier on today that didn't go so well from Ice Cream. And obviously it was a similar comp, and you know, obviously same type of setup that everybody's trying to set up. You get that knock-up setups, be it an Alistar, a Shyvana, or a Gragas, whatever you want to put in there, anything to bounce them in the air and give them that assist. This time around, every single time we saw Clue go in, Snitch was there, like in a heartbeat, and that's what you need from it. So it's which can be tricky. Positioning can be king for this one, but yeah, I think that's probably the best performance we've seen so far for Yone.
Deserved MVP for Snitch. That was game 1 of Formulation versus Ricks. We are expecting 3 games in this series. All of us are on our predictions, so make sure you stay with us for the rest of this. Game 2 coming up shortly, but before we head to a break, we have to go through our partners and our sponsors, of course, to say thank you for powering us all the way through the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They've been powering some of the best gaming phones out there for many, many years, and I'm sure your phone has one, so go and check. Let us know in chat, let us know in the Discord that we'll be telling you about very shortly. But Snapdragon, of course, the better the processor in your phone, the higher the FPS, the smoother the gameplay, the less int it all all adds up to a good game performance. Unfortunately, it can't fix your ranked teammates, but it can make sure you're playing at the top of your performance on your phone. And if you're using a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3, well, you're in good luck because that already has a Snapdragon 888 processor in it. So yeah, you're already ahead of the curve for that. So I'm pretty sure that's giving you your ranked wins compared to some of the people that are on busted old phones that are lagging and playing on 60 ms, which for Stuart is just unplayable. So yeah, nevertheless, make sure you've got your eyes on the Z Fold 3 if you're in the market for a new phone. Monster, we want to say thank you to you for fueling us here on the desk. We've been unleashing the beast on the desk today. We had some swapping around, so we needed extra fuel.
Hey, I've tried the mule. I quite like it. I quite like it.
All right, interesting. That's the ginger one,
the first one, yeah.
Okay, interesting. I may very well try that at some point. We'll see. I don't know how adventurous I'm feeling on that, but
you
I'm
can't
sure
go
I'll
3.
No, exactly.
Tomorrow.
I'll be bouncing off the walls if I do. DHL, however, will be bouncing potentially €100 worth of ESL merchandise, or team merchandise, in fact, from the ESL shop. ESL.gg/DHL quiz. Get your entries in, and you may be in with a chance of getting that voucher. And as mentioned earlier, our Discord, you can join discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I was about to say a completely different link that you don't want to go to. Follow the one on the screen. That's the one that you want to make sure you're going to. Join us in the chat there and let us know all of your thoughts about the Pro Series so far. And let us know who you think is going to win between Rix and Formulation. Rix currently lead this series 1-0. When we come back, game 2 to see if Formulation can take us to a tied series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
My name is Snitch. I'm the mid laner for Rix GG. I think Yode is really strong in the current meta, actually. I think he's come out with really strong numbers that just make his kit. He was super overloaded. He's obviously super safe when he goes in with the third ability, go for these aggressive dives and trades, and his laning phase is actually really strong, using his second ability to get the shield. You can pretty much contest almost any opponent in the lane phase because he has so much range in the combination with his first ability as well. So I think he's really strong and dominant in the current meta, especially with how many AP champions are floating around now, kind of in jungle, in Baron lane, and in Dragon lane. It gives you the opportunity to pick AD mid laners really easily, so I think he'll be very present. So during the Infernal League, honestly, we already kind of realized we kind of were having a lot of issues. We dropped a series to multiple teams, and it just didn't really feel like we were playing at the level we were kind of used to. And then previous weekend in the ESL, we even dropped to Ice Cream, which is a team that we probably shouldn't be losing to under any circumstances, given, you know, they've had like roster problems and stuff. It was kind of a big shock and a wake up for us, and I think we kind of like put it down to we were really struggling with the schedule. There's just so many tournaments going on throughout the month, and we basically just have had almost no time to kind of just sit and practice normally. We basically have to commit all of our time to just tournament after tournament after tournament, always being on, always being 100%. I think that's really hard for our team because we like to be very experimental. We like to try a lot of different stuff in the draft, and we just didn't really have as much of a chance to kind of express that recently. So we decided to take Ocean Cup off and just take kind of a few days to kind of think about more about how we want to play in the future and the changes we want to make towards the team, and also give us an opportunity to kind of put more focus towards just scrimming and practicing without being on a live stream or in a tournament, and giving us more of an opportunity to kind of like once again find our flourish. I think as a team, we end up pretty quickly kind of losing our trade if we end up going badly in Game 1. I think Game 1 against Formulation in the Infernal League Finals, we actually looked really dominant, and we should have been able to close this out, but we had some macro issues, and then I think after that, kind of the drafts got weirder and weirder for us, and it just ended up snowballing in their favor. I think if we're going to change stuff as a team, honestly, it's just about remaining focused about our game plans and knowing how we want to close our games more. I mean, we even beat Formulation in the Infernal League just like the week before, so it's not like we can't do it, and we know we can. It's just this one final really didn't work out for us. I think it was kind of the pinnacle of our struggle as a team, honestly, and just how we haven't been coping that well with the schedule in long term. So I think coming into Formulation this weekend, I think it's just more about like looking at what we want to kind of like focus on in the draft and kind of finding more ways that we can kind of experiment and be creative, which is something that we're normally really good at. I want to say that the caster curse isn't real, but I don't know. Stu keeps predicting us, so we keep losing. So honestly, I think the only thing to do is to remove Stu from the broadcast. It's clear that it's not a caster curse. I think, you know, my victory and my team's victory is just more important. So bye, Stu.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back,
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're having security escort Stuart out of the studio very shortly in response to the request from Snitch. You're gone. Bye. Sorry, Stu. Back to being...
we got this. We got this.
Back to being a small streamer over there as we're getting ready to head into our second game between Rix and Formulation. It was a really interesting first game, though. I mean, genuinely different play styles between Rix from what we were expecting and Formulation. I think that it's always interesting to hear from Snitch and the reset that they've had and kind of the mentality change in the week. I really think it had the effect that we were expecting to see from it, right, Stu? We said, hey, let's take a week. They should take a week off and then come back a bit refreshed.
As he mentioned, you know, it's just tournament after tournament after tournament. And he mentioned in the interview as well that like they're a very experimenting team. You know, they want to experiment. They want to try these different picks. But the problem is that you don't have any time to scrim. The only time you can really practice and experiment on these picks is in tournaments. You know, we saw last week, Yone picked for the first time for Snitch, didn't look too strong on it. Now that he's had his break, now that he's had more practice, more scrim times to actually practice it eventually through that means that they were able to, you know, he's able to come out on top this time around. So I think the break has done good for them, and they've showed in this game as well that the break has actually done very well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about it last week after the ice cream loss. You know, we said it ourselves. It's like, it's on you. It's nobody else. Nobody's forcing you to play these tournaments. It's on you. It's nobody else. Nobody's forcing you to play these tournaments. The organization behind you is quite happy to probably take so you miss. You don't have to be present the entire time. So it's great that it seems to have. We're not done yet. We've still got a couple more games to go perhaps here, but it seems to have certainly paid off so far.
Yeah, what I would say is that kind of like shakes off the boogeyman a little bit, where it's just like, can we beat Formulation right now? Hold on a second, because we lost to them the last time. Whereas now you're like, okay, one win in the books. We've done it once. We can do it again. So for Rix, I think that's a fairly straightforward.
And as crazy as it seems, I mean, obviously a lot of people watching this, you know, you play a lot, and I'm sure you do, and everybody loves to play. But you got to realize the pressure difference between playing top pro team games. It's not just you and your buddies. This is prize money, organization behind you. So if you suddenly start to dip, and not to mention obviously the pride that's in there, as he pointed out, it's like probably a team we shouldn't be losing against. But let's get into the pick and bans, because there's a lot going on here already. Actually, the same bans. Yep.
Is it going to be Yone first?
I think Nasus was a little bit later, right, last time around, and it will be the Yone pick. So it's identical from Rix and
it is
from
I think it's the same order. Yeah, same order as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Yone comes out, so now we get to see Doom
and the Nautilus
Formulation. Yeah, Nautilus. So I wonder whether this is where they go the Galio.
I'm going to say it now. I'm a little worried because Formulation don't seem to be able to adapt in pick and bans, and I'm worried that this is going the same way.
There is one. As Akali has been picked up, so obviously can flex. We know Don can play it. We haven't seen, from what I'm aware, we haven't seen another sneaky from ESL. I would anticipate that it's playable for them, but that now gives Rix a pause for thought. Now, do they put the Fiora on random? They do already, and now that means Doom is likely on marksman duty again. Unless Seven picks the Morgana's banned again. Same thing from Rix. So yeah. Doom's on mage duty.
Mage duty, yeah.
He got
Doom's
one game again.
He's going to be sitting in the corner and be like, do I have to, guys? Do I really have to? But I think he'll be fine with it. Alistar being picked up again. And Alistar definitely rising in priority for Rex. Maybe they've seen something that maybe we haven't over the in the EMEA region, or definitely other teams haven't. So interesting. It'll probably be the Yone versus Akali matchup in the mid lane, and Fiora, obviously random. We know that what he can do on Fiora. You know, he's done so well on the Fiora. Camille is going to be the matchup for Fiora in that barrel lane. Again, Sneaky going for his comfort pick as well. And so far, it's pretty much the same. You know, I was curious at the start of the draft. I was like, is Formulation going to take blue side and maybe take away that Yone? But they seem to be okay against the Yone.
I wonder if this is like in response to seeing Nautilus and the bot lane meta recently, which is a little less focused on pressuring in lane. We've seen a lot of like Senna with a tank. I wonder whether this is Rix identifying that, well, Alice's weakest part is his laning phase. And as soon as he's out of that and can roam around, you have the ultimate, you have the engage. I wonder whether this is Rix saying, well, okay, if the entire region is going to say screw the bot lane in the early game, so will we.
I mean, you're exactly right. You know, the junglers always focus towards the Baron lane. They focus towards the mid lane. There's not really a lot of pressure carries all the time. But that does mean, you know, Alistar did have a very, very good performance. It was definitely, could have been one of the MVP candidates. As we take a look at the bans, it looks like Vayne is going to be banned away for Rix. So maybe a little bit worried about the Vayne. I'm not really too sure if that's ever going to be
No, I was
picked,
confused by that one. I mean, the Lee Sin ban, obviously, we saw 7 pick it a moment ago, and yes, it's an enabler for the Yone ulti. Gwen being taken away as well, who, well, we saw, obviously, he's been very strong a number of times. Not too surprised in that one. The Vayne one definitely surprised me a little bit here. I don't know whether Quo was thinking of playing it, but
there's the Ziggs.
Alongside a Nautilus,
yeah,
and there is the Ziggs.
Quo has played the Vayne before. You know, he doesn't really play it with like this hyper carry style where you have like 2 shield champions or even 1 shield champion next to you. He plays it even just in general. I think the Ziggs ban is going to be very, very good. You still got the other likes of, you know, Orianna is still available, which might be the pick for Rix here in this dual lane for Doom. But Formulation do have this first pick. They don't have too long. Ooh. They're actually going to take the Ezreal away this time. Very, very interesting. But again, you know, you've got a lot of backline access for Rix to try and jump onto this Ezreal with the Yone, with the Fiora, and also the Alistar. But again, we saw the Doom, you know, even though he was put under a lot of threat, he was able to actually keep himself alive and keep himself distanced and deal the most damage in the game.
So, where do we go? We got bot lane and jungle coming up. So, 7, what's he going to get his hands on? Okay, it is going to still be an AD carry. We need to see something like
AP.
an Echo here.
Echo, yeah.
It has to be.
I was going to say, where's the AP? Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be Echo, I think, for sure. I mean, there's not really any other AP junglers I can think of that will really get picked here.
I would hate an Evelyn here.
Echo. Yeah, I mean, Evelyn is just... Yeah, we've seen Vex play it a few times. We definitely don't want to repeat that again. I think Echo is probably going to be the choice unless it's something else. Yep, there you go. There's the Echo. There's the AP damage that they need. A lot of scaling, again, from the side of Rix. A lot of scaling as well for Formulation. So, again, both teams just like, okay, we saw how the first game went. It was basically even throughout 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, that's really when it came online. You talk about all these champions. You know, about 15 minutes into the game, you normally get about 3, maybe 4 items. Tristana, 3 items. Fantastic. Echo, 3 items. Fantastic. Same with Fiora in the side lane as well. Yone, 3 items. That's Slurry, Charge Blade, Blade of Ruin, King, Divine, Sondra. Very, very strong. And it's actually going to be a Diana jungle, which Vex has played before.
And I feel like I actually quite like it in some circumstances because Diana's one of those champions that if Doom times his jump wrong, it's pulling you back in, and you're going to get one shot by an AP Diana. So there's not necessarily the easiest thing to pull off if you're a Diana, but certainly there's like the possibility for a team fight to go really well.
Would have worked well for 7 if he wanted it as well. It would have been another knock-up effectively with the Moonfall?
Yeah, Moonfall.
I want to say Moonfall, there we go.
Yeah, they changed the jump and the ult around, but Moonfall is still the ability. I think on the side of Formulation, once again, really good scaling. This time a little bit better team fight with this Diana brought into the mix, the Akali as well. So I think Rix do have to be a little careful compared to the last game, but I think 7 on this Echo has the ability to get himself out of danger, so does Snitch. There's high mobility here.
These are 2 very, very similar comps. You have the tank supports, both of them. You have both AD carries in the bot lane, 2 assassins in the mid lane, the 2 assassins in the jungle, and then the 2 bruisers in the Baron lane. Both these teams have gone for very, very similar comps. They have great team fight, they have great scaling, and I would be surprised if we have a very, very slow early game because all these champions want a few items before they get into the team fights. I might be wrong, you know, they might see a crazy team fight in the early game, but I think, you know, trading objectives early on, waiting until about that 15-minute mark until they can get into team fights.
I'm thinking we're going to see a bit more of an aggression from Vex. Now that he's done Diana as well, like that offers a lot of aggression when possibly ganking a lane. I think we could see a bit more aggression this time around.
That being said, I'm like, you're right. I think we will see more aggression, but I'm like, Diana definitely wants to work around objective team fights, right? It's everything you want is like waiting until those dragon fights, getting the big ultimate, and I just wonder whether it's very telegraphed by Rix. But saying that, Rix wanted to play into that in the last game. Maybe this is Formulation saying, okay, you want to play that game? We'll play that game, and we'll play it even better. Well, we'll play this game as we get into game number 2. Demon and Stuart taking us away for the cast.
Yes, thank you very much. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Is this going to be a quick 2-0? That's what Rix fans out there will be definitely delighted about for Formulation. Can they turn it around? Has the picks gone their way? Well, who knows? Who knows? Because at the moment, in terms of picks, pretty even, Stu. I think it's safe to say this is going to be simply what we like to call a skill match.
Very much so. There's similar champions across the board, as I mentioned. You know, 2 of the bruisers in the Baron lane are going to be split pushing. 2 assassins, AP assassins as well in the jungle. 2 assassins in the mid lane. And Doom we get to finally see on an AD carry. The last time Doom played an AD carry was that Lucian pick last week against against Mum D, that he was able to dominate. And we know that he loves his AD carries. He was speaking on Twitter a little bit earlier as well, and saying like, get me off these AP mages. I don't want to play, you know, buff these AD carries as well. He's been saying it all the time on Twitter, but this time Mozilla and Doom's the coaching staff been like, okay, Doom, this is your game. Show us what you can do on the AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, so apparently he by the way, the chat informs us, I don't know how right or wrong this is, but he apparently had a 22 win streak on Ezreal. He has.
Yes,
like that.
that was one of his tweets. He had a 20 win streak on Ezreal.
Yeah.
He's very proud of that. I replied to that tweet and said, what, so you won 20 bot games in a row? What? He probably didn't. No, he's a very good player.
No, I'm pretty sure he didn't, but you never know. We take these stats as they come. Let's talk about this one. We're having a quick look at it at the moment. The Fiora versus Camille. Snippity snip, slice, but very...
I think it's a very skill matchup in the Baron lane. You know, both champions do scale very, very well. It would be very dependent on... you know, if you can parry the Hextech Ultimatum, if you can parry the true damage from Sneaky. And you can see that Random actually decided to go for Conqueror this time around instead of Grassy Undying on the Fiora. So going for more of a late game threat, really, with this Fiora with Conqueror. As Grassy Undying normally does decently in the early game, you can see the Snitch on this Yone pick. He said it in the interview. He feels that Yone is one of the strongest champions at the moment in the game. You know, has a lot of great base stats, does very well during the laning phase, able to push out, and is great during team fights. So
it does surprise me that a new champion coming into the game is incredibly strong. I've never known that to happen before in this game.
Funny enough, in Wild Rift is exactly the same as PC League. So you know,
who would have thought?
For those watching who've played Wild Rift since launch, they would have noticed, you know, Kennen release and Lulu release.
Suddenly incredibly strong.
Yeah, 2 of the most disgusting champions on release. I think Set on release was also broken. You know,
broken.
The list
Broken's
goes on.
not a word you use. No. Just strong, maybe overpowered, you could argue. Oh, that's a deep dive. Snitch read it well, though. Saw it coming. They are going to continue to dive in the tower. It will actually be first blood for Sneaky to come from that. Snitch, of course, getting himself the revenge kill in there on Don. Overall, but it was Sneaky that picked up the kill.
Yeah, meanwhile, Doom is able to get a Tau plating in his bot lane because of the roam from Sko. It's actually really, really good ultimate from Snitch. He actually timed his ultimate so well. You can see here, as soon as he ulties, he actually brings Sneaky along with him for that Hextech Ultimatum so he doesn't get locked down. Don used the second part of his ultimate to land his first ability. You can see the Ignite to finish it off as top lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be dive onto Sneaky. Anything you can do, we can do better. They shut him down very nicely. Oh, a tree shot barrage just zipping
he's
across.
low. He's just
they get very low. Random, you're
Wait,
in trouble
Don?
here. Don surely is going to pick an easy kill up, and he might be able to get a second on 7. 7's going to walk away from this one, but that was a gift.
Don Flash, question mark? I think he tried to E-Flash, but I'm not too... I mean, it didn't really need to E-Flash there, to be honest. I think he could have just gone over the wall and killed Random very easily. Even though Random did have his Flash available, I think he just made sure that he didn't use it for now, but... I said it was going to be a very slow early game. It's far from a very slow early game. We already have more kills than what we had in 13 minutes in the previous game. So it's definitely a lot of aggression across the board. But again, it's all about the solo lane. It's all about the mid lane. It's all about the roams from the supports. And you can see the Doom and Qua in this Dura lane are just going to both farm up as they do. You can see that Doom going for Stormrazor as the first item. Qua just working towards the Manamune. And, you know, I think Stress brought out a really, really good point about the early rotation of the Alistar. Because in the current meta, and because especially in the EMEA region, there's not a lot of aggression that goes towards this duo lane. Normally, Alistar can't really do too much, especially at first levels, level 1, level 2, or level 3. You can just play passive and then just wait until you get into the team fights. And as soon as you get into the team fights, that's it. You know, all you need is, you know, headbutt pulverize. That's all you need most of the time. If you can knock up multiple members, it's really, really good for the side of Rex. First item's being completed across the board. Objectives up in about 10 seconds. It is the Ocean Dragon, so I wouldn't be surprised if both teams prioritize towards this Rift Herald, because Ocean Dragon is probably the weakest out of the 3 dragons. Both teams are not really going to want to prioritize it. They're definitely going to want to try and get their solo lanes ahead. So taking this Rift Herald and taking tower plates early on could be key for these teams.
Speaking of tower plates, there's something I was about to mention, the fact that Formulation have barely touched, barely scratched the surface. Ooh, Vex with a bit of damage onto Snitch there. That's going to give them second thoughts on this. True Shot Barrage also catching, I think, 3 members there. Snitch very low now. Yeah, he's got it back. They can't afford to get involved on this Rift Herald. Yeah,
that means that Rift Herald's going to go down to Formulation. Really, really good poke, really good damage from Formulation. That means that they can try and get Sneaky ahead if they want to in the side lane, or try and use this in the Baron lane. But you can see Doom already clearing out the minion wave, using his bomb to be able to clear that wave, meaning that he can't use it in the top lane, and instead they're going to use it in the mid lane. Snitch didn't even get to go back to base. He still hasn't gone back to base yet, so that means that, I mean, to be honest, they can really easily look towards his mid lane tower, and they might even be able to take it down.
Snitch is going to come in, they're going to try and stop it, so they will stop it. I mean, it was still fully plated up, so as I said, it hadn't been touched at the moment. They are going to catch out. Let's go. Should be able to get the damage down on him. Is it going to be enough? He tries to hook away. Now Clue's in trouble. He's going to get focused. He's going to be the focus. We will get taken down eventually by Sneaker.
Seven goes back in.
Vex gets taken down. Seven will get picked off in this one, and now Random's in all sorts of trouble. Tower dive almost certainly can come, but Snitch to the rescue. Is he going to have time to get it finished off? No, he's not quite enough to rescue in time.
The perfect parry there to stop the execute from Don, but it was enough in the end. He does get taken down. Snitch was there to try and get back up, and meanwhile in the top lane as well, Don tried to jump in onto Quantum. He's not going to go down just yet, but this means that there's going to be more tower plates going to Rex, and this could potentially be first tower of the game in Baron lane, because Doom on this Tristana, we've already seen from Queso in the earlier series that you can take down towers very quickly. They're not going to be able to take it down, but again, very, very even early game. Even kills, no towers yet for both these sides, and meanwhile the Baron laners on the bot side this time are just farming away, as you do.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little peek from Vex there, actually taking the Scuttle Crab, just giving the vision perhaps that they need. Don't forget Ocean Drake is still there, completely ignored at the moment by both these teams. Sneaky taking a fair amount of damage from Random this time around, realizing he can't stand a bang at the moment.
Yeah, as I mentioned, both teams are not really focused around this Ocean Dragon at all. You know, Ocean Dragon, not very strong dragon. The only time you really want to take Ocean Dragon is to try and stack the Infernal and the Mountain Dragon. You see that both teams are posturing around the Dragon at the moment. Snitch is trying to look to dash in. He's just going to go straight back out with his third ability. The Dragon is going to be started for Formulation. You see the team is all grouped together. Seven might try and look for a steal here, but he's very, very late to this.
Yeah, I think it's too late, if anything. Now he's just been caught by Diana as well. He tries to go in. Will get the smite in there. No, he's not, and he actually going to be able to rewind around. Clue's trying to do what he can, but this may well cost them. They're going to catch Sko off on the side there. Doom's taking incredibly low. He gets dropped. Snitch is low. Snitch is surely going to get picked off here. He's not gone down yet. He might be able to turn it back around onto Vex. Can't get that either. And I tell you what, Formulation are laughing at Rix after that one, because they only started it in terms to try and create an opportunity, and Rix walked straight headlong into a trap.
I mean, Seven tried to dash in. He ultis way too early. Doesn't get the smite. We're going to see on the replay. Look, Seven dashes in. He gets the Hextech Ultimatum. He tries to ulti back out, but he's stuck inside the Hextech Ultimatum. So he can't actually escape away to safety, which means that his smite is not enough. And then Vex just jumps in. And for some reason, Snitch, he gets a lot of health. He has the knockup available. He goes back in with a knockup, but exhaust means that he's not going to be able to take down Vex. And that is going to be Formulation coming out on top. The Rift Herald does go down to them. The first Dragon goes down. And that's a 4,000 gold lead now for Formulation. So now that Formulation are ahead, I'm interested to see what they're going to do now and what changes they're going to make in this game to see what they can do to try and accelerate this gold lead, because they do have a very good scaling comp. I mean, both teams have a very good scaling comp. Random's actually very, very low in the Baron lane.
No, ignoring it. Okay, I mean, they started to go down.
very low in this Baron lane. I'm not too sure. Okay, I thought the tower dive was going to come in, but I think they're just going to take the tower instead. Yeah, Don was also very low. So that means that the top lane tower is going to go down. 2 towers to 1 at the moment on the side of Formulation. You can see the rest of the team are rotating up as well. The second Rift Herald is here, but the problem is that Formulation are quite low, and they're a little bit late to the rotations. And in terms of backports as well, Vex is going to just start it up. But, you know, everyone for Formulation is back in base, and Rick's already here, so this could be just Herald going down to Rick's.
Just keeping the vision on it at the moment. Vex is trying to
delay the time. Not too sure if it's be enough, though. He's going to try and jump
Smite
in.
can go in, does go in, tries to get the Smite down. 7 will steal it, and away he goes. Rick's quite easy, that one. Let's see where they're going to use it. They have taken the bottom turret down already. Mid turret's been untouched, so I assume it will go there unless they just want to finish off that top. Be a bit of a waste, I feel. Meanwhile, Sneaky keeping this shove down. He has got support coming in down the bottom. Here's Snitch, but, well, Sko is just around the side. He's going to zip away.
Yeah, she's going to go back. Doesn't want to walk up. Doesn't want to
Oh, hello.
be under threat.
Don's found one. Don's found one. Don is on. Tries to put a bit of damage. It was Clue who's putting the damage down. That's going to get thrown down in the mid. They are trying to dive in. Doom will be able to avoid that. That would have given him the vision. This is not over yet. Don is going in. Yeah, Don's continuing to go in. Just keeping himself stealthy. And now they find the target they want. And it's going to be a quick and easy one. Snitch goes down.
Yeah, Snitch goes down. They get the picks. I think it was Doom originally who was jumping in onto Quora and trying to take him down with the Buster Shot, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, and that means that Formulation were able to collapse. They're going to push down towards this mid lane, push down the tier 2 towers. They're not going to take any of the towers, but the big thing is they're going to try and take these jungle cramps. As Doom, I think, will be fine for now.
Yeah, I don't think Vex wants this one.
In.
Clue?
Oh no, the flash from Sko! Oh, you hate to see it. No, Sko.
Yeah, that's a gift. Oh, the rest of the team are coming though. They go, wow, Sko is so tanky. But now the rest of the team, it took so long. Vex comes in but gets immediately slammed down.
Doom's still alive!
Just flashed into a pulverize straight away. Clue's like, no, not today. Dom comes in. He tries to finish off Doom. They are gifting the game back to Rix here. What on earth? One by one, they go in, and one by one, they die.
And that is exactly that. And as you said, pretty much gifted a few kills there over
and
to
Doom.
Doom.
The tower's gone. They lost the tier 2 turret from that. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to, they're trying to make a play. They were trying to catch out Doom because they would try to go back in because, Sko just completely misses the flash over the wall and he was just dead. But they tried to back up Sko in the end.
Mid turret's gone as well. They're going to lose 2 turrets from really something that never should have happened. It was simply an overstretch from Formulation on the bot. Actually, not even in the bot. They were in the jungle. They were just in the enemy jungle. Then they just got caught out, and for some reason they decided to just, well, go all in literally on like you would in poker and just completely lose your hand.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I think the Vex was just trying to take some jungle camps, take a little bit of gold away. He was able to escape, but Sko actually missed the flash over the wall, so he actually went down. But it looks like Formulation were just like, oh, well, we can save you.
We're going to double down on this.
Exactly. And then, as you mentioned, Don goes in, Vex goes in. Doom was able to flash away, and you can see this Tristana already. Stormrazor, Infinity Edge completed. Again, multiple stasises on the side of Rex. That's 4,000 gold that they spent on stasises. I mean, such expensive boots upgrade. You can see on the other side, not a lot of boots upgrades completed at all. So you have to keep your eyes on this stasis. As Sneaky's actually going in. Oh, great stasis. Denies Hextech Ultimate.
Should be enough to delay him. The rest of the team are coming in here. Clue's going to get the stun down. Who's he going to go on to? Will be Sko. I think this is going to be the focus target. In goes Snitch, gets the damage down. Random really low, but he can't get the kill onto Sneaky, and that may well cost them. They turn this one back around. If Vex can get close enough, not going to happen. And now they can back away. Drake up, and that's going to be the focus with Random down.
Yeah, this is going to be the second Dragon over to Formulation. Looks like Rex are trying to get something in response. But I don't think they're going to get anything. They're going to try and take the mid-tier 2 tower. Don is going to defend it. He's only going to be by himself, but he's got Quad there as well to defend the tower. They might even look for a kill as well. The clue is very low. Two-shot barrage does miss those. Oh, they're going for Doom!
Dredge line in. Doom gets taken down. You're not going to escape that, I'm afraid, when Nautilus gets clean on you now. You can look towards Snitch. Snitch is going to have to try and run from this one. He's getting focused on. Vex goes in. Moonfall not quite there, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get the damage down. Snitch gets picked off. They're going to turn back on towards Random, and he will go down as well. And they might be able to turn this into a Baron play.
Clue is the only one left alive with Random in the mid lane, but I don't think there's much Cal can do against the big Baron and 5 members on the side of Formulation. He's going to go back to base, and Formulation have taken control of this game. A few hiccups in the bot lane, a few kills given over to Rix, but they're still able to group up and they're still able to win the team fights. And now with Baron, they're going to look to try and accelerate this goal lead.
Well, back they go. Baron picked up. Now they can't afford to throw this one away. Speaking of, it is going to be Don that sticks around a little longer than possible. I think he's going to be able to back away from this one. I think if he'd have gone down and just maybe touched these minions, he'd have buffed up, what, the 4 or 5 cannon minions were there? They may have took the tower.
You see the Random and Doom are just going to push out this Baron lane. They're probably going to push out the bot lane as well. You can see that this is what Ricks do really well. They try and control the waves as much as possible. But you can see Formulation doing the exact same thing as what Ricks did in game number 1, playing this 1-3-1 style. Random is, sorry, not Random. Don is up in the Baron lane against Random.
That's a big
and
wave.
Sneaky's down in the bot lane as well. Yeah, you can see that Sneaky's going to push it in, and this is exactly what you want to do with Baron. If you're watching at home, if you're wondering, you know, what can you do with Baron? This is exactly what you do. You put 3 members in the mid lane, the dual lane and the jungler, who can look to roam around. You put both the solo lanes in each side lane, and you just push the minions in one by one by one. The towers will drop. All tier 2 towers are down. And there's a huge, huge Baron power play for Formulation.
Well, drifted by the numbers, as it were. You come in, you keep them spread, you keep them damaged, and you keep on chugging away. And obviously the idea is you normally keep your AD carry in there, which is what's happening with Quantum. Oh, hello. Stasis comes out. Is it going to be enough? Sneaky is going to get exhausted. Will try and walk away from this one, but he can turn it back around on 7. Stays alive, and that's game, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing you're going to do to come back from this one. Formulation will be tying up the series, and we are going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 1-1. Formulation take this one back. It was a little slippy for a moment there, but they turned it back around, and it was very well played in the end. It was all about that big fight at the Ocean Drake. Almost, I would say, baited Ricks into this one, Stress.
Yeah, there were moments in this game where you could see the exact comp that Formulation wanted to have play out, like the Diana catching Doom. I thought Ricks had kind of downloaded it, and they had that one fight where Doom like flash jumped away from it. But no, this was a very strong performance, and we saw from Qua why, you know, over the last few weeks, we're like, okay, Qua's got exactly the same kind of consistency that Doom has. That Ezreal performance was really good. We can take a look at some replays to take us through that second game once again. From Formulation side of things, this is, I think, a real good adjustment, a slight adjustment from that first game, just to say, okay, we can analyze what Ricks are doing and kind of break it a little bit more with this Diana. So I think for Formulation, that'll be quite comfortable for the most part. A couple of fights here and there went their way. This is the one that I'm talking about where Doom managed to flash away, and I thought, okay, Ricks have got this. This will be a turnaround for them. But nope, Formulation were able to continue to take the objectives and then just end up taking the game.
Yeah, again, it was, you know, I think there was a couple of times during the mid lane as well where Ricks were trying to jump in. You can see this is where Doom got caught out in the jungle. There was a couple of times where Ricks tried to jump in the mid lane. It was 7 Random and Snitch trying to jump in. Unfortunately, they're not able to get core in the end on the Ezreal because of how passive you can play on him. And, you know, Snitch's aggression and Ricks' aggression in general just played into Formulation's favor because, you know, you got the Ezreal, you got the counter engage afterwards, you got Don who can survive for so long on this Akali. But it's a very, very, I would say, similar game, I feel like, to game number 1. I mean, it was very, very close throughout the whole of the game.
It's a shame we didn't have the highlights from, like I say, the initial Ocean Dragon fight, because that's really what turned it for Formulation. At the time, it was looking like Ricks are actually going to maybe get a little bit of control. But Formulation, and you talked about it at the time, that neither team really wanted the Ocean Drake. No. And Formulation were kind of like, you just saw Crows just there like poking it. Are they coming yet? No. I keep poking it. Are they coming yet? Because the entire time, Formulation main team was sitting in and around the bushes, the tri-bush and that corner bush, and just basically Scoves just sat there like, are they coming yet? Are they coming yet? Okay. Finally, 7 made an appearance into the Dragon Pit. They said, okay, let's focus him off. He died. Then in comes Random strolling in. Guys, I need to try and stop you. And in the entire time, Ricks just sort of went in. It was almost like watching that team play before when they went in one by one, and that's kind of what they did. It was a little worrying, and Formulation, you know, they tried their best at throwing it away, but turned it around in the end.
Yeah, they were a little bit slow around that Dragon, I thought. Like you mentioned, you know, 7 was trying to dash in onto the Echo, tries to use the Hextech Ultimatum to escape. Not Hextech Ultimatum, tries to use the Echo Ultimate to escape, but then he got trapped in the Hextech Ultimatum, so he couldn't actually escape, and he was actually taken down. So instead of trying to go in and trying to get for a steal, and normally with Echo, you can just use your ultimate just to blink back out, and even if you don't get the objective, you're still completely fine. But this time around, you know, Formulation were able to get a few kills and able to get the early game advantage, and then they would look to just, you know, go into the side lanes, go around then objectives. You know, the second Rift Herald nearly got stolen away from Vex, and Rix did take that away. Again, you know, for me, it's a very, very even and very, very close game, and it comes down to the little micro plays. You know, as we're probably seeing at Gold Graph right now, you know, not a lot in it at all. You know, 4,000 goal lead again up until about that 13-minute mark, and as soon as that 13-minute mark comes down, that's really where you can see a team come off. Again, you know, when you're at that 3 items, it's like, it seems like the series at the moment is whoever has the better, you know, team fight and the better late game comp, and whoever plays well around them late game objectives is the team to come out on top. Rix in the first game did very well. Formulation this time around did a great job.
I think Diana really was kind of like a turning point in the draft, and also the playstyle gave them that late game team fight win. Very effective. I think we've also seen a little bit of the feast and famine that Yone has shown us so far. Like Snitch's Yone in game 1, really good when the comp is able to work with it. This time there's a lot of like overreaching at times, not finding the kills, like going back in when you.
I would also say there was less team fights, if it's safe to say. We only really had that one team fight at the Dragon Pit. Whereas if you think of game 1, we saw obviously Clue with the Alistair, who played this time, was there, but they were all there as a group. Whereas this time it was so spread out, they really didn't have the options. Obviously, Seven not being on the Sin is another big part of that.
I think the big thing is that most of the team fights were very split up. You know, last time around we saw Formulation group together. This time they were very, very split up. It was just little small skirmishes instead of being that big, massive team fight, which normally most of the time, you know, with Snitch, on this Yone, you know, you want the members to be grouped together, to use your ultimate, to group all their members together, do all that damage, but unfortunately, you know, he wasn't able to find it. And as you mentioned, you know, didn't really feel like he did too much in that game at all. You know, he used a few ultimates, he tried to jump in, but every single time he jumped in, he couldn't really find anyone, and then he didn't do that much damage at all either. Yeah,
that's my gut feeling. How we've been learning about Yone over the last 2 weekends is it's not the pick it and you win kind of pick.
I don't think, like, if you were to compare it to obviously Yasuo, who'd be a exactly the same comp space you'd be running, he's not one of those you pick instantly. Like, if you think of Yasuo, when you have a Yasuo comp, you set up for it and then you go, ha-ha, Yasuo! And then everyone's kind of like, oh, damn, our comp's sort of built for it. Whereas if you, obviously what we saw there from Formulation is if they see that Yone straight away, say, okay, let's not play a death ball. We just need to play a split-up comp. Obviously, Ezreal's staying as far back as you can. Diana's going to come in from the sides. You know, everything's sort of built up for it, and that's just how you play around it.
Yeah, I would love to take a peek into scrims and see how Yone is doing there and whether it's
clearly a strong champion. I mean, Snitch said the same in this chat.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if there's Yone in Game 3. Before we get to Game 3, though, we want to take a moment to shout out our sponsors and our partners here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, get a Snapdragon processor, right? At higher FPS, you want to make sure you've got as smooth gameplay as you can. And a Snapdragon processor is found in the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. That's not easy to say 3 times in a row, but that has a Snapdragon 888 processor in it already. So if you are looking at new phones and you're in the market for a large screen on yours, go take a look at the Z Fold 3. Monster are fueling us here on the desk as we are going to need that fuel for Game 3, really, potentially between Rix and Formulation. And not just that, it's also time to shout out DHL. Make sure you visit esl.gg/DHL quiz for your opportunity to win €100 in ESL shop vouchers. You want to fill out the quiz, get your answers in. It's not just Wild Rift questions, so if you are a one trick on Wild Rift, first of all, there are many other games you should be checking out as a part of the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, you mentioned Brawl Stars earlier, as well as a few of the others. You may need knowledge of those other games in order to fill out the quiz, or you could, I don't know whether they're multiple choice, but you could just like select randomly, hope you've got it. Just cross your fingers and hope that you've drafted
correctly. It's good for the pro mobile
correctly.
gamers that like to play a lot of different games, for sure.
Exactly. But yeah, thank you very much to DHL for funding the prizes for the quiz there. Join us on Discord as well, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Make sure you get involved in the conversation both there and in our Twitch chat as well. As we head to break, it's the last game of the day coming up very shortly. One game to separate Rix and Formulation in the standings. You do not want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like walls. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the final game of the day. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're in Season 2. We're in Wild Rift EMEA, and we are in the best of 3 between two teams that we think will be in our finals. Potentially. I think this could be a finals preview. So 1-1 on the series so far, and Rick's basically played the same thing 2 games in a row. A couple of tweaks just because they were forced to in draft, but the second time around wasn't quite so convincing for them. So I'm wondering whether they'll stick with the Yone first pick, whether they'll pivot to a different side selection for our last game, but we're going to have to answer some of those questions as we near the draft.
Yeah, Formulation adapting a little bit to the second game, picking up the Ezreal for themselves, picking up the Dino, focusing more towards the team fights, and they got that big, massive team fight win around that Ocean Dragon in the early game, which both teams didn't want to prioritize early on. It was around that Rift Herald early on, but we'll be able to see what happens in this game.
One more thing to do from Game 2 to tidy up, and that is crown our MVP for Formulation. Let's take a look at who it was. It's going to be Sneaky on the Camille in the Baron lane. So I think, we did see Sneaky have a good impact. Those parallel ultimatums. No, that's hextech ultimatums. I'm getting it confused. Because I was going to say, was really messing with Seven's Echo. So we saw a good performance out of Sneaky in that game. So now we take our eyes to game number 3. Game number 3. I wonder what the exchange will be now in draft, because we saw the Camille picked up by Sneaky this time, letting the Fiora over to Rix.
And we had the same bans in both games. At least the first 3 bans were identical in the first both 2 games for both teams as well. I mean, obviously the big thing here is whether Rix do choose to stay on the blue side, whether they switch over to the red side, whether they want to try and switch things up that way. We will find out as you guys do.
Yeah, which is very shortly. Actually, we'll find out 3 minutes before you guys do, because you're all delayed, and that's how I get to look really smart in Twitch chat, by pre-typing messages, and then I'm ready to go. I'm 30 seconds ahead of the curve. It's like the joke about teaching piano.
This comp looks like he's going to get first blood.
All I've got to do is stay 1 lesson ahead of Twitch chat, and I'll get to look really, really smart.
One step ahead of Twitch chat.
Make it seem like I'm even smarter than Stuart. Can't wait for Smart Stuart to return. That'll be great. Season 2, we'll get it.
Chat loved the Stuart curse, by the way.
They did.
Did they?
Yeah.
We didn't get security to kick him out yet. Sorry, Snitch. That's probably why Game 2 went not the way the Ricks were looking for it, if I'm going to be honest.
We saw the curse, and the curse happened.
Draft number 3, Ricks remain on the blue side, so that tells you that Ricks actually favor it compared to Formulation. So let's take a look. Is it going to be the same? So Nasus first means they may be leaving Morgana open. That was normally their first ban, or at least forces Formulation to maybe take it.
Formulation.
It's Gragas.
So a little bit of changes. I mean, maybe changing the order round, seeing if Formulation or Rex can maybe bite of the bullet is like, oh, we're not going to ban Morgana first, are you going to ban it instead? Oh, we're not going to ban Karma first, are you going to ban it on blue side? You know, kind of mind games tricking in a little bit now in this third and final game.
Escalation in draft. Well, if you leave Karma open, we'll leave, you know, Varus open.
I'm thinking if they leave Karma open, they're thinking we're going to take Yone. I think that's what maybe they're going to be thinking at Formulation.
I feel like Karma should do okay with a Yone in the game. Like the AoE shield, just we haven't seen those two.
You are playing
too much.
like your team will be playing a very different game. It's going to get banned away anyway, so it's irrelevant. But yeah, I mean, I think Formulation has just had nightmares about Karma at this stage, to be honest.
I feel like that game 2 they handled it pretty well. The same with the Tristana. Okay, so they are just baiting.
Same bans, just different orders. Yeah.
Thanks, Rix. Just making us look a little bit
our
crazy.
lives difficult.
Dear. So that would leave us as a Lux as the last ban. Yeah, we're just gonna go.
Now is it Yone? That's the big question, because game number 1 it worked very well. Game number 2 it didn't work too great. Maybe taking the Camille away or taking the Akali away is the first pick, which did go well in game number 1 and did do pretty well for Don in game number 2.
Does Don fancy Yone then? Does he fancy having a tickle?
It wouldn't surprise me.
He does indeed.
Yeah, he does. So does that mean Rix? We saw the Galio matchup last week work quite well in the 1v1. It was actually Mozilla that was in chat saying that Galio can just hang with that. And Mozilla, of course, being one of the coaches of Rix. So it's certainly a matchup they'll know about. Formulation will pick the Nautilus, so it leaves them the option if they want to for Rix. Because, of course, that Akali can flex up to random. We saw that in game 1 of the series. Yeah,
not only that, I mean, the Fiora is open. The Camille is also open. We saw that, obviously, the Camille has been very, very good. The Hextech Ultimatum's just that lockdown potential. But instead, it is going to be Fiora back on The problem is, in game number 2, there wasn't really any team fights, so you could really use it.
I mean, well, there's no need for it, right? There's no Yone on the side, so that was like the enabler, if it were.
I think I genuinely think Rix have spotted something in the meta that some of the other teams haven't.
Well, Southeast Asia were running it quite a lot today.
Yeah, which leads me to the playstyle of the server rather than necessarily specific comps. I do feel like we've really ignored bot lane for a while, and it's going to allow some teams to exploit that. I don't necessarily think in this game it's going to be the case. I think Rix are like, well, maybe we can't get away with it every game against Formulation, so let's just draft towards a heavy top side. Like this Lee Sin, Fiora, Akali is monstrous if they get ahead on the map. So I think Rix have correctly pivoted off here, because Alistair's not likely to get banned, and if it is, that's already like great. Something is going to be available that we would like to play anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with this Lee Sin pick is that Seven didn't really do too much in the early game for it, but he got a few good kicks in the late game that were enough for this Lee Sin. Yes, as you mentioned, Alistar is still available, so they still have that team fight potential in the support. The Echo is going to be banned away, so that's going to be taken out from Rix, as Galio is going to be banned. So Rix are looking for their duo lane as their final picks, as Formulation look for potentially their jungler and their duo laner. So again, not only do the duo lanes get, by themselves, they actually draw the ban away. So yeah, not only the duo laners are lonely down in the duo lane by themselves, but also they're pretty lonely in draft because they never get priorities in draft either. They're always left to the last bit.
So here's the thing, because there are other champions that do similar things. If you want the engage, you can look towards Rakan. If you want the safety, you can look towards a Thresh or a Braum. So there are these other play styles that are still available. And I really like the Diana ban, because if they're going for that Tristana, I think they anticipate an Ezreal takeaway here.
I mean, both Magic junglers, right? They've gone for, obviously, with the Echo and the Diana. So it's sort of almost forcing the mage onto Quo to see what he's going to come out with, and it will be the Ziggs.
Well, that opens up the Ezreal if Doom wants it, the Tristana as well if they would like it. And then we get to find out what support it's going to be from Clue. Thresh is available. That tends to be where they've defaulted to for Clue a lot of the time. Yep. So the bot lane will find itself being rounded out here. The Ziggs is an interesting one. It's different.
Braum is going to be the pick instead, so more about disengage more than anything. You're going to see, Camille wants to go in, Yone wants to go in, Nautilus wants to go in, the same with that. Big thing is, though, is that Lucian is open as well.
Yeah,
Lucian Braum could be a very, very strong bot lane combo if anyone dives in on the side of Formulation, and then you do have the disengage of the Braum by its side, and it's a pick that Doom did very, very well last week against Mum D.
Just a small thing here, by the way. Just a small thing here. players. Why, when Doom and Clue were basically picking the AD carry and the support, did they pick it the other way around? Like, why do they do this? Just to
it's
swap?
probably just like I think it's just thinking.
Like, yeah,
no,
well,
I
it's
think
discussion. It's a team comp, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. It's a team discussion. It's like, you know, maybe they knew that they wanted to pick the Brom, but like they were trying to think like what AD carry would be
It was
best
either
going to
be Ezreal or Tristana at this point, and
Yeah,
I think it really does depend, because Tristana Brom has a surprisingly good laning
Well, we
phase
know that
as
Doom's
well.
on 23 wins.
Well, I don't think we cross the streams of competitive and solo queue. I wasn't really going to mention it because I'm like, Doom is going to streak on anything in solo queue because Doom is such a good AD carry, and playing AD carry in solo queue is like busted if you're good. Like, if you're not so good,
tell you what,
like
though,
me, then you swap to other roles and you're like, nah,
man, that is a lot of damage on Rix. There's crazy damage. And obviously from Formulation side, it is very much a controlled fight, I would say, from their side of things, is what they're looking for. But they are kind of in that death ball, barring obviously the Ziggs.
I think the big thing that Formulation have is a lot of lockdown. You know, you've got the Viper lockdown, the Hextech Ultimatum, SCO as well. So if they find one member of Rix kind of off guard or by themselves, then they're pretty much just going to be dead straight away. I think that's the big thing going into this, is that we've seen a lot of team fights, you know, in the first game. In the second game, is more about skirmishes and like kind of 2v2 or 3v3 fights. This time around, if Formulation can find them small skirmishes, they have so much lockdown the way they can just burst someone straight away, especially like that as well.
And you got obviously the guaranteed ulti effectively as depth charge in. Thank you very much, Donna, where you go.
Same with Cease and Desist, and the Camille ult, that's the exact single target lockdown that is very effective. So Ezreal only has
no
one
black
arcane
shields to
shift.
block it.
Exactly, only one escape really for Ezreal, that and the flash. So maybe a tough game for Doom to keep people at arm's length. I mean, the same could be said for the Akali, but we're going to have to see if Rix can play this composition out in the same way they did in game number 1, or whether it's going to be Formulation that are able to team fight effectively like they did in game number 2 to take the win 2-1. This is potentially a preview of our finals here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and it is the head-to-head win on the line between Rix and Formulation. To get us into game 3, it's D-Man and Stuart.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. So here we go, and I think it, like you said, final almost certainly. I don't think either of these teams will be outside the top 4 come the end of game day 7.
I would like to think so. You never know.
I mean, honestly, that like the level of play that they are both at once again right now tells me that Rix, I don't think, are going to have any issues getting back there. Granted, I mean, let's face it, they're actually both on 1-on-1 right now, so technically they are level, despite obviously how it played out last week with Queso and of course Ice Cream in terms of Rix. But yeah, very interesting team subs. A lot of damage. I like this. This is not going to be a slow funnel comp, as you like to call it, which is I used to call protection comps back in the day. You know, it's not going to be any of this slow farming issues. I feel that, you know, come the 4-minute mark, when things start to kick off, I think we're already going to have kills on the board.
Who knows?
You know, I'll put my foot in it now. It'll be dead quiet.
I mean, again, it's, you know, I think it's 2 very good scaling comps. Again, you know, we spoke about it already in the first game and in the second game. You know, both these comps want to get a few items before they really come online. And that's, I think, the big thing now, is that, you know, what happens when it comes around to these objectives. You know, we'll have to see what the first dragon is. We'll have to see what the priority is in terms of the Herald. But normally, at this stage of the game, nothing really happens unless you get some crazy 1v1 fight or some crazy 2v2 fight in the bot lane. But I don't think anything crazy will happen. And the junglers will just farm up as they do.
Well, we have Vavai and Elise in. I can't see them not getting involved in at least trying something out here. Randoms took a little bit of poke there from Guy as he tries to get a little poke down himself. But nothing too amazing at the moment. One thing I would say for Fiora is if he goes in for his Grand Challenge, he's got to really pick his moments well, I would say. Obviously, Snitch is going to be looking to get onto Quo is going to be, well, probably very far back in the fight, I would say, because he needs to be very careful of, obviously, Akali or Fiora diving on, or at least in, actually, from that point of view. But I would say that he's got to really pick his moments for his Grand Challenge, because he can easily get turned on. If he goes for the Grand Challenge, they can say, thank you very much, we'll knock you up, and as opposed to, I mean, obviously it buys time for Snitch to try and do something in the back.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Don's actually playing
How
very
confident,
aggressive.
yeah.
And yeah, very, very confident from Don. He's actually half a level ahead already.
He's almost baiting 7 in, if anything.
Yeah, you have to be careful, though, because 7 is in the top side. He does use his third ability as well, and you can see that just pure aggression from Don as he looks to go back. If he steps up any more, or if he face checks his bushes, he does see 7 there, but he should be completely fine here as 7
sticking around a bit long. Yeah, 7's
he
putting
has
a bit
his
of
ulti
trade
as
down.
well.
Ignite used, and that's going to force him away. Random's in trouble, though. Where's he going to run to? Because everybody else here is low in the mid. So they are all going to back away.
Looks like Cease and Desist was used from Vex to try and lock down Random in the Baron lane. A few skirmishes happening early on, no kills just yet, but advantage is really over to Don and also to Formulation in this game. Even though it doesn't really amount up to too much, but you get rid of Random's flash, you have the trade advantage in mid lane at the same time. A little bit of gold leads, 200 gold lead for both solo lanes so far this game.
Force you back a little bit there. Phage and Sheen's very much already done for Vexo to get that Trinity Force up and running, so well on his way. Ping's going down, interesting. So that was on the bottom, so I guess that's just calling out the ward placement that they spotted Sko doing, and we're going to see Clue do the same. So just keeping sure they got all the coverage there, everybody happy, and I said it, didn't I? I said 4-minute mark, and we're already nearly there. And unfortunately, we've got no kills. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I tried.
You tried to predict. The prediction wasn't there, unfortunately.
No, unlike my prediction scores, they are there. Well, actually, this could be the decider, because we... well, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see which way this goes. I had Formulation, you had Rix. I gotta be honest, it could go either way.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about this series, is that it's been so back and forth. Both these teams so well prepared, so well focused on this game, and so well focused on this series. You can see Don, look at that, just dashing in with confidence again.
Yeah. He's not worried about Braum. I mean,
well.
what's Braum going to do? He's going to maybe get 1 or 2 hits on him. He's not going to get the triple hit stun. That's not going to happen. And you can see he's just... I mean, yeah, he can come in and shield block him, but it's like I would love for him to use that shield block there and just block everything. So here we go. Now we get going. Things going to start coming off. Right, who wants what? Who wants... Well, a Sneaky's going to go back and buy because Herald is coming up, which is something the Formulation have been focusing on recently, but Rix may well fancy it themselves.
I think the big thing is, though, is that looking at the items now, you can see the Locket enchant coming in from Clue. Obviously, he did get the change very recently. Now only blocks magic damage, but obviously, when you have a Ziggs on the other side with the Mega Inferno Bomb, Don needs to be careful. Snitch can look to go over as he looks to dash away instead, but very interesting and unique choice here for Clue, going for the Protect enchant, making sure that when the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, he can just use that Locket enchant and basically negate most of the damage. And it's going to be a trade in objective. So Vex is going to take it. Mega Inferno Bomb was close.
7 read it. He actually stops. He stops
yeah.
and waited, yeah. Saw it coming. Okay, so Rift Herald thrown down in the mid. See if it's going to be able to get the turret down. I don't think it will. It'll get certainly a big chunk of the plates off, and it will get dealt with very quickly. Returning back down the bottom was Snitch. He's took a lot of damage from that one. Grand Challenge was used at the top there. I've got to keep my eye on this, whether it was the Hextech or Grand Challenge, because they both look fairly similar.
Fairly similar, yeah.
Yeah.
They both look very, very similar. But yeah, trading objectives in the end for both the teams. So Mountain Dragon going over to Bricks, so they're going to get the extra defenses, and Herald is going to go over to Formulation. They did use it to try and break down as much as they can in that mid lane to try and get the tower platings. But again, very, very slow game across the board. You can see that, interestingly enough, the Sko has gone for Abyssal Mask as your first item. So making sure that anyone around him takes that extra magic damage. So it's a bit of a... back and forth in terms of items. It's like Sko has Abyssal Mask, which enhances the magic damage of anyone around you, but then Clue also has Locket, which gives you a big massive shield. So there he goes.
That's the damage we're looking for. In goes the Mega Inferno Bomb. You can see Seven's going to try and get away from this one, but he should be picked off. The kick comes in, and Seven not quite enough with the kick there to force him away, and it's going to cost Snitch as well. It's a 2-for-0 trade. And what was it over? That was the question. Was it over the scuttle crab? I couldn't even tell. Meanwhile, Random now going to try and get on towards Vex. Does put the Grand Challenge down, and Will manage to pick himself up the kill. Can turn it back on to Quo. Quo so squishy. Will get taken down. Sko now on the tower, but in comes the rest of the team. Sneaky. Is he going to put the Hextech ultimate down? He will, but he hasn't got the damage to back it up. The lockdown was there. Clue in the end comes in. Doom with the shot. And now the snipers. He got True Shot Barrage available? No.
I think he just used it before, but the big thing in that little exchange there was the Brum passive. The Brum passive was just stunning up so much. You can see Sneaky diving in. It's that disengage. It's a lockdown from the Brum. That was enough. The shield as well. Yes, the shield didn't really do too much when it got into locking down Snitch and Seven down in that bot lane. See Don just clearing out the way for now. But as soon as they got into that mid lane fight, you can see Clue, all he has to do is land the concussive blows, land the auto attacks, land his first ability, and then Clue can follow up with all the poke. Seven can follow up at the same time as Random. As you can see, this is going to go back to the fight. Random doing very well to isolate. You can see the Q over the wall, and Quantum's basically completely stunned here. Same again. Clue flashes over the wall to get the concussive blows, and the same again to Sneaky. Auto attack. Look at this. Concussive blows. Just get stunned, and the Brom passive is so strong during the early game because you can stun multiple members so quickly, and that's exactly what he done. And you can see that Clue taking this Brom pick. Definitely something we don't really see too much from him, but it's working out well this game because there's a lot of engage that Formulation want to do.
Stun used and done. So keep our eyes on that one. Still, it is Formulation with the smallest lead. That will slip away now with this tower going down. Get finished off, so things level out pretty much dead even between the two. In terms of turrets, you can see both mid turrets down, both bot turrets down. So it is all about the Baron lane, both pretty much untouched. Which actually, I love it when it's like this because it may well lead to a team fight actually in and around the towers, which you rarely get these days.
You rarely see. I mean, you might see both teams just prepare around the objectives. You see, Clue is actually playing really aggressive in the Baron lane. He's just going to wrap around, and you can see that.
I think he's got no ward, so
most objectives, I feel like, in this series. It's definitely been Rick's the first ones at these objectives taking control, and again, they're going to do the exact same.
Snitch is a long way off. He's running back from the Dragon lane at the moment, so he's finally joined it. He's going to shove that wave in as well in the mid, so that can be forced in. Don's trying to cut his passage off here as they try and position themselves for it. Zoom out and having a better look at this one. Sneaky looking to try and get in. That Snitch he's focusing on. Snitch has actually gone over the wall. Snitch is having a fight off screen at the moment on the side, and Snitch is down. We didn't actually get to see what it was. Yeah, Vex in the end taking him down. I think most of the damage was done by Don and Sneaky down. I think he caught him with the assault, not cease and desist, the new name for it, on the side there. I think that's what followed him through. Yeah, and it's going to give him the Herald.
A little bit of a misplay from Snitch getting caught out. That means there's 4 versus 5. Oh, True Shot Barrage was so close there, but Vex gets the smite, gets the objective, and now they can look to try and move towards this Dragon. You can see Vex might even use the Rift Herald mid lane here as like a distraction, but actually they're going to decide to go back to base. They're going to spend the gold, I guess. Yeah, Infernal spawn in. They need to be quick, though, from this. Don is a little bit of a distraction at the moment. The problem is that Rix can actually burst this quite quickly if they want to. You can see Seven's actually dashing in, but Wild Rift, yeah, Wild Rift is a very small map, and they're already back, and you can see they're just going to back away for now. Rix, they don't want to risk anything. They feel like they're too far behind, and that was close.
Dragon's like, he's in the bush here.
I didn't actually know that Dragon could do that. I guess Dragon has vision everywhere.
Yeah,
and he just knows where everyone is.
Or Seven had a little peek. He had to kick Sneaky away, though. So obviously with both going through, so that gives, well, advantages all the way to Formulation. They still have that Rift Herald, remember, they picked up. They haven't made use of that one, so it does look like Ricks are going to try and turn this into a top advantage on the turret. They should be able to chop it down pretty quick with both Random and Snitch here. They have a lot of damage combined in them. They have to get in, get out, and it's enough of an advantage maybe. So where's that tower? Probably going to get thrown down in the top as well for the Rift Herald, which is why Snitch is going to back and defend.
Yeah, it's just going to go back for now. I mean, the Rift Herald is still in the hands of Vex. Maybe they're waiting for a team fight or something. Maybe if they can find a team fight, they can maybe try and push down a tier 2 tower if they really want to. See Don looking to go in. And Don's playing very confident on this Yone. You can see he's always dashing in. He's always trying to look for opportunities. In terms of items across the board, no real surprises from anyone here, to be fair. A lot of gargoyle stone plates, a lot of stasises, again, for Rix. And again, it's been Rix, you know, kind of overstepping and making little mistakes. You know, Snitch getting caught out in the bot side. They also lost that bot lane trade in the early game, where Don was able to dash in and kill off 7 in the back line. But again, I feel like this series has just gone down to such little micro plays with these teams. You know, the macro is so impeccable from both of these teams, and it just comes down to the small team fights. You know, split-second decisions or anything like that. You know, one headbutt pulverize from Clue in the previous, in the first series. One Diana ultimate, and you know you can catch out Doom. In this series, it could be one Don ultimate into the backline if he can catch out the right members, and that'll be what it takes to win this series. You can see how close these two teams are matched and why they are considered two of the best teams in the EMEA region.
Don is looking for the fight with Snitch every single time. He's actually actively looking for that fight, and you can see Sko was already there as well. They're really feeling very confident on Yone here. Speaking of confident, random, that's a little deep, son. Sneaky is there. You've got to respect the Hextech ultimatum. And now the rest of the team comes in support, but Seven's there to try and back him up. So Quantum with the Mega Inferno Bomb, just using it to clear the wave. And that is always the bonus you have with the Ziggs. Every time that side lane pressure gets shoved on you, that bomb can be used to just clear it out.
Yeah, man, I get a little bit of deja vu from game number 1 when they lost 3-0 to Formulation, where Random was on this Fiora before, and he was on the side lane, and he was overextended a bit too much and got caught out a little bit too much. You can see that 7 is basically shadowing him as like a sort of protection just in case anyone from Formulation get there. But I mean, both these teams are so evenly matched at the moment. The Rift Herald is actually going to get used towards the bot lane. It probably just timed out, so they're just going to use it towards
in the fountain.
That bot lane. Yeah, it's all the way back in the fountain. Sneaky's going to push out this bot wave. You can see, look, 7 is here again, and this is what 7 is known for. He's always trying to hover around Random. They're trying to get Random ahead in this side lane. You can see that he's now walked up. But if Sneaky saw, you can see that the Hull Breaker item was not on there. So if he actually saw him, they do have vision on him now because they're both just going to clear around the Rift Herald and maybe look for that tier 2 tower. But meanwhile, Formulation are just all members up in that in the Baron lane, and nothing too crazy is happening so far. 1 dragon apiece, 3 kills to 3. The towers are pretty much even as well. You can see again, both Baron laners pushing, both Baron laners fighting and skirmishing as they always do. You can see the rest of the Formulation are here, and Random's just going to back away. But it's kind of where the hesitation comes in for Rex. You know, when they have Random ahead, which he is, you know, very, very far ahead this game. You can see about a 2,000 gold lead on this Fiora, and he could do very, very well in the side lane. But sometimes, you know, focus play or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to have stalled out briefly.
I mean, gold. Very, very different lanes that are ahead across the board, but you can see Rex is still playing this 1-3-1 style that they always like playing. Vex is going to look to go in. He has his Guardian Angel completed now, and you can see we're at about that 15-minute mark, which what we saw in the last 2 games was kind of the breaking point for these 2 teams.
We've got Sneaky coming around the side at the moment, so got to be careful on the claps here. They're kind of all separated, and Random walks in there.
Sneaky's still in a bush.
It's that Ocean Drake once again, isn't it? Now everyone really unsure whether they want it, but someone they have caught out is Snitch, and you can see 7 taking a lot of damage as well. Was focused down. In goes Dom. Vex not going to get enough on this one, but he has got himself the Guardian Angel to get back on his feet. Now they're going to turn the rest of the team in. They try and go in a little too deep, but this is looking good for Rix. They can't on the hop. Oh, the True Shot Barrage catching all 5 members there. Massive damage coming through. Dom's going to try and turn this back around. Can't get back in. The stun from Clue was huge as he tries to dive back in and clean up, but that was a 3 for 0, and they're going to take themselves the Infernal.
Don tried to jump in to try and shut down Doom, but unfortunately Exhaust is too broken in Wild Rift. The Exhaust goes down. Don's not able to do enough damage, and he was pretty much zoned off. We're going to take a look back. They tried to burst down, I think it's 7. He actually flashes over the wall, but look at Don on the back line. Instant exhaust from Doom straight away, so he's not able to do enough damage, and he's basically zoned out for the rest of the fight. So Ricks are like, okay, we're grouped up. Snitch actually goes in, as you said, the true shot barrage was huge. Look at that, across all 4 members on the side of Formulation. Doom with that backline damage was enough for Rex. You can see that Don tried his best to do enough damage, but it's absolutely huge. And now Rex are going to turn towards this Baron. Vex is dead for 40 seconds, so he must have been caught in,
I think he tried
off screen or something. I mean,
I assume he just caught him in the pit a second ago.
Oh my god.
Close. Close. That was close.
My heart nearly sunk there. That was way too close for comfort for Rex. But now they have the lead, and it's all been about Ezreal, really. You know, surprisingly, you know, a pick that I didn't think I'd see in this series at all. And actually, Ezreal's been so important for both of these teams. You know, in game number 1, Doom did so much. In game number 2, Quantum was the one that picked up this Ezreal. Now in game number 3, Doom uses the exhaust onto Don, isn't able to do enough damage, and that means that he has that, has that backline damage. He's able to deal enough damage at range.
Yone, he doesn't have the vision. If he'd have realised it's only the 2 here, he could have easily cleared out that wave and protected the turret. But, they're trying to stip around the side. Clue's like, nope, not going to happen. Vex
really
goes in, gets a smackdown onto 7. But, yeah, I mean, they tried to shove the waves out as much as they could. They knew what's coming, and it's going to be the bot turret going down as well. Random will pick that one up, and Sneaky's trying to keep him at bay. But the fact is, this is a triple lane push with Baron, buffed up minions all piling in. Oh, there we go. Grand challenge going down. Random and Sneaky, sorry, the Hextech ultimatum. Sorry, it was on Random, trying to stop him going down. There's the mid. That's going to be the Dragon lane, maybe. Random, I'm not too sure about that. I don't think he wants to push any deeper, and he's going to have to wait. So they've actually stalled it out. I would say they've stalled it out enough here. They've only lost the 1 in middle inhibitor turret.
Not too bad. It definitely could have been a lot worse. You can see that, Ricks again playing that 1-3-1 style that you're known to see when teams take that Baron. They tried to push in the Baron lane. They used the Baron lane and the bot lane as a distraction to take that mid lane inhibitor. But to be honest, mid lane inhibitor is not the worst to lose. It's still okay because most of the time you're always going to get mid lane priority, especially with this Ziggs as well. You can keep pushing in the lanes. But a big one, Elder Dragon spawns in 45 seconds. We're still only about a 4,000 gold difference, but Ricks were able to get a lot of gold and a lot of towers. You can see the true shot barrage damage as well. Sneaky might get caught. There's 3 members of Ricks and has to flash away.
Yeah, way too deep. In terms of gold swing, by the way, just to accumulate what that meant, as they had that Baron, before they started the push, I noticed it, and it was a 1,000 gold differential. Now, look at it, 5,000 gold almost, 4, as they just shoved the waves back out there. So that's how much they just gained from simply pushing those 3 lanes in. That's how much it can equate to, obviously, everybody going back to buy and spend that gold. And here's the Elder.
And a big thing is now as well, as you can see, Ricks have full control over the bot side. And Formulation, they're basically... They're going into darkness. They have no vision at all on where anyone on Ricks is in this bottom side of the map. They're going to have to use the ultimate from probably Ziggs or someone, as Random's actually going in. You can see Sneaky actually playing that 1v1 so well. He actually hugs the wall to make sure that Random can't proc that last vital. And Random actually has to use his flash. But again, this Elder Dragon is being started. Hopefully we can go over to see how much HP this Elder Dragon is on. Because again, they're just walking into darkness. Formulation have no vision at all. It's down to 4,000 health.
Sko has to go in and have a look there. Dredgeline used. It's going to get enough down. In they come. The big ulti comes through. They might be able to turn this one back around. Look at the damage coming through. They get it down. The Elder Dragon goes across the Formulation, and this could tragically turn back around on Rick, so they have to back around. Not a great deal of kills coming from it, but that's a big buff to pick up right now.
Don with the Yone ultimate, and they left the Elder Dragon at 1,400 HP. And that means they take the Elder Dragon. The Baron is up, and 7 is dead for 35 seconds. They're probably going to look to try and push out the waves as much as possible. The big thing was that the top lane inhibitor did go down as well, though. The bot lane inhibitor is also half HP, so maybe they can look for a split push and maybe look for an end for Random. But Formulation, they come out huge. Vex is also dead. You know, both junglers are dead
both
for
died
26 days. So they both died exactly the same time. So it means that both teams are probably not going to go for it. It's Don. Oh no, he's going to dash forwards.
It's coming around the side there, but he's got the support he needs. That's going to be the ulti coming in. That's a great Mega Inferno Bomb to catch on, but it's just not the damage they were looking for. Don down. They have to almost back away from this fight and respect what is there. Snitch puts a heck of a lot of damage down on Don now.
I don't know, overextends, unfortunately. He used his third ability to try and dash forward, but he didn't realize Random was in the bush. Random actually dashes over the wall into the bush and actually gets a perfect flank off onto Don. And that means that Don is dead for 30 seconds.
They got the Scuttle Crab, so they have full vision of that Baron Pit, which is quite important for Formulation here. Both, obviously, junglers back up at the moment. But this game ain't over.
No, this game is far from over.
So let's just to have a stock, by the way, and we're going to look at this in the gold graph because we're going to see a swing, because it's gone from what was almost a 6,000 gold swing back to a even, 500
basically.
gold. Yeah, 500 gold at this stage with 75k gold on the board at 20 minutes. This is very, very tight series.
The important thing is now, though, is that Don actually going down just completely stalls out this Elder Dragon. Formulation really wanted to force a fight because they had the Elder Dragon buff. They were able to steal the Elder Dragon, especially with the likes of Ziggs, you know, Don on this Yone. But because it was a 4 versus 5, it allowed Rix to get back onto the map.
They caught Random. They caught Random off the side there. Random's going to get focused down.
Curry!
Can they turn it back around? Sneaky's in trouble. Look at the damage going down, and Sneaky's going to try and flash away from him. I don't think it's enough. Mega Inferno Bomb comes back in. Sko comes in, catch the dredge line. Caught 1, 2, 3 with it.
Quantum
to the side. Quantum's going to try and do as much damage as he can, but he's in trouble. Doom tries to go too deep. Doom went way too deep there. And in the end, it's a 1-for-1. It was a Baron laner for the AD carry. How is that going to equate? A little way too deep for Doom. I know, I was thinking.
Doom was just auto-attacking Quantum on the back line. He was taking tower shots as well. He had to use his stasis. He couldn't even get over the wall. He had flash available, so he could have looked to flash over the wall. But unfortunately, he was locked down. We're going to take a look at the 1v1. Random, again, Sneaky trying to hug the wall, making sure that the vitals don't proc. But it was a huge burst damage. But look at Doom. He uses the True Shot Barrage. But look, as soon as he's like auto-attacking Quantum on the back line, he still has... he doesn't actually have flash available. Flash was up in about 2 or 3 seconds, so he wasn't able to flash over the wall. So he tries to use the Essence Flux to try and get over the wall. He doesn't actually get that. And in the end, it is a 1-for-1 trade. So what originally was them trying to catch out Random actually turned right back around. And now... second Elder Dragon is going to spawn in 30 seconds. We're 24 minutes into this game, D-Man. Baron is up as well, and look, Rix, they're playing with the vision. And again, though, you know, this series has been about Rix controlling vision around these objectives. Formulation has always had to...
I'm scared. We've frozen. I hope you haven't frozen at home because I am scared of what is happening at 24 minutes into this game. We will see whether it gets back underway. We're back. We're back. We're back.
I was scared for a second.
It's all right. We lost 20 seconds of our lives there as we all, my heart, I'm not sure I can take it. I'm getting a bit old, guys. Don't do that to me anymore. Got a minute. Elder Dragon spawns, Baron spawns. It's game on.
I mean, it basically comes down to one last team fight now. That's all it comes down to. Everyone across the board has full items. Everyone, even the supports now, have full items. We're probably going to get to a point where the support items are going to be sold and there's going to be more items. But Rix are the ones that start up this Elder Dragon, and Sko's actually going in. But he takes so much damage!
And that's going to be, look, who's on the back line that's so low, and you can see immediately he comes straight for it. Doom's in all sorts of trouble. It's not going to Doom's still alive at the back there, and it could be huge. Skos gets taken down. Formulation and running, but they got the damage to back it up. Snitch has to try and back away, but Vex takes him down. Now you can see he goes back in. Dot doesn't work. He goes straight to Doom, and Doom just smacks him in the face. And this is surely going to be Rix closing out the series 2-1 in such a tight matchup. 25 minutes into this game, Rix will finally get themselves the win.
Every single time these two teams play against each other, it's banger after banger after banger, and what a great series we had. Rix just come out on top, but my God, this was back and forth and back and forth. Rix win the first game, Formulation win the second, and to be honest, that third and final game, it could have gone either way. I mean, it was so close, and it went down to one last team fight at 25 minutes in to make a difference. Oh, God.
Maybe it was Formulation's time. They hit the Yone spike off 4 items. Let's take another look at some of the plays from this absolutely insane Game 3. Could honestly have gone either way, down to just the teamfight mechanics. And this, I thought Random had actually converted the ultimate here. I was like, okay, they've done it. But there was so much damage, and as you highlighted, no flash on Doom. He pushes forward, I think,
like
assuming that it's coming up in time. And he's like, okay, I'll buy time. But no, there's just enough damage to shut Doom down. And that was the setup for this beautiful ultimate that comes through.
The stasis actually is completely huge from Doom on the backline. You see the stasis actually stops the damage from Don, and he still has GA available. Meanwhile, while that's all happening, Snitch is able to do enough damage in the backline. And, you know, Doom, again, you know, on this edge, you can see he just jumps, Yone jumps back, tries to do enough damage, and it's crazy how it just comes down to one team fight, 26 minutes
one stasis.
Yeah,
like if Doom would have gone then, the stasis wouldn't have been there in time. He would have got taken down. That immediately pulls Don back in. Suddenly they've got all that poke damage from behind, and it could have turned the fight around. We saw how quick Snitch went down once he got back in there. But yeah, that just as, I mean, you said it in the game. Like this will be decided by microseconds, and it was. It was just the smallest things.
This series was basically decided, in short, by Doom having one death and not two. I think if that death column hits 2 for the second fight in a row, like, the Ricks don't have as much survivability through the fight. I think, yes, Snitch was still doing damage. And like, Random was getting to the 6 item point, so like, you always have to give that Fiora win condition, but I feel like, wow, that was one of the closest games we've had between our top teams, and Ricks just edging out that win.
I think that's probably the biggest win that Ricks will have during this offseason, for sure. You know, taking down Formulation. This is a big boost in their confidence back as well. You know, this is a Ricks that didn't really perform too well last week. They took the week off. They were like, okay, you know, we saw from Snitch in the interview, we're like, okay, we're going to take time to, you know, take a break, maybe try and scrim, try and practice and experiment, because this is a team, as Snitch said, they love to experiment. They love to go for these different picks. And exactly what they did. 40,000 damage and 43,000
Random with 43k on Fiora.
And I was going to say, I got to be honest, for Sneaky, like, he was not having a fun time this game. Like, the entire time, he obviously had to try and split against Random, and Random had his number throughout it because he obviously always had the advantage, effectively. And every single time you saw it, it was the grand challenge going down and Sneaky just about escaping by hugging the wall, effectively.
I think the big thing is, as well, is that we normally see Ricks, and especially, you know, Seven and Snitch, actually focus towards Random in this Baron lane. We didn't see a lot of that at all this game. There wasn't a lot of, like, yes, Seven was in the bot lane a little bit, kind of covering a little bit as Random was split pushing, but in the early game, there wasn't really too much going towards Random. It's actually Random that lost his flash in the early game in that 2 versus 1.
I think the funny thing about that is I think that maybe even gives Random a weird advantage, because when junglers are not in top lane, he 1v1s the laning phase incredibly well and generally creates himself leads. I think when there's all this attention going up towards top lane, there's just too many people there for that impact, whereas in this game and in this series, it felt like they always had kind of like the Random win condition in their back pocket. It's like, okay, if the team comps aren't going our way in the fight,
roller coaster.
That roller coaster, Rick's fans at that point on their high and then fall.
Ricks actually won when the Formulation even had a goal lead. I mean, to be fair, at 24 minutes, the goal lead doesn't really mean too much because everyone has like got completed items. But look at that, it's just
insane.
I mean, always delivers. This series always delivers every single time. Love it.
Every game in this series, Formulation had the majority of the game in a gold lead. Every single game, even this third one, even the one that Ricks won in game 1 where it looked pretty convincing for them, Formulation were ahead about 3k for the majority of the game. So like, it shows you how close these two teams are, that we really do go down to the micro between them. Do they hit the AoE crowd control? Do they get the lockdown on the carry?
Do they land the stasis? Do they hit the stasis in time? Anything like that?
I have no idea who's going to be MVP in this game. Wait, let's take a look at MVP and who the game decided.
It could be anyone.
It's going to be MVP. Is actually basically even gold. 86,000 on it. Is it going to be Doom? Is it going to be Random?
It might be Random.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think
he had 46,000 damage, I think, in there. So, I mean, he just tipped Doom by it.
11 KDA didn't even die once as well, I don't think.
I mean, yeah, he was 605,
605, so didn't even die at all. And I think his face and his grin pretty much says it all, to be honest. It's just like, yep, we're back, baby. I mean, we're back.
He had a good time. Obviously, he's talked about 7 being in his pocket, but he kind of dominated that Baron lane throughout it. The split push. Poor old Sneaky, as I say, didn't have a great deal of fun in that because he did put a lot of damage down, all the split pushing. I mean, split pushing is not the most fun thing you can do in the game, that's for sure, but he did his job well.
What it allows Ricks is these situations where when the enemy is focusing a carry like Doom so specifically, it gives Random infinitely more options on how to play the game, where he plays the side lane. Whereas when random is the threat that everybody's looking at, it's like, oh, I guess you just shut down random, and he can't split push, he can't do anything. So I think it's kind of a return to form from Rix when you look at how they were playing. I think still maybe not as clean as they would like to be playing, but that theoretical clean game doesn't necessarily exist against another top team.
We should also point out that this is a split push in Fiora with 0 deaths in a 26-minute game. That's pretty darn impressive in itself.
And he was playing even aggressive as well, as you mentioned. You know, he was trying to go for the 1v1s every single time. He was one that took that top lane inhibitor after a while. He was trying to create that pressure in the side lane. You know, going back to when Rix actually lost the Formulation, it was actually random. He had the same situation on the Fiora. He was split pushing in the side lane. He got ahead and he was able to create that pressure, but it was the other side of the map where Rix really downfalled. And you know, that Elder Dragon, I was like, deja vu, it's happened again. They left the Elder Dragon at 1,400 HP. I mean, we didn't see all the replays, but I'm definitely going to have a look at that after we finish the broadcast tonight. But it was 1,400 HP that Elder was on, and I was like, that's it, a formulation of 1 now. They're just going to go to Baron. But then the misplay from Don in that top side. But it was actually really well played by Random because he dashes over the wall into that bush. They have no vision of him. And Don actually uses third ability to go forward. That means that he's completely isolated.
He dived onto Clue and he's like, yeah, we caught Clue off. And then Random's
now
like,
it's a 4 versus 5. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's just a small little plays. You know, if Don doesn't die there, if Don doesn't play over aggressive, it's a 5 versus 5 and they all have Elder Dragon. They can go towards the Baron, force a team fight. We could have been looking at a completely different game if that was to happen.
We could have been, but Rix close it out 2-1 in an insanely close series against Formulation. So let's take a look at what that does to our standings after game day 3 for our leaderboard here in the round robin. Of course, Team Queso won earlier today with a 2-0, so that keeps them in first place at 3-0. We didn't catch Parla beating Momdi off stream. They have also advanced to 2-1. We now have a little bit of a split. We have for now a top 4 and a quote-unquote bottom 4, which for now Formulation find themselves down there at 6th spot, tied with NASA, Ice Cream, and then Momdi rounding things out at 0-3. So I think we are starting to get a little bit of that shifting pattern.
And I think the big thing is that Formulation have lost versus Rix and the Team Queso, which are going to be 2 of the teams that are going to be fighting up there. And they're already 2 games behind.
I mean, they've been 2-1 both times.
Yeah, I mean,
with some really long games.
But a loss is a loss, though. It doesn't matter if it's 2-0. It doesn't matter if it's 2-1.
But the point is, it's not been a stomp. It's not been a whitewash. So it's just the small things that can be tweaked and changed.
If you think about it, we only got 4 more games left. That's it. Formulation are already 1 game behind top 4. They're 2 games behind Team Queso, and even if they want to try and get a tiebreaker versus Team Queso, if they do drop a few games, they lose the tiebreaker anyway. They lose a tiebreaker versus Rick. So Formulation, they're going to have to look to try and bounce back and bounce back quickly. I mean, you say,
it now
4 games left.
What it now does is mean that Formulation have to go on a winning streak.
But Formulation also have to play all the other ones in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
Whereas they've already played Queso and Rix.
Yes, which is a very fair point. I think we then have to look towards, I believe they still have to face Parla. I believe they have to face, as you said, a lot of the other teams that sit around the standings for themselves. So I think for Team Queso, we've got I still think they do look like one of the top teams right now, but I feel like they are still to be tested other than that Formulation series. Looking forward to seeing more from Queso. Momdi, we want to see him get off the starting blocks. We want to see him get potentially a first win. Hopefully we'll be seeing them over the next few days as well. But we are starting to kind of determine where things are going, and it's still that 4th, 5th, 6th fight that is a desperate place for some of these teams to be in that have dropped games like NASA. Suddenly that, can't really afford any more losses after today's series that we saw.
I mean, they definitely looked a little at sea when in comparison to Queso today. Queso were looking incredibly strong in that game, and also not playing the style we expected. They switched it up again, and Queso continued to look really impressive. I mean, that first game was over before you'd even managed to sip your monster.
Speaking of Monster, they are one of our partners here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, we want to say thank you to our partners for keeping us going this entire broadcast and entire group stage along. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Of course, you want a Snapdragon processor in your phone, and if you have a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3, well, you've already got a Snapdragon 888 in the hardware there with that big, beautiful display. You can unfold your world, I'm sure. you know, there's plenty of
that should be a
apps.
slogan for them.
It is.
Is it when they unfold their world?
I read it off the lower third. I figured I would use their branding.
It's a good slogan, that one.
It's pretty good job, Samsung. Apparently they know how to market a phone.
Someone somewhere out there earned a lot of money for that.
D-Man's seal of approval on that one. And you already mentioned Monster, so you teed me up quite nicely for that one. As I think my second one is probably kept me going through that. It didn't need to keep me going through that series, but it did. For certain. Watching it here as a spectator was just as hype. I hope you in chat have enjoyed it as well. DHL delivering 100 euros ESL shop voucher for some of our lucky fans. If you are one of the winners of our quiz, esl.gg/DHL quiz. And then, of course, get involved on our Discord. Give us your thoughts on Rick's formulation. Give us your thoughts on the meta as well. We've seen some different things today. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. So that's our sponsors keeping us going. And the other thing that's keeping us going all the way through this is some banger games. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule and what we have on the docket, which is a word I never really use, but nevertheless, it's going to start off with NASA versus Formulation. A big series because Formulation need to win that. We talked about that.
So both are as well. They're both on 1 and 2.
Yeah. Queso then got up against Momdi, which is top of the scoreboard of the leaderboard versus the bottom of the leaderboard. That would be one heck of a shock if Momdi could pick it up, but stranger things have happened. Rix then take on Parla to close out the day.
Big game, that.
Another one.
Off screen, it is going to be Viv versus Ice Cream. Again, we are trying to rotate as many times through the teams as possible to make sure that we get all of the teams' broadcasts. That does mean some of your favorite teams like Rix and that will end up off stream for the rest of the tournament for some of the days, but we are going to make it as fair as possible between
Don't panic,
teams.
fans.
Don't panic. It's
big games though tomorrow.
Yeah.
Big games.
Does this mean the curse is lifted?
No, far from it. Far from it.
Did you lift it?
It's only one win.
You got the prediction right.
But
it's close though.
Yeah, I mean it was close. Yeah, it definitely wasn't as easy as what they would want it to, and I'm sure there'll be plenty down the line that we actually vote for Rix, and the curse will still be there. So for now, I'm saved. I think I'm saved. I don't think Rix will hate me just yet, but there's still plenty of time.
It's the first one that obviously all of us got the other one wrong before, which is the ice cream mix, but it's the first one I've actually got wrong proper.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the predictions talking about getting it wrong. Let's take a look. That evens up a little of the score between you and Stuart, but probably not between me and you. And I don't know how things are going to go when Excounterable comes into the mix. Does he get my,
points?
My broken start already?
It's going to be like, thanks, guys. Yeah.
Well, we'll update our predictions tomorrow, and we'll keep an eye on the games as we go through.
I know
the weekend.
the graphics guy was so shocked that I got mine wrong.
Yeah,
it's
just
broke
everything.
The system. It's like, that's it. We're done.
Oh dear, it's been a day of games, like some quick 2-0s to begin the day, and then
really quick 2-0.
and then the closest series we've seen. I think that really could have gone either way in that last one. I think some of the best games that we're probably going to have at the group stage between Formulation and Rix.
For sure.
Formulation versus NASA, I think tomorrow Formulation have to win that series. And for me to keep them in that top 2, it has to be like a statement win. I want to see a really strong performance out of that, and I'm sure the Formulation fans in chat will want to as well. Well, you know where you're going to find us tomorrow on the ESL Mobile stream. Also check ESL Mobile B. Follow both channels just in case something happens and we end up a little bit delayed on tomorrow's stream. But thank you very much for joining us from Stress, Demon, and Stuart. That's closing us out for Game Day 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train.